The sprint gets there. Here we go to the line.
Taking that out in that final ski leg.
To the end. It's a drag race. Oh, he gives him the big claim across the line. How much have you got left for everything to the Aussie title?
You're seeing three of the absolute best Ironmen at the moment fighting it out.
He falls off the back there and it's Northcliffe and Newport side by side. Four-time Australian Ironman champion.
Welcome everybody to the Australian Surf Life Saving Championships for 2026. We are live here from the beautiful North Kirra Beach. This is Matt Poole coming to you live in the broadcast studio with Christy Munro. So apologies for the delay this morning. We have been taking everything on board as we see some beautiful footage there of North Kirra Beach. We've started to do I guess they've been trying to set some cans this morning. We've got a big action-packed day of racing today. We're going to have some surf races, some board races, board relays, and the swim teams. A couple of finals this afternoon as well. Christy, it's going to be very, very exciting.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Matt, starting off today with some surf races, the open male surf race heats, followed by the under-19 male surf race heats. You can see there we have got a course set, a little bit of a change to what we used to at the Aussies here. We're going to have a change of direction due to the water movement, the water heading down to the south. So instead of our competitors going north to south around the cans, they'll be going south to north. So it's an interesting mix-up for our competitors to get their heads around first up this morning. We'll throw down to Harold, who's down on the beach.
Fired up, guys, this morning because it is day one. Surf race is going to be underway very, very, very shortly, but I'm going to give you the conditions update that you've all been waiting for. We've got a 2.2 metre south-southeast swell coming through. High tide is going to be at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Sun is beating down, so if you're from Queensland, you're loving it. Anywhere else further south, it is a little bit hot. Hence why we've got the backpack on. We've got our hydration, we've got our zinc, we've got our sun cream. Phone chargers so we can keep scrolling through the live heats to keep a track of all the results. I'm absolutely ecstatic here. Day 1 of 5. Throw it back to you guys in the studio because I'm going to get into it with these surf races underway very, very shortly. Let's go.
There we go. Love to hear from Harold, the passion, the energy. This is day 1 of the Open Australian Surf Life Saving Championships, but actually day 4 overall. Saturday and Sunday saw some incredible action from the youth competing over the weekend. Nice, beautiful waves, results and conditions for the youth. And then we rolled into some Masters events across Monday and Tuesday. And then here we go. This is the Aussies, the Opens Carnival about to commence. As we mentioned, the Open Men's Surf Race are eagerly awaiting to get out there. A few nerves on that start line, I could only imagine. And this is what we absolutely love about the Aussies. So if we get a little bit of a start list now for our Open Men's quarterfinal surf race, we've got Harry Charlesworth of Lorne, Ollie Brown, Mullaloo, Ethan Jackson, Cooper Williams, our 2024 Australian Surf Race champion, Jensen Walton, Eben Prinsloo, Jules Fredenot, Nicholas Hughes, Jack Breesley, Bailey Armstrong of BMD Northcliffe. He was our Queensland state champion for the surf race. Harrison Wicks, Jackson McCleary of Wanda, he'll be one to watch. He's been swimming fantastic all summer long. Kai Taylor, Joe Kirk, Reese Mulholland, Mitch Stitt, Max Beattie, Morgan Lloyd, Blake Hessel, Harry Kane. And as we roll on over the page, the New Zealand champion, Corey Taylor, Cooper Armistead, Jackson Blom, Lockie Merchant of Tallabudgera there. This last page now, Jack Webster, Daniel Shanahan, Harry Towner. So that's the final of our Open Men's Surf Race, and they are underway. They're getting a start for this first heat. We can already see, Christy, the boys are running a long way south here. As you mentioned just before, It's a little bit of a struggle to get the cans set this morning, hence the delay to come to you live on the broadcast. But we've got a string of 9 in that mid-gutter section with back 4 cans out the break there. So we're going to see a lot longer surf races here, and we love to see that to test the boys, not only with their skills, but certainly the fitness as well. So this is the Aussies. It's going to be some long swims.
Yeah, officials doing a great job to set that course this morning. I think it was worth that delay just to make sure we get the distance correct. We've got heat 1 here of 4 heats in the open male surf race. Talking a little bit earlier, though, our defending champion is not lining up to race here, Nick Sloman, so that does open the field up a little bit come the finals, which will be a little bit later on in the weekend. So we'll get through the heats and the semis of the surf race this morning, and we'll bring them back for a final in our finals package. Probably not running to the south as much as I thought. We can see how spread out our field are. Some of our competitors choosing to take a straighter line and possibly not getting swept as much in that gutter as I would have expected, but we're probably thinking that sweep will really kick in when they get to that second bank.
Yeah, definitely. This is a little bit of opportunity, I think, for the athletes to get in there, get their first race under the belt. I can still remember how nervous you'd be, you know, all that training all winter, summer long, but this is the big dance. So you come into the Aussies and everybody's a little bit nervous. It's the end of the season. You just want to get that first race out of the way, and I guess ultimately everybody loves knowing that they've got a few finals and races on the Saturdays and Sundays. So we've got 38 in this opening heat here with qualifying 16. So it's pretty cutthroat, especially when we're looking at these sorts of conditions. You know, as you mentioned before, you've got that sort of gutter section which has quite a strong sweep north to south as well. Then they hit that deeper water. Now, you don't see those back waves rolling through that gutter section, but the back bank today, it's really exciting. It's going to test all of the athletes, and I think all of the athletes, from what I gathered this morning, they're so excited to have a nice wave out here at North Kirra. You know, they love getting out there and testing the skills as well as the fitness. So we can just see now this opening heat there, it's really spread out, and wow, look at that wave breaking through there. Big impact explosion out the back there. So they're really quite spread out from, you know, right to left at the moment. It looks like we might have one of our Burley competitors. I dare say that could be Ethan Callahan, that really nice long stroke of Ethan Callahan sort of leading out on that southern side at the moment, and a couple of boys to the north as well doing very well at the moment. But as we said, these opening heats, it's a little bit unknown as to how far they need to run up and down, but have a look at that, Christy. That's some big waves standing up on the bank there.
Yeah, that was quite deceiving. Having a look now at the drone shot, was really flattening out those swells, but a brilliant shot there where you could actually see the bank that they've navigated, and you can see they're just approaching the first of the turning markers. So look at that sweep. I think that might be Finn Askew there with the Surfers Paradise cap getting a little bit caught up.
Oh, one of our athletes definitely caught up there.
So I was just about to say that they timed that pretty well in terms of their navigation, but just 1 metre too short. You can see the difficulty that our swimmers are having just getting their bodies around with that sweep to contend with. So thankfully it wasn't too much of a pack all conjoining on that can at once.
Yeah, I think it was Riley Brennan of Currumbin Surf Club there. He's a really strong swimmer. He was on the northern side and managed to get around pretty clean, but as you said, just the sweep, when you see the sets come through on that back bank, the sweep really does start to pick up. So course management is going to be key to winning races or getting through these heats earlier in the day. There's no doubt about it. So if you're coming in from the south and you're landing 10 metres to the right of the can, it's just going to make the job so much easier to get around than a couple of our swimmers there that had to swim back against that sweep and get around the can. Riley Brennan did it quite nicely, as we can see on screen now. He's got a beautiful, nice long stroke. He's into a good rhythm and groove there, but he managed to get around. But a few of those other competitors, they got really hung up on that opening black and white can there, and that's what you don't want to do.
Yeah, and as we spoke earlier, we expected that sweep to be so strong in the inside gutter and then on that second bank, but that surprised me just at the speed at which that water was moving out along those back cans.
Oh, wave on here. Have a look at this. A few of the boys sitting up there. I don't know if that was the right decision. Sorry, I thought they might have been on a little bit of a wave there. It's like they all waited, but not to be. Here we go now. A few boys swimming out the back we can see for this wave. So we might have a little bit of a wave on here for our lead competitors. Have a look at that. That is, oh no, again, there we go. We just talked about that. The first race nerves potentially, but also the athletes have got to read the conditions a little bit better in these opening phases. You don't want to be waiting for a wave and then missing it, not getting on, but
yeah, taking it particularly casual, having Som out twice. Third wave has actually finally picked them up. As you mentioned, we've got 16 going through, so this first heat does look fairly comfortable, very, very spread out, but there would probably only be about 10 or so in that leading pack. 3 making the best of that wave there, so not enough to take them all the way through. A very long swim in these opening surf race heats. Still looks like Riley Brennan is just hanging on to the lead ahead of a couple of our Burleigh Heads competitors. Might even be 3 from Burleigh, or that might even be a Wonder Cap back there in 4.
Yeah, definitely looks like a Riley Brennan and Ethan Callahan. We might have one more from Burleigh there. We'll just have to wait and see. But wasn't that just a great opportunity to test out the surf skills early? We've had so many Aussies here at North Kirra, and it's not often you get a body surfing wave here. So just a good signs in this opening surf race that the waves are on, and that's what we love to see. We're excited for that there. A couple of the boys there picking up that broken wave through that gutter as well. As we mentioned, the back break is where they can pick up a wave. The gutter's where it dies out, but already we're seeing Riley Brennan here just getting a nice little lift off that wave as he approaches this gutter or shorey section now. He's not going to pick that one up, but he's certainly got a lovely little lift off it. As we mentioned, 16 to go through this heat, so he'll probably start to kick it back a bit now. He's settled the nerves. He's got out there and had a bit of a feel for what's happening in the ocean at the moment. Great display of body surfing skills there, just in this shore break section.
Yeah, really confident start there from Riley Brennan. He looked so strong and so composed that whole race, so I think that will give him a great amount of confidence going into these next rounds. He's very casual as he stands up and just navigates where those finishing flags are. He's in control of that race right from the start. Another little bit of deep water for them to contend with, which is going to be so interesting come the semis and some of the finals that we've got later on. We mentioned 2 big finals in this men's area today, the surf teams final and the board relay finals a little bit later on, but very comfortably through, at least for these competitors on screen, in Heat 1 of the open male surf race. Swept a little bit. We'll see how far they have to come back here to these finishing flags.
Long way up. It looks like they're running back to the south now. So as we talked about, it's going to be very tricky, that course management, landing yourself as close or as near to the cans. Obviously, the fastest route isn't always the straightest route in surf, and certainly with a sweep like that, we're seeing the boys are going to have to run a long way south so that they can allow to not miss those cans at the back there. As we can see, a bit of a push now. A few of those boys that were cruising through already, we're sort of seeing 12, 13, 14, so you're pretty close to that 16. It's still quite cutthroat, isn't it? If you miss that first wave, you know, makes it a little bit more challenging to get through there. I think the boys in the second, third and fourth heats, they would have been watching that very closely, I reckon.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an advantage not having to line up in the first race of the day. Obviously, they've had a really good warm-up, but just being able to see what actually happens in that first race conditions. Cutting across here, we've got Heat 2 in the water, so we are spread out across the 2 water areas just to get through these early rounds. So Heat 2 on the screen, making their way back into shore now. We'll be able to bring those qualifiers to you from Heat 1 fairly shortly. So these guys wouldn't have had the opportunity to watch the entire start to finish of Heat 1. But,
look at this.
Nice wave there.
Great wave there for our Maroochydore competitor. Just dropping a little bit later. I had a quick brief look over the start list there for that Heat 2. We got Cooper Williams in there and Bailey Armstrong, Jackson McCleary, a few gun, really strong swimmers in there. So as we can see now, we'll start to get a little bit of a look on who's surfed those waves. That's Bailey Armstrong there. You can tell that the long, lanky limbs of Bailey Armstrong. He'd be absolutely loving this long swim at the moment. We know how incredible he is as an endurance or distance swimmer. So he's just walking casually up the beach now. Shaked out the cobwebs for his first heat. No doubt he'll be in a ton of teams over the course of the next 5 days of competition, and certainly today with a few surf races, Bailey will be going around those cans plenty of times. He'd be probably one of the few athletes that I'd say would be excited the more times they get to swim around the cans. He'll just get better and better as the day goes on.
Yeah, it's a worrying thought when you're a competitor of Bailey Armstrong, just knowing that the further it is and the longer the days go on, the better he's going to get. And yeah, I guess the casualness that they're coming up to the finish line would be, you know, not only their strategies but also the advice of their coaches. As you mentioned, it's a long, 5 days of competition, and so conserving some of the energy, even though they've got plenty to burn, conserving as much energy as you can in these early rounds is definitely key. They know they've just got to do enough to get through taking 16, and even with the surf the size that it is, you get a fairly good idea of where you're positioned on the way back in. The waves are certainly at play, but generally we haven't seen a huge change from the back markers through to the leaders because they are all getting dropped off again in that gutter.
Yeah. As we see now, that's a really strong swim and promising signs for the Wonder Boys there. That was Noah Steiner just close behind Bailey Armstrong. So it was Noah Steiner in 2 and Jackson McCleary there in 3. So you can just see the strength and dominance of the Wanda Club there, led by coach Nathan Smith on screen. Now there's Lockie Merchant of Tallabudgera Surf Club, Kai Taylor Burley. So great swims for those boys. We can see Cooper Williams is in there, as is Corey Taylor. So a couple of big names in that heat number 2 of the Open Men's Surf Race. But as you mentioned earlier, Christy, a few of the boys, I mean, it's never a good sign. You never like to hear a competitor go out and injured, but certainly it's opened up the door for this Open Men's Surf Race with Nick Sloman out injured at the moment. So I know for sure after speaking with Bailey at State that he's had a few medals in the Open Male Surf Races over the years, but this is a great opportunity for him now with this course and being quite long like that, and Nick out as well. Like, Bailey would be really excited at the opportunity here. He'd love to add a gold medal at the Australian Surf Life Saving Championships to his resume.
Yeah, it'd be interesting, I guess, to know what they are thinking when the surf is at play. Are you focused on the other competitors, or are you more focused on just navigating that swell? It probably is in the back of their mind that they might have one less amazing swimmer to contend with. But yeah, I've always wondered, like, when the surf is the way that it is here at North Kirra, are you more thinking about, I've just got to pick my line and hope that I have the best sort of or smartest racer in the surf, or is it the other athletes that are on your mind?
Yeah, definitely. I always believed that when the surf was big, it came down to your own plan and strategy and trying to execute that as best as possible. So when it's smaller surf, you're obviously looking along the start list and you're trying to pick and choose, where to go. But in the big surf, you've just got to execute that race strategy. And one person that did that incredibly then was Bailey Armstrong. So we'll throw it down to the beach now for an interview with the great man.
The man is great, but Aussies 2026, Bailey Armstrong swimming legend mode has been activated, correct?
Oh, I don't know about that, but had a good start, got the 2K win, and so just trying to continue it on today.
So coming from that 2K swim on the weekend, going into, it seemed about 750 out there, conditions pretty tough. Talk us through it.
Look, there's a bit of size, but I didn't think the conditions were too bad. Once you're through the waves, it's pretty clean, and then the waves are a bit of fun. So I come here to escape the flat water, so I love a bit of surf.
And definitely, it's going to be up for the next couple of days. Program for you, what are we looking at today?
I got swim semi next, and then swim teams, which is big for the club, so pretty excited for that one.
Excellent, there we go. Aussies 2026 mode activated for Bailey Armstrong. Comfortable today in that first heat of the Open Males Surf Race.
Yeah, worrying signs for the Open Men there when Bailey Armstrong, who I think I would have thought he was considered more of a pool swimmer or open water swimmer, when he says, I love the big surf. That's what I come here for, and that's what he's got. There's plenty of big waves out there today. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen at home listening on the live stream. Bailey Armstrong means business. We're just getting reports. It was around an 8.5 minute surf race swim. Wow, I know Bailey's licking his lips with that. I was well and truly a front nine swim can kind of guy myself. So that was probably about 7 minutes too long for me. Thank God I'm retired.
Yeah, it's certainly, the distance swimmers, and as you mentioned, the swimmers who are loving also putting their surf skills to test out here. Although, conditions will change, obviously, over these next few days, and particularly on finals day. So we're getting excited about the swell that we're seeing and the length of these races. But all will change, as we know, with North Kirra. Just from morning to afternoon, it's such a different beach to race on. It's a great shot here. You can see just that water movement, particularly in that inside gutter, just really sweeping up to the north. So we've got a heat 4, I think, a quarter-final number 4 for the open male surf race, just getting ready for a start. We'll sort of bring some of those competitors to you now. You can see a bit of a start list running along the bottom of our screen, but we've got Thomas Lewis from Alexandra Headland, Aidan Parrish from Burleigh Heads, City of Perth. We've got Grange, Currumbin, Bondi, Wanda, Metcalfe, quite a few from the Alex crew in there. Dylan Pilkington, Cade Richardson, Dave Miller from Mermaid, Braden Woodford, right through. So we've got about 38 competitors in this quarterfinal, as we mentioned, only taking 16. So it's a comfortable number, but still very, very cutthroat. We saw our leaders probably taking it easy once they got to that end gutter on the way back home, but I'd expect a fair bit of pace still, at least out to that first can, till you know that you're probably in that top 10.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's the Australian titles. You just can't leave anything to chance. There's nothing more devastating, and I know I've done it myself, and you often see athletes sort of looking forward. Sometimes you get a little bit caught up and you're looking forwards to the finals, and when you're in those earlier rounds, sometimes you don't have to make too many mistakes at this level of racing, and all of a sudden you can find yourself either missing out on an event or in the red zone, so to speak. So on screen now, Callum Brennan, he'll be one to watch in this surf race. He's swimming unbelievably at the moment. He was very strong at the Queensland State Championships across all of the swim events. I believe he's had a silver and a bronze as well previously in the Opens surf race, so he'll be one to watch. Ali Days in this fourth heat as well, so the great man we've seen all week. I feel like it's been the story of probably the year on social media, but wow, it's going to be a little bit emotional for all of the, everyone in Aussies, but certainly the open men to maybe stand on the line one last time with arguably one of the greatest in the sport's ever seen. So it's going to be great to watch Ali go around this year.
Yeah, it has been certainly an emotional season for him in a nice way. I think it's really nice when athletes get the chance to have kind of a long goodbye to the sport that they've spent so much time in and the sport that they love so much. So I really congratulate Ali on soaking up every moment and every last race in all of the different formats and race series that we have on offer. But certainly your last ever Aussies is a really special one, and I know he'll be just soaking it in as much as he can. Yeah,
absolutely. Wow, sorry to cut you off there. Have a look at how far south this heat has run down. That is significant in comparison to that first heat, as we watched the guys Riley Brennan and Ethan Callahan. They seemingly sort of ran almost straight into the water, a little bit south, but not much at all. But they look like the boys ran to snapper then.
Yeah, I think they're just really trying to avoid any of that congestion out the back. And as we know, if you overshoot the cans by about 10 or 15 metres, it's so much easier to swim back with the sweep rather than trying to fight against it. You can really lose, up to 30 seconds or more if you just misjudge it by only a few metres. So I think a lot of our competitors in this final quarter are erring on the side of caution with their course management. We might see a little bit of different tactics come the semis or the finals. We'll see some competitors take a straighter line, but you can see just how spread out the field are. So some of our athletes, and it might be, it is Currumbin, as you mentioned, leading out there. So a little bit of a straighter line from some of our swimmers, and maybe, as you mentioned, some of our stronger swimmers just backing themselves to get through that water movement as quick as they can.
Yeah, absolutely. That is so fascinating to watch. Just from the top of screen to the bottom of screen, just how far spread out those athletes are, even though they ran all the way across there. So we can see Currumbin at the bottom of screen, and it might be Riley Harland of BMD Northcliffe there tucked in behind potentially Charlie Walker. We'll have to wait and see. Just swimming along very nicely at the moment, just starting to go under a couple of those back break waves that are sort of petering out a little bit now, so the boys are about to approach the back bank. But we'll cross down live onto the beach for an interview at the moment.
Lucky number 13 from heat number 1, Jack Breesley. Earlier you said you thought you might have been out of it. Talk to us through that last probably 250 metres, because it was a little bit awkward and visibility, I guess, to try and figure out where you were in that race was a little bit tough.
Yeah, look, we got a bit of a wave through the gutter, and then it was just head down, bum up to get to the sand. I reckon we ended up like 100 metres down from where the actual finish flags were. Almost borderlining into the rip down there that you can kind of see where it's a bit deeper. And then I had no idea where I was. It was legs up and run straight back to the finish flags for that finish.
So you saw heat number 3 just go out. Did you think that was probably the better correction, just getting that little bit further to the south?
Yeah, we didn't go far enough. We ran a long way, but it wasn't far enough. That sweep is really nasty out there. I love the wave, but yeah, unfortunately it doesn't come without a sweep here at North Kirra.
That is correct, it does not. Now, you're 20 years old, second season with North Bondi, moved down from the Hunter region. Why was it important for you to continue your surf life-saving journey when you've moved out of home, and talk to us through your study load along with you trying to be a full-time athlete as well?
Look, I love the sport, I love racing, and I just thought, like at 19s when I was just about to move down, I hadn't achieved everything I wanted to achieve in this sport, so moved to uni, moved to North Bondi under Jimmy Walker there. The crew's great, and look, it's tough studying at the same time as racing, but I love it enough to juggle it, and yeah, that's the main thing.
And we love watching you compete. All the best with those goals you've got ticked off through to the next round. What have you got residually for the day in teams-wise?
Teams-wise, just the board relay this afternoon, and the board race later on as well. So.
Perfect, ladies and gentlemen. Jack Breesley from North Bondi.
Yeah, great to hear from Jack Breesley there, qualifying through in one of the earlier Open men's quarterfinal surf races that we're just getting great vision on screen at the moment now. Wow, that back bank is just really hammering down at the moment, completely going kapow. Big waves on that back bank there, and looks quite shallow as well, which is great to see the guys. I guess we can now understand, once you get a greater shot of this drone vision, you can see exactly why they ran 115 metres down to the south there, but this heat's really nailed it. So they have learnt from the previous heats. They have learnt just how far now they're getting their bearings of how far they've got to run down just to accommodate for that sweep there and that back bank, because we see a couple of those sets come through. That's when that sweep really picks up, and we could see from that front-on shot before just how quickly the boys were getting swept down to the north.
Yeah, and some of our athletes who may not have run far enough, you can see, are having to swim back against the pack who are making their way back in. That's a little bit demoralising when you know you've probably not allowed enough. Our lead pack, though, as you mentioned, needed every metre that they used in that running up the beach. I guess timed and measured that run up perfectly. So we've got probably our top 16 on screen now, and still some of our athletes are making their way out to the Cairns. So way more spread out than we're used to seeing surf races be. And not only that's because of the distance, the 8.5 minutes or so that these swims are taking, but also the swell and the sweep that we're having to navigate. They're getting back into this wave zone now. I don't expect these competitors will probably make some of the errors that our earlier swimmers did in probably waiting a little bit too much. It looks like you have to swim yourself right up onto that bank, and that is just because there is simply so much water, well, not only moving back in across that bank, but also trying to push back out to sea. So I think, the waves are not breaking until that you can get right onto that. You can see they're just approaching that churned, sandy water, and they'll know to have a little bit of a look under the arm. Something might be coming for our leaders. They're hoping so. A couple of backstrokes in place. See if this wave is enough to pick them up.
Yeah, it looks like at the top of screen there might be a little bit of a wave starting to pick up there. It'll be interesting to see if our lead competitors opt to sit there and wait for it, but it's just so challenging and so tricky to pick up a wave when it's breaking on a shallow bank like that. The wave really pitches over and barrels, which makes it very hard to not only sort of get down the face of that wave, but then to hold it through that gutter section. So, sometimes there's nothing worse, and we've all done it, when you sit there and you wait for that wave and then you don't even get it very far in at all, and you've just sort of spent so much time and energy and wasted, letting the rest of the competitors or the field either swim up to you or swim away from you if you're waiting for that wave, to not then capitalise out of it and really get it all the way through, because as we saw in that quarterfinal earlier, the boys waited for that wave, and it was only really Riley Brennan and maybe Ethan Callahan that, just first-class body surfing and textbook skills there. Those boys managed to pick up that wave and hold it a long way through, whereas we saw probably about 10 guys drop down that wave initially, but only, 2 or 3 rode it through. So that's what's really tough about those waves on the back bank is, they're very tricky and hard to sort of be able to not only hold, but to get the most out of it without getting to the sand.
Yeah, as big as we've seen some of these swells, they're not long rides, they're not long body waves to catch, so still just a lot of flat water swimming for our competitors in the open male surf race. This is heat number 4, so this will conclude our quarterfinals. They'll have a short rest while we do some of the under-19 heats, and then they'll be back for their semis, so it'll be a good chance for them to readjust any of those mistakes or misjudgments that they've made in these earlier rounds. 16 going through, so a little bit more tightly bunched is this 4th heat or 4th quarter final. So you can see a little bit more urgency as they make their way into the beach. They'll be able to stand up now and sight those finishing flags. You can see, only about 6 or so on that lead wave. Everyone that we would expect to be coming through. As we can see, we've got Newport, Surfers Paradise.
That might be Lockie Warner potentially there, jogging up nicely, and no matter how much they are with the reverse course, obviously they're going to end up coming in a long way to the north there. So it's like a bit of a figure 8 shape there. They've got to go out to the south or on the right hand side if you're facing the ocean, around the Cairns, but still that sweep takes you a long way back. So they end up having to run a long way back up to that finishing arch. So trying to navigate that, as we can see there on screen, the young and the old. Isn't that a great shot there? Riley Harland, one of our next up-and-comer racers. Last year's, he was the under-19 Aussie surf race champion at last year's Aussies, and the old greatest of all time, Ali Day, was in behind him, and there's CJ Brennan, Zach Morris there, and Alex Walker as well. Charlie Walker, apologies. So that was a pretty hard heat, wasn't it?
Certainly was. There'll be a little bit of a sigh of relief, and I think, a relieving smile on the face of Ali Day. It's always nice just to get that first race done at Aussies. As you mentioned, it's such a big program for so many of our competitors, and a lot of excited nerves on the beach, and certainly in the days leading up, but the morning of day 1. So getting that first race out of the way and certainly qualifying through just kind of allows you to reset and settle in. A lot of competitors sprinting now. They won't be completely sure where they are. We'll try and bring these results to you, but they might still be a few spots left. I think we've got maybe 12 or 13 across the line. So this is where our cutoff will come from. Some of our competitors will have to wait till they scan their wristbands to see whether they've done enough to get through to the semi-finals.
It's always nerve-wracking when we're watching the names drop in on the live heats there. You see a couple of big names and they haven't yet scanned in. So here we go. 16th spot there. Tyrone Evans of Midway NZ just sneaking in. How exciting. Tyrone there. Coming all a long way from New Zealand. So getting through that wave. Loving the opportunity here to race at the Aussies against this calibre of athletes, as we said there. Just getting a bit of a replay. Have a look at that wave there, and it's quite shallow on that back bank too, so it's nice that the boys are getting tested out there. Great body surfing skills there from our Burley competitor. That might be potentially, Ethan Callahan or who that is there, but there we go. So that concludes our first 4 quarterfinals of the open male surf race. Starting to get their way through. Semi-finals, they'll be up next.
Yeah, so we'll probably cross now to our under-19 quarterfinals. They will have been very keenly watching the open men navigate these conditions and having a bit of a chat with their teammates and coaches as to what line they will take out to sea. Always such a great advantage having a few races to watch. You can see just how shallow and how heavy that back bank is for our competitors. Fairly big lulls though between sets, so that also makes it really tricky to pick your course, because if you just time it right and there isn't a set coming, you're not going to get swept as far as you are if there is sort of a 3 or 4 wave set to get through. So I guess you just have to plan for the worst case scenario, that you are going to hit that back bank with a set, and if you have overshot your run up, you can swim back much quicker.
Yeah, it's the under-19 boys. They'd be wanting to add on another 20 metres or so. It'd be great. Hopefully we can get a little bit of an understanding from Harold, if we can cross to him at some stage throughout these under-19 males, just how far the boys are running up the beach. It's been a long time since I've seen that they've had to run so far up like that, but this is going to be and this is a really strong heat as well for this. I think it's heat number 2. They might be on the line now. We've got Noah Maggs of Mermaid Beach in there. He was 3rd last year in the under-17s, I believe, in the surf race, and last year's under-17 surf race winner, Sammy Davis, of Manly Surf Club in there. He's an incredible swimmer, son of Sean. Sean's going to love that I mentioned him out. They give him a little bit of a throw out as a talented, or one of the best open surf race swimmers that we've sort of seen.
Yeah, some big talented families, pedigrees. We've also got the brother of Sam Short. We've got Joey Short in this heat as well. We've seen him have some great swims this season. As you mentioned, Currumbin. I've got some really strong under-19 swimmers coming through. Manly, of course. We've got Allura, Seacliff, North Burleigh, just waiting to get their final instructions and get underway.
There's a great mix of clubs in there. We got all the way from WA, Sorrento Club. We got Glenelg in there as well from Adelaide. That's fantastic to see. Coogin Headland, South Maroubra, Torquay, Allura, Lorne as well. So yeah, great mix of clubs in there, all battling it out in this under-19 male surf race. So heat 2, this is our quarter final. The boys standing on the line, a little bit nervous, I reckon. We know that the Opens are a little bit more seasoned, had a few more years under their belt to get around there, but the under-19 boys getting their final instructions from their coaches and really flicking the legs and everything else, getting themselves ready.
Yeah, we just saw Thomas Ryan from Mermaid Beach on screen. It's always nice when they write their names on their caps. It helps us commentators pick who's who. You can see some shots of the Gold Coast as well. We are really spoilt with our beautiful waterways. It's one of the things that a lot of the competitors have been saying when they're coming out of the water here at North Kirra is just how clear the water is. You can see right the way down to the bottom, down to the sand. It's known for that pristine water.
There's some beautiful footage there from Experienced Gold Coast. We can see Tallabudgera Creek there and the beautiful Tallabudgera Surf Club. A shameless plug from myself there on screen. So it's we're very fortunate at the moment. We've in the last 4 weeks we've had a ton of rain, but not today. We've got the beautiful blue skies and clear water of North Kirra out in full force today. So we're very grateful, very fortunate for that, and if we can continue to do so for the next 5 days, we'd be very appreciative. I mean, not that it affects us too much at the moment from the lovely broadcast booth here at the moment, but I'm sure Harold and G and Jen, the rest of the team that are down there covering the areas at the moment, they'd be very fortunate and grateful for the beautiful weather and conditions that we've got at the moment.
Yeah, very spoilt here on the Gold Coast for the first day, the first day of the Open Aussies. As you mentioned, we've had our Youth Aussies, our Masters Aussies, all being spoilt with some beautiful weather and beautiful conditions. They're underway now for Heat 2 of the Under-19 male surf race. Harold, we'll send down to you on the beach with a bit better view of what's going on.
And the view is all the boys running far south at the moment. As you'll see, start line probably with a solid 80 metres. They're going to make their way into the adjacent arena, which is the Red Arena. But the great thing about the racing today is that we are basically running these water areas at a diagonal. So these guys will be running parallel to the areas that are side by side to the left and the right. But why they're heading to this far south is we've got to get ensuring that when we get through this middle bank and the sweep that is moving so heavily at a rapid rate from the south to the north, that we still end up on the right-hand side and the south side of the 4 cans out the back. So it's a long, long swim at the moment. But today, especially for heat number 1, 2, 3, and 4. It's about minimising the errors. So getting out, finding the clean water, and just ensuring that you are in that top 16. So on the right-hand side, the guys are doing a really good job making their way out into that gutter. You just see that water ripping through, and they won't want to fight it. They'll just want to come across with it naturally and just let that water push them across to finish up at the 4 black and white cans at the back, couple of siders, and the boys are out in the water and looking strong. How does it look from the top, guys?
Yeah, it looks absolutely fantastic from here, Harold. We're getting some beautiful drone footage at the moment now, and it's actually quite an interesting point as we read across the start list before. Your competitors, say, on the Gold Coast and Sunshine Coast, Christy, they've raced here countless times at North Kirra, whereas your clubs like Lorne and Sorrento and even Seacliff, which we've got in this heat now, these boys would have only previously raced here, you know, a couple of times, say, at Aussies, being in under 19. So for them, they're coming into this a little bit unaware, maybe, of just how strong that sweep could be at North Kirra.
Yeah, there is certainly, that local advantage. But as you mentioned, even just being a little further up the road to the Sunshine Coast, we do get to experience these conditions quite a lot. And I know from our end of the coast, a lot of the coaches have searched for some of those sort of more open beaches to do a bit of training on in the lead up to the Aussies here. Some of those beaches that we know are known for that gutter and that back bank. Experiencing conditions like that is certainly different from, you know, some of, as you mentioned, some of our home beaches where you might not have such a long break to contend with or such a big sweep. So it is about maybe finding a training environment that you can emulate what you think it might be when you get here to North Kirra. But in saying that, you can never predict it for sure. We never really know what it's going to be like until you turn up on the beach for that morning. Yeah,
that's a good point. A lot of coaches love to do that, go down and spend a little bit of time if they've got the luxury of being able to travel to the location or the beach where the competition's been held. But otherwise, it is a pretty good alternative, isn't it, to find, if you can, wherever you are, a similar sort of style of, I guess here as we're seeing now, that sort of shore break section into a gutter with a long back break, and you know, that sort of simulation and style of racing, as we can see, it's just so pivotal and it's so important. But that was some great surf skills there from our competitor, who just managed out in front at the moment, just as we see that wave really sort of pounding down on that back bank. Those that can sort of get to the bottom, spend a little bit of time, maybe even find that sort of undertow at the bottom of the ocean there. If they can get under that initial impact of the wave, it's really important, and it'll go a long way in making sure that doesn't sort of really hold you up on that bank, because ultimately the least amount of time that you'll spend in that impact zone is obviously going to be the best solution in getting at the back. And it was a great sort of, I guess, from our leader there, he just sort of went under that wave and came up in the nice green water at the back of that wave and instantly sort of opened up a nice little lead there. So that might be Sorrento or Swansea Belmont. Hard to get a good sight on that at the moment, but yeah, nice little lead at the moment for our competitor there. There's about sort of a lead pack of 3 or so, and then stretches out nicely sort of behind that. And one of our competitors opted for the ultra safe option and went even further so south. He's got a long way to come back, but he's still certainly in that mix.
Yeah, I think it might be a Sorrento cap, as you mentioned. It could be Tom Linen from the Sorrento club. It's sort of that brighter green. We'll see just as they get around the first of these turning cans there. It might also be a Maroochydore cap up there as well.
Could be.
Burley heads, I think, in the mixed. And yeah, fairly spread out, just navigating that can well. Wouldn't have minded being that competitor who had overshot it so far, because you can see, other than our first 10, the rest are having to swim back still to that first can. So we've got sort of 6 or 8 now navigated those string of 4 and making their way back into the beach. I think it's led there, Maroochydore.
Yeah, it looks like Maroochydore in 1, possibly back to maybe North Burleigh or a Maroochydore competitor there in 2. Starting to see now the boys just starting to approach the back bank here, so having a little bit of a look under their arm. They're getting a little bit excited now to approach that wave zone. So also not a bad opportunity to try and get in a couple of deep breaths, because They've been out there for a little while now, 5 or 6 minutes, say, as we can see our lead competitor here. He's sighted that. Looks like a big wave on the horizon. I don't know if it's going to break, but certainly it looks like a nice big wave starting to roll through here. So they've got a little bit further to travel yet before they're going to get into that break zone. But yeah, a couple of nice waves starting to roll through here.
Yeah, they may have just missed that big set of around 3 waves. They could feel those waves underneath them. Often you'll feel a wave before you see it as a swimmer on the way back home. You'll feel those swells and have a little bit of a look around. They would be, I don't know, happy or sad to have let those few larger ones go. They're just making their way right into the break zone now. So a little bit of a smaller wave, hopefully for our leader to pick up. There's our cap of Sorrento, not quite pushing down the front of that one. So just seeing whether any of them actually stand up to dolphin dive. It doesn't look like it's quite shallow enough for them to stand on that bank.
Great little wave there.
3 of them come down that wave there now. So that'll give them a chance to catch their breath. Not holding them too far. We might only have 1 or 2 competitors making the most out of that before it'll drop them back in that deep water for another, what looks like 40 or so metres to swim across to the shore.
Yeah, those sets starting to roll in sort of, sets of maybe 3 or 4 waves, but they've still got quite a long period in between swells. So if you do miss one of those waves, you can really put yourself under the pump, so to speak, a little bit more. We saw those first 4 competitors got that opening wave, and now once these waves start to roll through numbers 2 and 3, all of a sudden there you can go from, say, 4th or 5th back to that 9th or 10th quite fast. So they've got to be careful not to let a wave come. If you are going to sit there and wait for a wave, you've got to execute. You've got to make sure that you get down that wave and really hold it as long as possible. So such a long swim, though, as we're seeing now. The boys spread out a little bit more, making their way into that shore break then.
Yeah, and just getting swept into the next arena down the beach. We haven't seen that happen yet in any of our heats where they've actually swum through that string of swim cans that is not actually their water area. So they'll know that they'll have to run a long way back up to the north when they do get to the sand. So, yeah, a little bit further swept for our under-19 surf race. Heat number 2. Nearly got our swimmers back to the beach. We'll assume we'll take 16 as well through these quarterfinals, through to 2 semi-finals, which will be on very shortly. We'll have the open men's semis after these 19 males heats, and then we'll be straight on to the 19 semis.
Great little body surfing right now in the final stages of this under-19 male surf race, heat number 2 there. Some great waves coming through North Kirra. You just forget how incredible this surf break is here on the Gold Coast. And yesterday I saw a lot of guys saying that they are down at the Masters competition. They saw Kelly Slater and Mick Fanning were down there at Kirra Beach out there getting a couple of waves. One of my friends sent a video to me this morning at Burleigh, which was also had a beautiful wave coming through, and typical Phil Clayton out there getting a nice big barrel, as we know the surf skills and class of Clado. So we're very fortunate. The Aussies is on this week. We had nice little waves for our youth competitors, but it's really picked up and testing the open and 19, 17 competitors here. But all smiles on the beach. The boys are very excited there as we see our first competitors coming through. Noah Maggs just walking across the line there. Swansea Belmont and Sorrento there. That could be a Xavier coach potentially. Yeah, the boys will be coming in. No doubt they'd be excited. I always love hearing the stories and the chatter on the finish lines when everybody comes in and they've got their own version of the story that was out there. Oh, I was leading to the can. Oh, I missed this wave and that. There's always a million different varying stories and versions of excitement for the boys out there.
Yes, love a race debrief. Always changes depending on where you might have finished and if you have or have not qualified. Looks like that heat number 2 was taken out by one of our Torquay competitors, I think. So that may have been Charlie Farrell, or we've got Callum Rosetto also in that heat. So we'll wait to bring the official results of that heat number 2. 16 qualifying through to the semi-final a little bit later on this morning.
Yeah, just having a little bit of a look under the heat number 1. So they have been run and done in the under-19 male surf race. It was Will Fowler of Warilla Barrack Point taking out the win there. Jaden Beaumont, Lockie Mercer, Levi Willis, Chase Corbett, Darcy Lewis, Yarni Brown, James Lee, Noah Thomas, Ollie Dillon of Tugan, Ty Flint, Cooper Schmar, Will Steiner, Riley Hale, Matthew Keller. I'm definitely going to get that name wrong. My apologies, Matthew, for that one. And 16, Rory Garnett. So if there's 16 going through in that one, Rory Garnett was the last of our competitors to get through that heat number 1. See some beautiful footage there on that highlight reel of heat number 2 that was just out the way there. A couple of those guys leaving themselves a little bit short, having to swim up one of those black and white cans. Great body surfing there for the front 3 guys.
And that's our finish of heat number 2. We'll throw down on the beach to Harold with an interview.
We are down here, Callum Rosetto from Torquay. We asked a little bit about the Torquay Club, but there was a long story. So talk to us about your surf swimming and what brought you up here to Aussies.
Well, I've been in the sport since about under 11s. I've always loved my swimming. Like, been in the water, loved it all my life. Like, swimming's a really big thing to me, just in pool especially. So, and then I've always like kind of alternated that with my life saving. Love my boards, love my ski, all that. So yeah, just a good swim there. Really big sweep. You have to run pretty much the whole way down to the next course just to like actually get round. And I still almost missed it out there with a couple of others of us at the front. So, but yeah, it was really good to come up to Aussies, compete with all like the big dogs. It's really good compared to went down here with Victoria from me. So, being able to compete with Queensland, it's pretty good experience. Lovely to be with all the big boys, yeah.
Well, it is the best of the best. So we had the camera down just on that start line. So again, a few of the boys went in probably after about 30 or 40 metres, but the main pack seemed to head an extra 50 or so metres.
Yeah.
What were the markers you were looking for?
I was looking to go as far as I can and just go straight out, just to not get caught in that pack and have my own clear wash and some water to sort of swim in. So yeah, that really helped me. There's about 4 of us just sort of like cruising out the front, which is really good to go out in, just not too hard, just nice. Long stroke rate, didn't want to overrate it too much because it's a very long swim, so you did have to be conservative of that like energy, especially coming in. You don't just catch a wave all the way in, you got to like, there's a wave just out the back and then another one.
The secondary bank.
Yeah, on the secondary bank.
So you obviously done a lot of work to get here. Who's in your corner? Who are the coaches, people that you need to thank?
So I'd just like to thank all the Torquay coaches for actually like taking me up and like saying, yeah, come do it with us, we'll take you up, we'll coach you and we'll let you be with our Torquay team. So I'm looking forward to some of the team events like the Taplin especially. And I also like to thank like my Mornington coaches because from the get-go they've been with me since I was younger, so it's awesome. Yeah.
Good energy, mate. One more swim to go. Get into it. Let's go.
Yeah.
Big Cal Ristretto. What a legend from Torquay. Too good.
Yeah, great energy on the beach there and insight from Callum Rosetto of Torquay there, taking out heat number 2. That under-19 male surf race. Sammy Davis was in second out defending last year's under-17 Australian champion. Riley Rasmussen was up there as well. Tommy Ryan. Josiah Short, Joey Short, he'll be one to watch in that final. Very talented swimmer. Noah Maggs was in 6. Xavier Coach in 7. Tom Linnon of Sorrento, WA in 8. Jed Rowlands, Zoltan Sabo, Max Fernan, Marcus Booth of Sorrento, Sean Law in 13. William Love of Currumbin in 14, Zachary Tucker of Seacliff in 15 there, and our lucky last under 16th place was Ollie Harland of Maroochydore. So 16 qualification taking us through to those under 19 male semi-finals coming up later today. I think they'll take them all the way through to a final. We won't have a final today of the surf races or the boards, but certainly lots of action on today. We've got the board relays, the swim teams, from heats all the way through to a final today. So I'm loving what we've already seen so far. Those surf race and board relay finals are going to be unbelievable. I'm especially excited for the board relays. You know, watching the guys navigate those waves on that back bank would be very exciting.
Yeah, we love giving out gold, silver, bronze medals. We'll be doing that this afternoon with our swim team and board relay finals. But as you mentioned, we'll get through the quarterfinal and the semi-finals of the Open and the under-19 male surf races. And so if they do their work and they get the job done, they will bank themselves a spot in a final. right here. The final won't be run on day one, but knowing you've got a spot in a final after day one is a really nice feeling to have. So that's what our competitors will be aiming for in the under-19 male surf race. They've got to get through this quarterfinal, they've got to get through their semi-final, and then they can go home knowing that they've got a spot in one of the big finals in our finals package. So under-19s, as we've said all morning long, so spread out from where some of our competitors are choosing to take a little bit of a more direct line to our competitors right at the top of the screen, choosing to run, gosh, probably another 40 or 50 metres up the beach. So a really spread out field, a lot of, I guess, different decisions in how they're going to navigate this swell and this surf race, and potentially maybe your swim speed comes down to your decision in how far up the beach you will run. If you know you're one of the best swimmers in the field, you might back yourself with not having to run as far, whereas, yeah, if you know swimming's perhaps not your strength, you're going to maybe take a little bit more of a cautious run out.
Yeah, definitely. It's always interesting to watch the different tactics, and certainly there's multiple things, I guess, that probably ultimately determine where the athletes go. You know, sometimes your bigger, stronger, say, belt race or style of a swimmer, they'll generally take a bit of a straighter line because they're quite powerful in being able to get through that wave zone, through the break, without losing too much damage to the sweep. Your smaller swimmers or somebody, although they're still extremely fast and quick maybe, they're still going to get pulled along by that sweep quite a lot, so they need to allow to run down a little bit further. But it's all trial and error in these earlier heats. That's really what it comes down to. A lot of the coaches, when you speak to them on the beach, the athletes know what they need to do. It's up to the coaches to kind of either listen and reinforce that to them, and sometimes offer a little bit of guidance and expertise where we can see. But the bottom of the screen there, it was interesting to see. They're not even out the back yet, but our competitor, might be of Alexandra Headlands, went down nice and low. He stayed under for quite a bit of time, but as soon as they come back up, there's just so much energy and force in those waves, pulling them back towards the beach. So it really is tough work out there. They've got their work cut out for them. One of our competitors, they're really starting to break away at the top of screen there, just because he's obviously got a little bit more power, spending a little bit more time maybe at the bottom of the sand there, finding that sort of undertow, that sort of free ride that pulls straight back out towards the back of the ocean. But those that sort of do the shallower dives or spend less time going under those whitewash, as soon as they come back up, they're just really wrestling the water. They're wrestling all that energy and force that's going back towards the beach. So it's quite fascinating to watch from. I love this drone angle shot. You see the big right hand wave there of Kirra coming in, and those boys sort of getting to the bottom there, and those that come up first, generally you can see just how much they're pulled back towards the beach.
Yeah, it's probably the first time we've actually seen maybe a little bit of a run out, as we mentioned, to the top of the screen. The competitor that we're looking at down at the bottom of the screen is probably Byron Oliphant from Alexandra Headlands, and we spoke about the fastest and the strongest swimmer taking the more direct line, and he is certainly one of the strongest swimmers in the field. However, just took a lot longer to get through that whitewater section, so it makes me think that there was a little bit of a run out at the top of the screen, with the rest of the pack just getting through that water so much easier. He looks like he's in a lot of sort of what we call dead water right here at the bottom of the screen, and he's had a bit of a look up now to see, is he on course, and you can see him making a quick adjustment to actually have to swim back to the south of the beach, which is the opposite direction of which the sweep is going. So yeah, we'll wait to see when they actually get to the cans how that fares for Byron Oliphant. We would certainly expect him to be one of the swimmers that we'll see in the finals. So hopefully he's picked the right line, but we won't know until they all come together on that first black and white turning can.
Yeah, and that's one of the other challenges that we haven't mentioned today, is with these earlier races and obviously the sun being set a lot lower in the sky at the moment, it really makes the glare on the ocean another factor that makes it so hard to sight the cans. Obviously, when you're on the boards and the skis, you're sitting, a foot or 1 to 2 foot above ocean level. So having that visibility on the cans is significantly easier than when you're in the surf race. Obviously, your face and head's in the water, so that eye line of just sort of looking up and getting a visual on the cans is another factor. As we could see then, Byron Oliphant probably looked a little bit dishevelled. He was sort of looking up and he was struggling to sight the cans. So, you know, that is the hardest part. When he was out there on his own down to the northern side there, he didn't really have anyone else to help him with, or you know, feet to swim on. He was sort of struggling to sight the cans. It was the boys that were down to the south there had a much cleaner can or maybe even vision on those first black and white cans. So they were really getting a bit of a wriggle on and getting under those waves nicely. But we can see now one of our competitors, so our leader there has a great little lead at the moment, a chase pack of around 4 or 5 competitors at the moment. But yeah, again, for these earlier heats, it's just crazy to see how far spread out they are because of the distance of the swim so far.
Yeah, and that might be Alexander Walker from Swansea Belmont with a really nice lead just coming into this wave zone. We can see that swell building. Not sure if he's far enough in yet. He has a little sneaky look under his arm, but I think that one's just going to go underneath him. So Alexander Walker, we think, from Swansea, might be a Sunshine Beach Surf Club cap in second place there. We've got a couple of Sunshine Beach competitors in this heat. So Quinn Hammersley.
Have a look at this. Sorry, Christy, to cut you off there. Big wave starting to stand up on the ocean now. Alex Walker's made sight of this at the moment. He's going to want to swim onto this one nicely. Timing. Have a look at that. That was a great little crumbling wave, actually. It sort of doubled up a little bit right at the edge there to make it a little bit of a softer landing for the two competitors there. They kind of got a nice run down it. It's the ones that really stand up and quite steep on that back bank. They're harder to get down. Obviously, with that barreling lip coming over the top, they're making it really hard for the boys to be able to body surf or get a little bit of distance out of it. That one was nice little chip-in wave, nice little double up for them. They did quite well out of that, our lead competitors.
Very impressive skills there from Alexander Walker. The skill of deciding to just pause for those few strokes, waiting to be in the right position, as you mentioned, to take on that wave. Had he been a few more body lengths in, that would have broken right on his head and he wouldn't have been able to pick that up. But yeah, picked it up perfectly and has held on to his lead. So yeah, really exciting surf skills. We probably haven't spoken enough about the surf skills that we are seeing. Sometimes they make it look so easy, but as you've said a few times this morning, picking up these broken waves and even if you are in the right spot, just with the amount of water that is breaking down, to be able to hold these waves literally until they've run out of power is such a great skill, and we've been seeing that all morning. So Sunshine Beach now just swimming alongside Swansea Belmont. They'll both get probably the same little shore break in. So that could be Dylan Wilson or Quinn from Sunshine Beach Surf Club coming in, or actually even going past Swansea Belmont now. Just a nice
Dylan
wave.
Wilson there of Sunshine Beach. Another one of our really incredibly strong surf swimmers there.
He's done a beautiful job. So Dylan Wilson gets to his feet, knows that he's got plenty of time to make his way up. We'll see Alexander Walker just up on his feet now. It might even be a cap of either Cronulla. We've got Cronulla Wanda, or we have even got a New Zealand cap in there as well. Luke Jackson potentially in third place. That's Dylan Wilson from Sunshine. Alexander Walker from Swansea Belmont. Very casual. So smart line taken from this group of swimmers. It'll be really interesting to see, and we'll keep our eye on Byron Oliphant. He got to the cans, I want to say, in about 14th or 15th position, just due to the line that he took out. So I would suspect he'd be still strong enough to make it through this qualifying round, but we'll watch closely as they come on through. You can see there Lucas from Wanda. Bit of a sigh of relief as he comes across the line.
A few of the boys getting there and well, you can see that sort of look in their eye. They're like, wow, that's a long surf race. But Alex Walker did fantastic there. As we can see, the live heat's just starting to drop in. Alex Walker was our under-17 Ironman champion at Aussies in 2024, and there's Byron Oliphant there. So he was a little bit dishevelled. He'd be sort of coming in going, right, I learnt a little bit from that first heat. There's no doubt he'll be going in and having a bit of a debrief and a chat with Coach Jack Hansen and trying to work it out. And I mean, it's the heats and the quarterfinals where if you're you want to play around with your marks, your landmarks on the beach, on where you're going in, where you're pinpointing yourself to come back in. All of those things. There's a little bit of experimenting in these early rounds, but certainly by the finals, you can't afford to make those sorts of mistakes. It's just the competition is too tight, too fast, and the boys are ready to race, and the girls. So yes, we can see Dylan Wilson in 1 there, Alexander Walker in 2. Hayden Hedling of Trigg Island there in 3. Lucas Kostevsky in 4. Wanda Marley O'Rourke, BMD Northcliffe in 5. Byron Oliphant there in 6. Lincoln Cooper of Cronulla in 7. Jack Travers of Glenelg in 8. Number 9, Braith Swanberg. So Amano Beach of NZ, which is fantastic. Luke Jackson, Orongi Bay of New Zealand. Lewis Morgan, Mount Maunganui, New Zealand. So if you're New Zealand boys in this one, Joseph Corbett, Brighton, South Australia. Donachu Murphy of Sorrento, Max Cave, Kurrawa. Will O'Connor of Noosa Heads, and taking out that last and 16th spot to qualify through to the semi-finals was Jake Griffiths of Torquay there. But have a great little wave there, that one, wasn't it? Just sort of sat up nicely for those boys there. It was... as far as that back bank is, it was a bit of easier style of wave catch there. Dylan Wilson did it nicely.
We'll throw down onto the beach with Harold for an interview.
There is 2 types of athletes. There's one that comes 15th, 16th in the surf race and is ruining that result, but then you've got the pure emotional, raw power and dedication to surf sports, and that is Will O'Connor from Noosa, pumped to get through to the next round.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good week. Got some surf. It's what we wanted. So can't really complain if it goes wrong because we all wanted surf. Yeah.
Now, I know you're trying to build a profile, but share your love of everything that you love about this surf life-saving movement. Give us a couple of key things that you love about this movement.
Oh, I just love the people around it. It's just such a good atmosphere and community to be around. Like, so many good people to look at, and just it's great to be a part of.
Podcast, how's that going?
Yeah, pretty good. Got my own podcast, What's Not Sports, if you guys want to tune into it. Just trying to get into sports journalism, and I love it.
All right, let's flip the script then. Why don't you interview me?
Oh, so Harold, you've been down the beach all day. How's the racing going in all the other arenas?
Oh, it's just about, doing the best we can, and it's doing it for the club. No, so seriously, it has been really, really cool. Sweep from south to north, but just coming up and down, just finding that first lot of energy for an Aussie titles. It's a slow burn on a Wednesday morning for when we fully peak on a Sunday, but this morning has been fun.
Yeah, and why do you love being down on the beach so much?
Because it's the lifestyle, mate. The best thing you see, Ali Day said it yesterday, meeting mates from across Australia, meet new people, shake hands, and just, everyone has a passion for the ocean, and that is the most beautiful thing, that we're here to be the best lifesavers we can be with the best high character people in Australia. That's what I believe.
Absolutely. Great job.
Legend. Let's go. The collaboration you never knew you needed. What Not Sports and Harold Marshall. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks for that, Harold. Will O'Connor, I'm getting a little bit thirsty up here. If you want to sub in here, you're welcome to come in and take over the commentary for me up here. It was a great little reverse interview there. I haven't seen that one before, but there you go. Harold just lost himself a job.
I was just thinking, for so many of us, we were these youth athletes competing once upon a time. So, yeah, it's exciting to see who will be the competitors of today, who'll become the commentators of tomorrow. Yeah, but certainly I think Will O'Connor, might have just given himself a great little foot in the door, and we love to see that. I think Harold, we will find just almost any reason or excuse to have a good chat and chat about anything. And I think, as Harold mentioned, what he's so passionate about is just the people of our movement, and he loves finding the stories down there on the beach. He loves his chat under the umbrella or chat under the tent. Everyone's got a great story of their home club or what they're bringing into the Aussies here, and that's what we love about Harold down there. If there's a story, he'll find it for us. Bringing you shots now of our competitors lining up in our open male surf race semi-final. believe this is semi-final number 2. Still going across a couple of arenas, so semi-final number 1 will also be lining up in an adjacent arena, but we'll bring you semi-final number 2.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting, this one. This will be our first event of the day to start dropping in some names for our open male surf race final. So first quarterfinals wasn't a warm-up for the boys. They'd want to be ready to shake, rattle and roll for these semi-finals, because it's all business. And having a look along that start list for semi-final number 1, or it could be 2, we'll have to wait and see. They're saying Riley Harlan on screen there, Zach King as well. So boys just starting to get a couple of last-minute instructions from the officials. They'll be getting underway very, very soon, but it's all action down here on the beach. It's been a great start to the morning so far of our Surf Life Saving Australian Championships at North Kirra Beach for 2026. A big thank you to all our event partners, BRP, Fins, Nutrigrain, our event supporter, Triple M, Gold Coast 92.5, and of course our major national partners, DHL, Isuzu, Qantas and Westpac. Big thank you to the people that allow these events to happen. Australian Surf Life Saving Championships. Very blessed to be down here today with a great little wave, great surf we're seeing so far.
Straight into a semi-final, so yeah, there'll be, I'd suggest, not much backing off now that we've got down to a semi-final. I was just, as we're looking at some of the names flashing across our screen, it's a very tough semi-final, some really big names in this one, and only 16 spots on offer for a spot in the final from each of our semis, so a little bit more serious racing than we've seen in our opening heats. Still looking pretty casual on the start line though. You can see they're all looking south because that's the direction that everyone is going to run in. I think we could see on screen our first semi-final just getting underway, so may wait for them to hit the water and we'll send off our semi-final number 2. Almost, as we heard earlier, crossing across into each other's water area just with how far they're going to have to run down the beach.
Yeah, and I mean, there's never any easy semi-finals when you get to the Australian titles, but almost certainly at the luck of the draw, or unlucky of the draw as you can say. Wow, just having a bit of a look at that heat, the semi-final number 2 of the Open men's. I mean, wow, there's some big names in that. Hayden Cotter of Manly. Jet Green, he's our New South Wales Open Ironman champion, reigning champion at the moment of Avoca Beach there. Bailey Armstrong, Lockie Warrener, Charlie Walker of Currumbin. So Joel Piper last year, second in the Australian titles in the Ironman. Kai Taylor. Riley Harlan was our last year. He was our under-19 surf race champion last year. Zach King, Jimmy Kosh, Connor Maggs, Mermaid Beach. Well, we know how strong of a surf race swimmer Connor is. Nick Middleton of Wanda, Joe Collins and Kai Harlan of Northcliffe. Dan Collins last year, he got silver in the open male surf race last year. Ollie Signorini, of Manly. Now, he's a former open surf race Australian champion as well. Luke Chafer, Ali Day, Callum Brennan, Noah Steiner, Fletcher Warren, Lockie Merchant, Jackson Borg. This is a stacked semi-final. They don't come any hotter than this, so wow, be excited to see this one there. You won't be the boys will know too. They'll be having a bit of a look along that start line and going, okay, there's no mucking around here. It doesn't matter if you're Ali Day or Hayden Cotter. The surf plays no favourites, and if you aren't coming ready to rumble here, this is exactly what we spoke about before. If you don't turn up ready to dance at these ones, you won't be there in that final.
Yeah, as you mentioned, there is no easy semi-finals when it comes to Aussies, but this is certainly a pretty stacked one. You can see all of the competitors having a bit of a relaxed chat with each other, really. I think they know this is business, but they're certainly very experienced racers, and so they're not wasting their nervous energy. They know what they've got to do, and they've just got to get out there and do it. We can see, I was just having a look, obviously with Ali on screen before, He pretty famously chooses not to race with goggles. Look how relaxed he looks.
Yeah.
Not to race with goggles.
Smiling, laughing, just having a good old day at the beach.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a half-half mix with our athletes who swim with goggles or without, particularly when the surf is large. I know some swimmers who don't have a preference either way will often choose to not use the goggles when the surf is up. So ready for a start now, and you can see just they're not worried about being on the start line.
Yeah, it's funny to watch, isn't it? It's not often you see that. Normally on the start line of any event they're looking at the surf, but here they're looking directly south down the beach at Snapper there. So he's ready for a big jog down the beach there. So Joey Collins of BMD Northcliffe, explosive runner. He knows that he wants to get his ankles in the water first and trying to maybe give himself, I guess, a little bit more green water because, I guess the strategy here is, although you need to stick to your own race plan and strategy, having green water or not getting caught in that pack is also quite a big advantage. So Joey Collins, electric across the beach there at the moment. No doubt Ali Day, a little bit older, maybe a little bit more experience. He probably would have ran in a little bit more, I guess, hesitant or reluctant just to spend that energy across the sand. He's probably thinking, you know what, there's a long swim here. I can work my way into this at the moment. But already we can see now the guys, it's almost a level field from north to south right across at the moment. Certainly very, very close the whole way along through this semi-final. We talked about how stacked and how many names there is in there. So
yeah, it's interesting to see our early leader is our competitor right at the top of the screen who had the furthest to run, yet is still out in front in our swim. So just goes to show the speed at which they must have run across that sand to still be out in front in this swim leg. We can't quite bring that cap to you, but as it has been all day, very spread across along this gutter. As you mentioned, not much difficulty finding your own green water in a surf race on a day like today because it is so spread out. When we're used to seeing a little bit of an arrowhead of a pack, we're not seeing that happen today with just the different tactics that are at play. You can see a Northcliffe competitor, might be one of the most.
I think it might be Kai Harlan. Now, Kai Harlan's a great example of quite a big build, a very strong swimmer. So it might be Kai Harlan that's opted to go, I'm going to say, a long way south in comparison to the rest of the field there. So it'll be interesting to watch to see how this pays off for him. Now, this is all the other tactic, and we talked about earlier, was if he times this right and no sets come out the back, then there's not going to be too much of a sweep and he can potentially get away with it there. But I tell you what, as we've seen in the previous races today, if you get a row of 5 or 6, say, consecutive sets back to back, then that sweep's really going to pick up. And he's left himself a long way south now. As we can see, he's getting to the bottom there, going under one, now 2 of these waves here and coming up in the back of that whitewash. So he's got to move now, because if he spends time on this bank, he's really going to get taken a long way to the north. But great there. It looks like we can't see the cans, but he's at the back of the wave in the sense of the way he went under that last set there. He came up in green water, which is a great sign for our Northcliffe competitor. If that's Kai Harlan there, he's done very, very well with his course management in getting at the back there so far.
Yeah, we can't see any of our competitors actually being able to stand up on that bank. I expect we might see that a little bit later in the day with the dropping tide, but it's a really nice feeling when you get through that wave and out into the green water, and you can just see the advantage that has brought there to our lead competitor from Northcliffe. Probably what was maybe a couple of body lengths lead has now turned into potentially 5 or 6, and we can't see those cans yet, but he looks like he has spotted them and is still heading straight out to sea. So as you mentioned, great course management. I think he has nailed that run in, and probably, as you mentioned, was one of the competitors who took the more direct line.
Yes, and I'm going to right my wrongs here. I can see the technique now that he's out the back and he's in full stride. That is Bailey Armstrong, of course, at BMD Northcliffe. I had a bit of a glance along the start list there. I thought it might have been Kai Harlan, but now no surprises at all to see Bailey Armstrong. Now, that is one man that you do not want to give an advantage to through the wave zone or through the break. That is something generally that you'd like to think the guys that spend a little bit more time in the surf and consider themselves maybe have potentially more surf skills, you guys like Ali Day or a Joe Collins, they'd like to think that they get through that break ahead of, say, Bailey Armstrong, because now this is where he goes to work and does a lot of his damage. And now that he's out in that sort of clean water and out the back here, this is where guys like Bailey Armstrong will really turn 10 metres into 20 metres quite fast, and that's exactly what we're seeing him do there. He's got 2, maybe even 3 cans length lead, but have a look at this. It's a semi-final, but you could be mistaken for thinking it's a final with the rating of Bailey Armstrong at the moment. He's just got such a fast rating, but beautiful high elbows and nice catch at the front of the water there. He's moving through so well, and he's got a great lead in this semi-final at the moment.
Yeah, he really just picked up the pace, as we saw, potentially just turning that last can. He almost changed gears and picked it up a little bit more. I guess approaching that wave zone, doesn't want to leave it to chance. The waves haven't been making too much of a difference in the overall placings, but first to that wave zone does get the first choice of the waves home. We saw him casually just empty his goggles on his way out to the cans, so he's got great space awareness too. He's really having a look around to know exactly where he's positioned in the ocean, where he is in terms of the wave zone and the way back into the beach. Yeah, really great awareness of potentially where he's sitting and what's around him.
Yeah, look at that. He's got a beautiful lead at the moment, and we start to see where Bailey Armstrong is a little bit more sand starting to sort of that brown tinge. That means that we're getting closer towards that impact zone, obviously with the waves breaking, really stirring up that the bank out there, and we've heard it's quite shallow on that back bank. So here we go. We're just seeing Bailey have a little bit of a glance under his arm, but competitor in second there, that might be Callum Brennan potentially, or we'll have to wait and see.
Beach,
but
I think.
Great body surfing, could be Connor Maggs, I dare say. Sorry, my apologies. Connor Maggs there in second, picking up that wave there. Great body surfing from Connor. So all of a sudden, just like that, we can see the importance of timing on that back bank, swimming beautifully onto that wave. So Connor now just with a little lead over Bailey Armstrong, I dare say. Unless something absolutely crazy happened here, they'll be the first 2 names will have to book their spot in that final. But we're looking for 14 more names now, as we can see 2 of the greatest swimmers in this open men's field there, Connor Maggs and Bailey Armstrong. Beautiful technique and stroke there. Connor Maggs swimming at Miami there, doing a lot of pool swimming through this off-season and through summer now. So he's really turned that swim leg into an absolute weapon of his. I mean, equally as impressive on a board and certainly very strong on a ski as well. But the swim leg for Connor Maggs, we know how dominant he is there.
Yeah, Bailey Armstrong just getting a nice wave at the top of our screen. So he's reclaimed his lead in this semi-final as he stands to his feet now. So a little bit further to run back to the finishing flags. Bailey Armstrong, Connor Maggs just about to join him now. But they are our first 2 comfortably through, so they will claim themselves a spot in the open male surf race final. The race is going to be, though, it comes down to 14th, 15th and 16th. Certainly see a different pace as they run across the line.
Yeah, and the competitors there just having a little bit of a swim in the shore. They're the competitors from semi-final number 1. So those guys are run and done, and we'll bring to you very shortly a top 16 names from that semi-final. It was taken out by Finn Askew of Surfers Paradise. So we'll bring the rest of those names to you very, very soon. But as for now, it's Connor Maggs in 1 from Mermaid Beach. Bailey Armstrong will be in position 2 there, but as we mentioned earlier, this was a very tough semi-final, so we can just see third to 7th now just crossing that line, 8th there, 9th, so only 7 spots to go in this semi-final, and there were some big names on there, so love to see them all making the final, but it's not to be. Nick Middleton there from Wanda, he's jogging his way up. Riley Harlan's through, as well as is Joel Piper.
Yep, Ali Day across the line. Dan Collins Still got a few more positions to go.
There's Joey Collins and Hayden Cotter there of Manly, so Ollie Signorini potentially in the background there. There's been a few guys to cross the line at the moment. They wouldn't want to stuff around too much, so yeah, as we count our way through, so we got Connor Maggs in 1, Bailey Armstrong in 2, Jackson Bond of Kurrawa 3, Noah Steiner in 4, Callum Brennan 5, Kai Harlan 6, Ali Day was in 7, Dan Collins in 8, Joel Piper 9, Riley Harland in 10, Nick Middleton in position 11, Joey Collins was in position 12 there. We've got Hayden Cotter in 13 of Manly running it very fine. Jackson Borg in 14th there. So 2 spots to remain, and as we see the last little dash here, we're going to have to wait to see. So position 15, Ollie Signorini, our former Australian Open surf race champion. And in 16th spot was Fletcher Warren, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, another very strong swimmer there. So that was a stacked semi-final there. Semi-final 1, I can read on the start line there for semi-final number 1 as we get some great vision now of that semi-final running into the water and just how far they were running up the beach. But wow, that was a commanding lead from Bailey Armstrong, only to be taken away from the beautiful surf skills there of Connor Maggs. But Bailey did very well to pick that up. It broke on his head there, and he still managed to ride out of that, getting a good 20 or 30 metres. Maybe not as much as Connor Maggs, but still a great ride out of that. So throwing it back to our semi-final number 1 was Finn Askew in 1, Riley Brennan 2, Nathan McKenzie, Corey Taylor, Zach Morris, Bailey Kostevsky, William Beath Jr., Braden Woodford, Cooper Williams in 9, Campbell Asher and Henry Simpson getting through that. Jackson McCleary in 12 there. Ethan Callahan, our former under-19 and under-17 Australian surf race champion, so he was back in 13th spot. Tom Lewis in 14, Ben Highfield in 15, and in 16th spot was Harry Kame of Allura. So yeah, a couple of big names to miss out there as well from both semi-finals 1 and 2.
While we are waiting for the under-19 male semi-finals to take place, we're going to switch sections down now to the women's arena, and we've got the Open Women's Surf Race quarterfinals underway. We're having some shots here of quarterfinal number 2 that is lining up, and we're hearing that we may be shortening the course a little bit down here in the women's section, just to the first string of 9. Still going in the reverse direction, but that will mean their string of 9 cans will be set just at the back of this first gutter, so they won't have that back bank to negotiate. So we would expect maybe instead of the 8-minute swims, we might see these done and run in about 4 minutes or so. So yeah, a very different surf race down here for the women. Some of our better known distance swimmers may have a little bit more of a race on their hands with this short course that's on offer here for them this morning. Bring some of the names to you here from quarterfinal number 2. We've got Daisy Quinn from Met Caloundra, Jasmine Graham from Coolangatta, Alana Becker, Half Moon Bay, Naomi Scott, Northcliffe, Emma McDonald from Northcliffe, Georgia Singleton also there from Northcliffe. We've got Katie Lynn Irwin from Kurrawa, Annalise Kibble, Newport, Anya Hocking from North Burleigh, Abby Talano, Mooloolaba, Sophie Ferenci from North Bondi, Chelsea Jones, Currumbin, Freya Wilson, Sunshine Beach, Elise from Northcliffe. Going down the line here, over the page, Tegan Richards, Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Chloe Mace from Northcliffe, Finley Gibbs Beale, Noosa Heads, Imogen Stewart, Mermaid Beach, Annabelle Patterson from Bondi, Mia Southport, Gemma Smith Welsh from Northcliffe, right through to a couple of our competitors from Burleigh Heads, Sarah Bickett and Lily O'Sullivan, Samantha Bridgeton from Trig Island, Rebecca Hall from Avoca Beach, and Paige Holt from Morty Alec. So a very full quarterfinal number 2 of the Open female surf race. They're about to get underway for a start. As you can see, all bodies are headed south, and we will expect potentially a 50 to 100 metre run for these ladies before they actually even enter in and get to work on their swimming.
Yeah, there we go. The quarterfinal or heat number 2, the Open female surf race again. They're running down. It almost looked like from that the females aren't having to run down as far potentially as the men are. Maybe it's a little bit of a shifting or different bank down there. Maybe the water's not running as strong. They are a little bit further set south on North Kirra Beach.
And as we mentioned, a much shorter swim, so that will probably also be why they're not having to run as far. If they're only going to be swimming out potentially half the distance, they will be able to take a little bit more of a direct line. Looks like Naomi Scott taking a little bit of an early lead there. The clear goggles from Northcliffe. Tucked in behind her might be Annalise Kibble from Newport. You can see Burley Heads. That might be Lily O'Sullivan next to her, as well as one of our other Northcliffe competitors. A much different format than what we've seen down in the male area. This is more the arrowhead pack that we're used to seeing in our surf swim races. See there, Naomi probably with her head up every second or third stroke, just really trying to sight the cans. She's already there. She's already at the green and gold turning can. So such a different race down here in the women's arena.
Oh, as we see, sorry there. Well, look at that at the top of the green and yellow can there. A couple of our girls there just, oh no, they've missed that can. As we can see at the top of screen there, maybe 5 or 6 have missed that can, and now they're swimming back against the sweep. And you can see on screen there the difference, the girls going with the sweep right to left versus swimming left to right against that sweep. Look how much that just split the entire field open. So when we talk about consequences, course management, if you miss those can and you don't run far enough south and you end up doing that, it's almost race over, as we just saw that.
Yeah, well, that explains why Naomi had her head up and really trying to sight those cans every sort of second or so strokes, because she did not want that to happen to her. So really great course management from Naomi Scott. She is just trying to pull down a wave, and I didn't actually set the timer on this particular swim, but it feels like it has only been a few minutes that they've been in the water. So really different racing, very, very different tactics. There's absolutely no time to take it easy. Almost.
Now,
You'd
this
expect most of the qualifiers on this wave now.
Yeah, now this is a completely different race almost, isn't it? You saw the men's, how far spread out it was, and those leaders could really take it easy. But here with the females racing those string of 9, much shorter race, as soon as they basically turned that last can, we saw 8, 9 girls together on a wave, and have a look at that. That's much tighter, sharper. It's really exciting racing, as we can see there. Annalise Kibble coming across the line. What a strong heat that was as well. Naomi Scott, 2024 Open Surf Race champion. Lily O'Sullivan as well, Burley Heads, Mowbray Park. She's our current World Surf Race champion. So, yeah, look, it's very fast, as we can see the girls now desperately sprinting up the beach there. For these final spots, we'll have to wait and see the live heats to get the official confirmation to see who's through and into that semi-finals.
Yeah, half of our qualifiers, as you mentioned, were on that front wave already, so there were only about 8 spots left if you weren't on that leading wave. We haven't got the live heats update to bring to you just yet, but these quarterfinals, well, they're going to have to be raced like a final. There's really no room for error, and we saw the error that was made out on the cans, and that was very, very costly for our female swimmers who got caught up and had to swim back around. It was almost race over at that point.
Yeah, I mean, generally in surf life saving, we always go left to right around the cans. So to give you a little bit of an understanding just how strong that sweep is, that's exactly why they've reversed the course, because of the strength of the sweep. So if you find yourself missing the cans and having to swim back against the sweep, it's just going to be detrimental to the overall race, and it's certainly qualification, you might be able to make that mistake in a heat, but certainly in quarterfinals, semi-finals, you'd almost bet your house on it that it'll be day over. As we get some great footage there, have a look at that. One of our girls looked like she was wrestling that green and yellow can, desperately trying to get on the southern side around that from right to left, but there we go now. Great wave, great body surfing from the girls. Lily O'Sullivan jogging up nicely there in position 1. Naomi Scott in 2. So we'll cross on down now to Harold on the beach. He might have one of our girls for an interview.
Not one of our girls, the girl of that first heat, Lily O. It looked pretty comfortable out there. The girls saying it was actually quite fun.
Yeah, it was the weirdest swim I think I've ever done. The sweep makes it so easy swimming across, but yeah, it's just that stress to try and make it to that first can without missing it.
And that's it. We just spoke about that earlier as well, trying to minimise the errors, because if you're missing that first can, your carnival's done for the surf race.
Yeah, unfortunately, I've watched a few races before me where people have missed the can, so yeah, just trying to make sure you get out far enough to then be swept across makes it a lot easier, but yeah, it's a very quick swim.
So change in program came through late yesterday afternoon. Was there a change in mindset knowing that you had no skis, no winds today?
Yeah, going into this week, the Burleigh boys are all over the swell predictions, so they were kind of looking it up and telling us how it would go. So I kind of did predict there would be some changes, but yeah, keeping that mindset of just, having a go is always the best.
And your best was the best of everyone today, so a couple more rounds to go. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Harold. Lily O'Sullivan there. What did she say? The most fun race.
Lily O'Sullivan.
The Lily O'Sullivan, one of the most fun races she's ever done. So, we are seeing a lot of smiles on the faces of the competitors down there, and it does take a little bit of the nerves and the stress out of these Aussie qualifying rounds when you have so much else to think about. You've got so much to think about when you're navigating these conditions, and as she said, it was really all just the strategy of landing on that first can in the right spot at the right time. And so you're not so much worried about the other competitors you're lining up against, but you're really just racing the ocean. You can see here we're bringing you another round of the quarterfinals of the Open Women's Surf Race. We'll try to work out which quarterfinal we've got here on screen. It might be quarterfinal number 4.
Yeah, we'll have to wait to see, but you're exactly right, and it changes the dynamic of the race as we sort of, not to say that, I guess it's what tests the athletes. They've got to be good at all disciplines, lengths and conditions when racing in the surf. But in the men's, we've seen guys like, your Bailey Armstrongs, who's an endurance swimmer, dominating. And then we come to the shorter female races here, and it's Naomi Scott, Lily O'Sullivan that are just such incredibly strong, powerful athletes and stuff. So the difference in racing, I guess, and areas, you need to be so well-rounded and versatile in all these different conditions. So here we go. We can see the girls here. Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park and Newport. Great little lead at the moment. We'll have to wait and see. It could be Claudia Rose Slavin. So I'm going to say that it's heat number 3 there of the girls going out. And it looks like it might be Claudia Rose Slavin and Sarah Locke there of Burleigh Heads and Newport in 1 and 2. Just noticing Claudia and Sarah Locke are opting to change their direction now. If they're swimming south there, that's never a good sign. We've talked about how strong that sweep is, and the girls there have missed this by a long way. So this is going to be very costly, but fortunately for them, it looks like the rest of the field followed the girls as well. So they're almost on a standing wave here. Have a look at that. You can see the desperation of Sarah Locke bringing in that 6-beat kick. The rating has gone up through the roof, and she's barely moving. So, wow, there we go. You can see now just how strong that sweep is. The entire girls here have completely misread this one here. They've, I don't know if they spent much time watching the heats prior to this, but they're going to struggle to get around that can.
Yeah, as you mentioned, she's taken about 150 strokes, and
goodness.
She is just swimming on the spot. So this is just going to be a race in who can actually get back around that green and gold can.
Sarah Locke's going backwards. She's getting closer to the orange can than she is the green and yellow, as we can see now. grabbing onto that can. I tell you what, the only way that they're going to get around this is if they keep waiting until the sets go. Maybe when the sets come and they get a little bit of a lull, that sweep might turn down a fraction or so, and they might be able to get around, but I don't know what's going to happen here. This is going to be absolutely desperation because the fatigue starting to set in now. The course was short, but they've made it very difficult for themselves by misreading the run-up. Have a look at the green and yellow can. They're barely above the water. It's almost gone underwater there, so that sweep is in full force at the moment, and I tell you what, that's a misread on the girls for
I think our competitors are going to choose to swim back in and then swim back up because
oh my goodness,
they can just not swim against the strength of that sweep. You can see a Burleigh Heads competitor opted to do that a little bit earlier. Was really, really smart and brave decision to break away from that line of string of swim cans and go, well, I'm not going to get anywhere here. I'm going to have to go back into where the sweep is not quite as strong. I don't know how far in they're going to go because they're still not making much distance. It looks like one of our competitors is opting to actually go back into shore and run up again. So that would be such a nerve-wracking decision to make, to know, is everyone following me? Am I the only one coming back into shore? So I've never seen that happen ever in a surf race where the competitors have actually had to come back and restart their race or reset their course. So it looks like all of the competitors have decided to do that. Well, there was no getting around that string of cans. These are some of the strongest swimmers that we have in our sport, and they weren't able to make any distance against that sweep. So you can see our leaders are just making their way back into the beach again now, and they will reset and they will readjust and probably more than overcompensate for this run leg. They'll be a little bit more fatigued this second time around, so they might allow themselves a little bit further. I can see Lizzie Wellborn on screen now.
Now, wow. And especially when you look at somebody like a Lizzie Wellborn, she's one of the most experienced competitors in that female field. So, and an incredibly strong swimmer, Piper Harrison as well. So, India Hulbert. There's some Lana Rogers is in there as well. So, there's Holly Holmesby. There's some very strong surf swimmers there, and
I've
never seen that happen. I'm at a little bit at a loss for words. And the quarterfinal 4 as well, so it's not as if they hadn't seen the girls previously to this where they were sort of running in. Maybe there was a couple of big sets that rolled through as they were going out and it just kind of flipped the script a little bit. But have a look at that. The girls are all going back in to have a second crack at it. Run back up. I tell you what, you wouldn't want to do it a second time. No. As we can see, one of our competitors there has gone in and run up, and we'll have to get a shot on the cans. It might be Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. So hopefully our competitor there has given herself plenty of room to get around a second time, because I don't think you'd have a crack a third time, would you?
No, I don't think they will be quite lucky enough to be able to readjust their course for a third time. So, yeah, kind of unbelievable scenes in heat or quarterfinal number 3 of the Open Female Surf Race. That competitor's just looking a little bit lost, and that can happen when you run so far up the beach into another arena, or potentially even 2 arenas up. There's a few different sets of cans out to sea, and you've just got to work out, well, which one are the ones that I am swimming to. So
okay, now she's swimming back north, so maybe they've run a long... There we go, green and yellow's just come onto screen there. You can see the... nobody's working harder than the string of 9 anchors today. I'll give you the hot tip. Green and yellow's fighting on for dear life. But there we go, all our girls getting around. So far, we can see 3 around, so that's Claudia Slavin there, who was leading the first time around, had to go back to the beach and run around. She's around in 3. One of our other competitors there taking a very wide turn to get around the 9 there, a long way out. So the girls leaving nothing to chance in this second attempt at getting around there. The girls coming in, and I tell you what, that'd be a breath of relief. Swimming with that sweep, I tell you what, it does feel amazing, doesn't it? You feel invincible when you're swimming with a sweep that strong. You're like, wow, I'm moving fast. So
yes, and they wouldn't be worried at all by overshooting their run up by 30 or 40 metres, because you can see just how quickly that is taking them around the back of the cans. That's their turning marker there. That red and yellow is their final one. So they'll be wanting to get back into the beach. Might be a little bit of confusion amongst them in just where they actually are placing. So there'll be a little bit of urgency now, I would imagine, just to get themselves back onto the shore. Almost a wave there for our lead competitor, who I think was one of the first competitors to notice that, well, I'm not going to swim up, I just have to get back to the beach. So really great decision making there for our competitor there from Burleigh Heads, if that is Claudia Rose Slavin, making that really critical decision to turn around, swim back in and run back up.
Yeah, they'll be exhausted after that one. So there we go, might be Charlotte Hart. Just on screen now. Charlotte Cross, my apologies. Charlotte Cross, so might be our first competitor. There we go. She'll be exhausted with that surf race there. Be interesting to hopefully we can get Harold for an interview on the beach if they've got the energy left to talk. Great to hear from the girls there how that all went down.
Very happy to get across there. Here's another one of our Burleigh Heads competitors. So look like a 1-2 for them. Maybe a wonder cap there in third place. That might be India Hulbert from Wanda. So that looks like our top 3. 16 going through here from this quarter-final. See a couple of our Newport competitors on screen. Piper Harrison, Lizzie Wellborn, and Sarah Locke, all in that quarterfinal.
Yeah, very strong there. The girls just finishing off now. So just having a little bit of a glance over quarterfinal number 1 there as well. Our qualifiers was Emma Woods, Lani Waller, Chelsea Wood, Lucy Derbyshire, Pippa Nicol, Dom Stitt, Kyra Bender, Genevieve Hughes, Liana Ledane, Sky Hackshaw, Grace Harris, Tilla Garrett, Caprice Stokes, Jemima Asher, Katie Nat and Sadie Proctor of Seacliff, in 16 there. So that was quarterfinal 1. Heat 2 was Lily O'Sullivan and Naomi Scott, which we called through here, and this is our Heat 3 now. I believe the girls just making their way. So they'll start to drop in some results from that, from the quarterfinal 3 there. So we see the girls crossing the line. That'll be a mistake they make once in the Aussies 26 campaign, I dare say, from down here.
Yeah, it looks like a couple of competitors there also just coming in and taking off their caps, so they may not have been able to get round even for that second time. So, yeah, some pretty hard work there for our course judges. Obviously having to make sure that they're spotting our swimmers going around the course in the correct way. So they'll be radioing back into the beach if there are potentially any DQs or any mishaps with navigating that course. Certainly didn't look like it the second time around, though, for so many of our competitors. So, yeah, that was a great race to witness, and to watch that play out, and potentially sort of that quick thinking and decision making for our athletes not to spend too much time or too much wasted energy swimming in the one spot. Probably felt like they were swimming there a lot longer than they actually were. Yeah, just having a bit of a debrief with each other now.
And in the moment, it'd be quite a unusual sort of like, I guess, train of thought, because you feel like you're swimming quite fast, but it's the sweep pulling your way back. So, look, I can't wait to hear from Jen down on the beach with one of the girls about how that went down.
Yeah, hi there, team. Down here with Sarah Tazaki. Sarah, that was a crazy race to be a part of. Can you tell us what it was like when you made that decision to go again?
Definitely. So I don't think any one of us made it through the first time. We highly underestimated that sweep. Watching the races before us, it didn't seem like we needed to run that far because they were swimming onto the can. But as soon as we got in, I was like, oh no, I made a bad decision. Going around the can, I started trying to swim back around the cans for a while, and I went to around the yellow can, I think, and then I realised that I had to go in. So I made a decision to come in, and I was going to go again. So it was nice seeing all the other girls trying again. see the resilience of us girls.
It's always nice when it's not just you as well. And the worst part is it's not that you have to swim again. You have to run so far again. You're using these big muscles as well. Your heart rate must be through the roof.
Oh, honestly, it felt like an iron race, to be honest. Your heart rate was through the roof, and then you had to go swim again. So,
well, here we are, and you're through to the next round, but also we have to say congratulations, third in the ocean swim earlier. It must be an advantage doing so much racing at Aussies.
Definitely. 2K swim at the Aussies is definitely one of my favourite races. So it was good to get that one done in better conditions, I would say. Bit of flat, a little bit of a wave at the end, but no sweep, clear water, so that was nice actually.
Well, we're hoping for more of those conditions for you. Congratulations on a massive double swim. You made it through. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Jen.
There we go. Straight from Sarah Tazaki there. She probably almost felt like she just went and had a second crack at that open 2 kilometre female surf race there.
Yeah, I know. And the reward for that great effort is you get to do that again in the semi-finals. So will be a bit of a short rest for some of these women before they'll line up in the semi-finals. So quarterfinal number 4 in the water. Not sure if they're in that actual same water area, whether they would have seen the drama of quarterfinal number 3 unfold. Hopefully they did see it or they heard word of it so that we won't see a repeat of that same mistake. Can't see where they are in line with their swim cans at the moment, but it looks like they are swimming a little bit back or up to the north. So that's a good sign. That's a good sign that they have run far enough and they won't have to swim back in.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's a good feeling when you sort of get out the back there and you sight that green and yellow and you know that you're on the southern side of it there. You've nailed the strategy, nailed the race plan. So this heat doing very well at the moment now. They've made the job a heck of a lot easier for themselves there. Just as we spoke about before, that you'd rather land 20, 30 metres to the south rather than 5 metres to the left, because I was just crazy to watch Sarah Locke and Claudia Slavin. They were literally between the orange and that green and yellow can, so it's got to be the best of 5 metres to get around it, and they just couldn't do it, the strength and force of that sweep there. So that's the consequences. Sometimes you roll the dice going in a little bit more straight, and on a day like today you just can't afford to do it. It's just the surf's making it very challenging, very skillful. The girls and guys have got to be on their game today.
Yes, almost away from the can for our leader there from Burleigh Heads. All of our competitors giving that string of 9 cans a very, very wide berth. You don't want to get your body in between one of those cans and that sweep, because you will get stuck there for a very long time. Almost back to the beach now. You can see a competitor there from Northcliffe almost coming up alongside our leader from Burleigh Heads. Very tightly packed together here, and 1 or 2 waves could make all of the difference for our qualifiers. 16 is the number that we're looking for. Nice run in.
Wave.
Yeah, that'll do the job there for our lead competitor from Burleigh Heads. We'll try and bring who that is to you. We've got a couple of Burleigh Heads competitors in this particular quarterfinal. It could be Jazzy Raywood, Ella Kingy. Yeah, I think that might be Jazzy. Just getting to her feet there it is. So Jasmine Raywood from Burleigh Heads has done a fantastic job in quarterfinal number 4. Absolutely no problems at all for her.
Yeah, Jazzy's done
Thumbs
very
up.
well, and you mentioned just how many numbers there are in the open female for Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. Charlotte Cross taking out heat 3 there. Claudia O'Slavin was in 2, and Lily O'Sullivan won heat number 2, and Lani Waller was second in heat number 1. So Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, I'd hate to be a lot of depth there for the open female surf swimmers. I'd hate to be Kingy doing the surf team's team selection.
It's going to be an exciting race watching their swim teams a little bit later on. We saw Electra Outram from Sunshine Beach coming across the line really comfortably there. A little bit of a rush on, but looks like we're still taking qualifiers. So a few spots left for our top 16.
Wrong way around. A quick adjustment there for our competitor Swansea Belmont or Evoca. Just walking on the wrong side of the finishing flag. Had to correct that there. But yeah, that'll be the, I dare say our top 16 will be through there. There'll be, the officials will be just making sure that everyone got around there nicely and safely. We can see Lana Rogers, Jazzy Raywood on screen, Electra Outram. So yeah, so we can see this.
Yeah, well, Lana was actually in Heat 3, so she might have just been coming down to have a bit of a chat with some of her teammates just to see how they fared out there. Yeah, she might have been a bit jealous that they only had to go around the cans once.
She's still on the line catching her breath back after the double swim.
Yes, so that's our 4 quarterfinals for the Open female surf races completed. Be able to bring the start list for those semi-finals to you very shortly. Down there in the women's area, we've also been running through the under-17 surf race heats as well as the under-19s. So we would have expected most of them now to be coming down towards those semi-finals before we get a start in some of our board races, which will be very exciting to see. But for now, we've got an interview on the beach with Jen.
Yes, I'm down here on the beach with Ashley from Queenscliff, who is one of 3 competitors racing at this Open event. Ashley, is that more pressure when all eyes are on you from the club, or is it quite freeing in that there's only 3 of you and we're just going to give it our best?
The club's pretty chill and everyone kind of backs each other, so we're all here kind of to do well for everyone back at the club, you know.
Well, you're through to the next round, so was that one of your goals for this event? What are we hoping for this Aussies?
Yeah, I actually won the New South Wales State Championships.
Oh, I just won states, Jen. Get with the program. My gosh, tell us more.
Yeah, it was kind of just like all over the place, that state, but so I'm hoping to make the final, fingers crossed. But yeah, there's a lot of good girls here, so we'll see. Yeah.
And what's it like being in the marshing area when there's so many people and there's so many different clubs? Is it a bit overwhelming at times, or are you just taking it in your stride?
No, I think it's all nice to just see everyone come together at the Aussie Champs, and yeah, have a few girls from Manly that I like to talk to, so yeah, pretty chill.
Well, you're going to find your friends. You'll probably make a few more friends as well. Congratulations on making it through to the next round here in some tough conditions. With only 3 of you here from Queenscliff, we'll all be cheering Matt Poole in particular 100%. But nice work today. Hopefully we'll see you in the next round, and then the finals come Sunday.
Thank you.
Yes, great to hear from Ash Winsham there, down with Jenny on the beach, and obviously a lot of love for me, formerly of Queenscliff myself, so it's great to see Ash doing great things in the Open females surf races there, and as she mentioned, taking out the win in the New South Wales Open female surf race, so she'll certainly be one to watch in this finals coming up later in the program.
Yeah, she seemed very relaxed and very happy, as she should be, just getting through those quarterfinals. We've got the under-17 female surf race quarterfinal number 1 now on the start line. So the same area that we saw our Opens just competing in. So they will have had a great chance to have watched those races unfold. I'm sure they've had a lot of instruction on the beach from their coaches. You can see as they get set for a start, all bodies are facing south for a run. It's a shorter swim, but certainly not an easier swim down here in the women's arena. So the under-17 female surf race quarterfinal number 1 underway, and a big run. It is so much faster to run an extra 20 or 30 metres than it is to try to swim back the same distance. So they're hitting the water now, fairly well congested, getting into only a couple of dolphin dives before they hit that deep water, and then it is really just a flat-out sprint of what looks like it might only be 50 metres or so out to that first swim can, and it is Burleigh Heads, probably our early leader in this quarterfinal.
Yeah, Burleigh Heads getting out to a great little lead there at the moment. Girls very strong already, starting to go through a couple of these waves now, getting to the bottom there. It's definitely it's quite different, the race. We're seeing that rating and everything here with that sort of shorter can setup. The girls really having to get after it straight off the beach there. So it's Newport and Burleigh seemingly out in 1 and 2. That might be potentially a Swansea Belmont or Anglesey up in the front there as well. So we see a nice line of 4 or 5, 6 girls all sort of bunched up there in that lead at the moment. It's just starting to sight the can. It looks like our Swansea Belmont competitor has turned down a little bit earlier, so maybe she sighted the cans. Hopefully she's found the green and yellow and's going to land on that perfectly.
Yeah, they just all having a bit of a stop and a look. So I think they have probably run a little bit too far, which, as we've mentioned, not such a bad problem, but does make it tricky. I have watched an Aussie titles once before where there was such a strong sweep where the swimmers ran so far they didn't actually sight the first set, and they actually ended up swimming almost out the back because they didn't realise they'd missed the cans that were placed in the gutter there. So not the same problem here for these women. A little bit of a short adjustment and a very quick swim, as we've heard, very quick swim along the back of the cans here. So it looks like Swansea Belmont in first place there. We might have a Kirra and a Newport cap potentially there in second and third ahead of, I'm just trying to pick up that third cap. Not quite sure what quarterfinal we are bringing you here for our under-17 female surf race, or whether it actually is still a round one. They might have a few extra competitors than we've seen in the Open women's.
It could potentially be, I was just having a look, it could be Quinn McFadden of Dicky Beach there, who's in quarterfinal number 2 there. So we're just trying to get our bearings, whether it is heat, or quarter 1 or quarter 2 at the moment. But yes, nice and close here for these under 17 girls there. And again, we're seeing a very fast rating from the girls here. So we'll have to wait to find out from the officials what our qualification numbers are for these quarterfinals here. But certainly the girls have made their way around the cans and starting to swim back in there. So with that wave coming in, it sort of breaks from right to left, obviously being a point break here, as we can see at the top of screen there, that big right-hander. So you don't want to go too far down to the north. I know it's against the sweep, but you want to be on that right-hand side, certainly when you're coming into the wave zone, or as best possible to give yourself every opportunity to pick up a wave here. So we might be, that could be Kirra there, and Newport's up as well in the front there. So I have to wait and see.
Might be a Metropolitan Clounger
wave
cap
on here,
as well. So all of the field coming through might actually be 18 competitors going through for the under 17s. So we've got a few extra spots.
Pipi de Pagna, so this could be under 19s, is it not under 17s? That's definitely Pipi de Pagna. My apologies there. The Newport cap was Pipi, and there's Zoe Woods coming across. And Gemma Holt was there as well. So that was our under 19 females surf race on screen there. So great effort from those girls in that quarterfinal there. That was heat number 1 was, Pipi de Pagna.
Just counting
Gemma
numbers
Holt
as
Morty
they get
Alec
across.
in there as well. So
Officials doing a great job just capturing the order of our competitors as they run across the line there. So we actually think that was the first semi-final for our under 19s. So that would explain the pace that was on. So final spots on offer. So semi-final number 1 under 19 female surf race.
Yeah, and that of Swansea Belmont, Zara Campbell in that semi-final there, or potentially Kalia Kingston. Both very strong surf swimmers. So Swansea Belmont it was with great lead, but it was Pipi de Pagna in the final stages there, just as we came into that wave zone, picking up a couple of lovely little waves there and taking out that surf race. So we'll throw on down now to Jen on the beach for an interview.
Yeah, down here with Gemma from Morty Alec. And my gosh, Gemma, the pace really picked up in that semi-final.
For sure. The heat for us was definitely just feeling that sweep. It's really strong today. So, but when there's a final at stake, everyone just definitely picked up the pace and went for it. So it was good.
Do you feel like the nerves are worse for a semi-final as well, rather than being in the final? There's so much at stake right now.
100%. My nerves are always way higher in the semi because you just want to make that final. And then once you get a start on the final, anything can happen. So it's great.
Now, you're doubling up as well. You're doing the 19s and the Opens. How many times around the can already today for you?
For me, that was only 2, thank God, but I'm doubling up in the relays, so I'm going up into open, so my sister has a team, which is really lovely.
Well, we're loving seeing the club cap around. Can we talk about how good the Victorian juniors were over the weekend? A little bit of pressure on the opens now.
100%. The Victorians killed it in the juniors. So many clubs got so many medals, definitely stepped up for the Vic team, and then they got 3rd in the Pathways competition, which was absolutely amazing. I was lucky enough to captain the Vic team at Open, so to see the youth do so well was really great. So we're just really glad that the Vics are really showing what we're capable of doing.
Well, we're going to see you in a final. We're so glad you've got a race book for Sunday already. Good luck to you and the rest of the team. 5 big days to go.
Thank you so much. Oh my God, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Jenny. Little change here in the commentary box. Pooley is now going to head down to the heavy sand that's down there. And joining me in the commentary box, I'm calling this a dynamic duo because we did pretty well on the weekend, I think, Georgia Fitz.
Hello, Harold. I'm excited to be here.
Welcome back.
We are back on the mic, back into lots of action here at day 1 of the Open Championships. Aussies is underway.
Water moving in the ocean at a rapid rate. Have you ever seen or heard of anything like that before with that last race where the whole team, everyone missed the can, repeat?
I have...
I'm lost for words for it, because we've never seen that.
We've never seen it. I've never seen it in my 20 years of competing. But, wow, it just goes to show how strong that sweep is and how difficult these conditions are for the athletes. So, wow, I missed it, actually. I was down in the men's area. They're getting lots of events done. But, the females, a bit of drama already, day 1.
A little bit of drama. We'll rest up for a little bit while we have a few moments and messages from our sponsors.
Dear Alex, where I live, we like to get up and enjoy the snow. What about where you live?
Get up and ride, Alex.
Get up and surf.
Caramel latte for Alex.
But I don't drink coffee.
Yeah, you do.
Ooh. Dear Thorsten, where I live, we get up and Gold Coast. Can we get ice cream?
There's nothing like being out there with the team. It's all about pushing each other to be our best. We work together to win. Teamwork makes the dream work.
When we practice, we're ready for anything. It's about being brave and never giving up.
And this is what we were after. This replay. Look at the girls. They're like they're on a treadmill, Harold.
So close.
So that's Sarah Locke there from Newport, who is one of the strongest swimmers
top
in
five?
the at least top 5. I would be thinking that she would be going for a medal this Australian Championships in this event. We've then got Claudia Rose Slavin just behind her. Wow, I've never seen anything like that. But we are now back into another swim race. We've got the under-17 female surf race, and we've got 17 going through to the next round. So you can see the girls just heading out through the break there. They go nice and deep under that white water. can see a Burleigh Heads cap there, Metropolitan Caloundra cap potentially, some redhead caps in there. So the girls doing a great job at the moment. They're just in that deeper water at North Kirra, going through the gutter, getting into their strokes.
Different lines, different energy, lots of water, top of the screen. Probably just trying to minimise the risk, because when you've got that race we just showed before in the back of your mind, a little bit of demons to be talking to when you're out there.
Absolutely. You would rather play it safe and run further and be swimming back onto those cans than cutting it too fine and having that same situation happen again. So you can see these under-17 girls will be just going around the string of 9 cans. They will not be going out the back as our under-19 and open girls did. But look how fast they are going.
But there's 3 strokes per can.
Yeah, and you can see the cans are barely staying in the same position. So, yeah, that North Kirra sweep is really flying. So this is semi number 2.
Yeah, for the 19s there. So it's probably going to be Raywood out there in front. Daisy Quinn from Met Caloundra tucked into that second spot. And yeah, the girls are working ultra hard through there. Charlotte Coffey there from Tugan. Going to be thereabouts, but this is where the lines are coming in. So even though that sweep is coming from that south to the north, the finish line is still a little bit to the north. So the ladies will just want to make their way through top 16.
17, I believe, Harold. Yeah.
An extra one, 34 in the final. That's exciting.
Yeah, that's what we've just been told. So that's unconfirmed. But, yeah, we've got Burleigh Heads doing a great job out in front there. And we'll pick up. Yeah,
tiny little bubble coming through. So Raywood out there in front at the moment. And again, just heading to the south, how is she going to pull over the top of that? That is some elite surf skills. Unbelievable. So they are doing very, very well to make their way through. Bianca Raywood. Going to be hard to stop on Sunday.
She will be. She's going to be hard to stop over this whole week of Aussie. She's so strong at every leg, especially the swim and ski, I would say. You can see the girls just out the back there trying to pull down those almost broken waves, and they're sort of doubling up. So they've accounted for the sweep pretty well there, so not a huge run back, which is nice to see, and they'll be glad it's not a massive run back. They'll be doing lots of races over the next couple of days. So Bianca Raywood in 1 there, representing Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. We've got a redhead cup coming up.
Yeah, Andy Widseth working really hard through there. We've got a bit of action there. Trig Island's going to be thereabouts. That's going to be Annika Negus, top 3, but 17 is that number. We are looking okay at the moment because it's
There's
nice
Izzy Milne from BMD Northcliffe.
Tate. Alex Headlands, last one there for Michelangelo. Sorry, that would be Daisy Quinn, and they would get that count through. So 17, pretty solid cut through that one.
Yeah, and they are short, sharp racing. Like, although we're still in the gutter, they're really having to work for it.
Interesting. I had a quick chat before post-race whilst we were down at the beach with Lily O'Sullivan, and then also Naomi Scott. Just off the camera, was like, what was that like? They said it was actually pretty cool fun.
Yeah.
So it was a little bit of work just to get out to that first can, and then it was just, I believe the correct term for Naomi Scott, it was a little bit like, whee, because we were going down, flying through that string of 9 because it is ripping so hard. But look at this.
Yeah,
perfect
this is
stuff.
Perfect technique. And you see she just gets her head down over it, streamlined position, and she was able to really cruise across the line there. So that's what you want in semi-finals, that's for sure.
Clinical.
So that was... Yeah, number 2 there in the under-19 female semi-final of the swim race. We have completed semi-final number 1, so we've got a few results there. So we had Pippi Tapania in 1, Piper Asquith in 2, Britt Ackley in 3, Zoe Woods 4, Gemma Holt 5, and then it just goes down the line. Lots of results there. So if you're looking for someone in particular, make sure you jump on Live Heats and follow along with us.
And the beauty of this is, some of these ladies have already got a box ticked on their goals for the season.
Yeah.
So
they've made Sunday.
Yeah.
So that's awesome news. So that's the ticket you want. You want to be in Sunday's finals.
Got to get wet Sunday, right?
Yes, absolutely. So we've got the girls in the water now. This is the under-17 Tremies that we've got happening. So there'll be 3 semi-finals, which are always so tough. So
11 each? 12? 36 to the final?
Yeah, probably 12.
Hard cut, and we'll see it anyway, but we're going to send down to Jenny Parry. Hopefully she's got someone from the Trig, because I want to see what's happening from WA.
Yes.
Fingers crossed.
You bet I've got someone from Trig. It's the absolute superstar, Anika Negus. And for the first time in a long time, I'm looking up to do an interview in the ladies' arena. So if we could drop a Tommy Turtle or something else down here that would let me stand on it, I'd feel so much better. But Anika, you were just saying you're so relieved to have that race out of the way.
Yeah, I'm very glad. It was a long time waiting on the line and it was kind of just building up the nerves, but happy it's done.
Now, you had an incredible WA State Championships. Can you tell us about a few of your results there?
Yeah, so I did win the open swim and I got a couple of lucky waves on my board, but yeah, and that was great, and swimming in the open taplin as well on the weekend, so should be good as well.
And does that build your confidence, knowing that you've been doing everything right, knowing that your training is paying off? You're in the perfect position come Aussies.
Yeah, no, it definitely was a bit nerve-wracking, especially with the waves coming from WA where it's a bit flatter, but yeah, super happy for it to pay off.
Well, we're stoked that you have a race booked in for Sunday. Lots more to come from there. We're going to get you booked in. We're going to make it official. Anika, congratulations on an amazing race.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jen. What a great interview that is. I love the interviews. Post-race, straight after the action, she has booked her ticket, which is super exciting.
It did feel like a slow burn this morning. Everyone was trying to ease into it. Warm-up was on. We're not warming up. We're warming up. We're not warming up. Back under your tents. We're doing surf races. And then now...
We're in the thick of it.
The thick of it is, because tickets are being booked and out in front for this first Tremi final, which we have to say at nauseam. Izzy Ardros there from Coogin Headland with that long, heavy stroke, trying to make her way through. Tucked in next to her, it's going to be Neve Arthur there from Sunshine 1 and 2. We'll run with 12? Surely it's going to be 36 in the final.
Yeah, you'd think so, but we'll have to get confirmation there. So, yeah, look, you can see the girls just trying to pull down these waves. Oh, some have managed to down that southern end, which was a huge lift for them. Girl from North Burleigh, I believe, but you got some sunshine caps in there. You can also see some Anglesey caps, so that's great to see the representation there. But doing a fantastic job out there. They're hopefully going to have accounted for that sweep and not have to run too far. But you can see the kick comes up as they try to get down these waves. And Coogin Headlands
Awkward wave
down
there.
that.
Try and get the shoulders up
Very
as high as
awkward.
possible.
It is tough to pull down broken waves, really tough. But we've got 3 on that lead wave there who have managed to just get washed in. But yeah, they've done really well there, that course management, being able to just run up the beach like that. So great job, girls. Anglesey cap.
Yeah, strong.
Yeah. They've got a really good contingent here. So we've seen quite a lot. There could be Summer Morgan from Anglesey. There we've got Coogin Headlands coming through, a couple of Burleigh caps, some Maroochydore caps, Alex caps, Rillabarry Point, you name it, Sunshine, Mermaid. So all the girls are hoping to have booked their spot. I believe they could have a semi-final coming up, or is this Tremi's?
No, this is the Tremi final. So
this
definitely was
Tremi's.
Summer Morgan. Won her heat earlier. Was electric last year, and great to see that they're able to keep that momentum through the last 52 weeks. Slow, gradual improvements, and then turn up again in these really trying conditions with chalk and cheese the last year.
Yeah, absolutely.
And get out there and do their best, and it's been pretty good so far.
Yeah, that's what you never know about Aussies. You never know what the conditions are going to deal up. So, yeah, and hasn't it turned it on today? We're seeing some swell out the back break, that's for sure, but we're still managing to get through our events, which is great news. So on this new revised program, we've already have athletes booking their spot into a Sunday, which I don't think we've ever seen at an Aussie Titles. Generally, we don't start booking spots until a couple of days in. So this is really exciting that some people already know that they're in finals on Sunday.
Because traditionally we would have been through 1 or 2 rounds of iron this morning.
Yes.
And there's been the extra slow burn, so the swim specialists come a little bit later on, maybe tomorrow. Same again with the board specialists. But the fact that we've had that change, different feel, but same intensity.
Absolutely. And you just have to be ready for anything at the Australian Championships. You have to be ready for program changes. You have to be ready for any type of conditions, any tides, any wind, any weather. You have to be ready for it. 5 days is a long time on the beach. So these girls would have tried to prepare as best they could, but you just have to go with the flow, and it makes you very resilient as an athlete at the Aussie Champs, being able to just deal with anything.
Resilient, that's what I was this morning. You were in my thoughts as we were dropping off wives and children and unloading cars, and then I just thought, oh, that's right. Everyone hates the first morning. Chairs, bags. Oh, we've left something at the trailer. Has someone got capacity to go back and grab it? Team manager, yes. Oh, anyway, it was...
Isn't it such a huge team effort? It really takes a village, and our surf clubs are villages at this point in time. So you can see everyone jumping on board to help. You've got your parents, you've got your team managers, coaches, you name it. Everyone's down the beach making sure these athletes are ready to go, and making sure that they aren't carrying 2 pieces of craft, their esky, a chair, a backpack, and everything else.
All right, let's find out about you. Your first Aussies day one as not an athlete in a while. Did you wake up okay? How weird was it?
Yeah, no nerves at all. I actually didn't wake up at all during the night as well. Usually that night before Aussie's first day, I'd be waking up a few times going, oh my gosh, it's about to kick off. So it was a very relaxed sleep for me last night. So we are heading down for interview with Jen. Jen, who have you got down there with you?
Well, I've got 2 lovely young ladies from Anglesea. We're just going to get them tagged in. Here we go. Make it official, girls. We've got Summer. We've got Caitlin. It's official. We're going to get back into position. Now, there's only 4 competitors here from Anglesea in the open competition. We've got half the team with us right now. Ladies, how good is this? You are so strong in this age group. You must be so proud.
Yes, I really am.
Now, Summer, we were having a chat before. The Anglesea is an incredible club to be a part of. What is your favourite thing about Anglesea?
Oh, I just love how at training we all get around each other. No matter how cold the water is, we still swim and, yeah, really get down with it.
Well, you're swimming and you're swimming really fast. And we were talking as well, it's so great to be at Aussies. It's your 3rd or 4th trip now. What is your favourite thing about Aussies?
I really just love like the atmosphere in the community. It's so nice to like be part of a much bigger community because it's a bit smaller down in Victoria, so it's nice to just get up and meet new people.
Absolutely, you are part of the big Aussies family. It's wonderful to have you here, half of the Anglesea team. Girls, congratulations on making it through to the next round. A few more swims to go. We will all be cheering for you. Good luck.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Awesome, Jen. Thank you so much for that. And yeah, I was mistaken. We saw so many Anglesea caps in the youth competition, so I did just sort of presume that we would be seeing a lot in the opens, but there's only 4. So how good that we could see 2 of the girls on screen there having so much fun at Aussies.
Surely Jen can seek out the other 2 competitors and let's interview 100% of the squad here, because that would be unreal to give them some airtime in this beautiful Gold Coast region. Experience Gold Coast. Yeah, I want me some of that. Give me some waterfall action.
Isn't it stunning? The hinterland of the Gold Coast. And there's so much to explore out there. It really is so great. And it's so close. We're very lucky. We're spoiled with the most amazing beaches here on the Gold Coast, but we have the hinterland just there as well.
Infrastructure is great. The walking around the point Kirra yesterday afternoon, then around to Snapper. I actually haven't seen it firing before, so it was actually quite interesting just watching from the hills there.
Oh, you were in for a treat there then.
It literally felt like I was on holidays. It gave me, I guess, internal emotions for when I was in Hawaii a few years ago, and that's really what it felt like. Just an iconic place in the world that people travel everywhere, like from all corners of the world to see it.
And surely you went up to Snapper Rocks Surf Club.
Yes.
Yes,
I did.
Great.
Well, just
great.
to help the club.
Iconic.
Well, you've got to do the right thing and then help these clubs by fundraising.
Absolutely.
And supporting them.
Giving back.
It is
to
giving
the surf
back.
clubs.
I'm a man of giving back, and that is what I do. So surf races are on. Couple of tickets being booked. Lunchtime yesterday, we had the Interstate Championships. It was really heavy. It was probably maybe a little bit more awkward than this, but once we got to the lunchtime period, 1 or 2 o'clock, it did seem to peter out a little bit. So it wasn't as, not diabolical, but there wasn't as much water moving. So it'll be interesting to see what transpires through the next few hours, noting that we do have that high tide.
Yeah, it's still not
an hour
high
and a
tide.
half away.
Yeah, so we've still got the high tide an hour and a half away. So we're going to see things change. So we've still got a few swim races to get through, individual swims here, and then we have surf teams as well. So the men are actually starting their surf teams now. So that'll be interesting to see how they're going down there. And then we're hopefully going to get into some board action, which I think everyone's excited to see.
So we are 3 hours into the program at the moment. Ladies just checking their lines for where they need to get out into the water, just feeling the sand, the current, figuring out what line is best, and then they'll be looking at trying to attack and execute with gusto. Now we're 3.5 hours into the program this morning. Most of these athletes would have been here 6:30 this morning, so that's nearly at, 5 hours-ish. Nutrition and hydration-wise, where would you be as an athlete at the moment?
Oh, it's a tough one when events are taking a bit longer than expected. So the girls will have to make sure that they're up under the tent or under an umbrella, being able to watch these races though. So they'll really need to keep an eye on the conditions. So watching the races in front of them is going to be a big thing. But in terms of nutrition and hydration, constantly sipping on water or electrolytes is going to be a big thing in this heat. It is really hot down there. Yeah. We were down there all morning, and it's just getting hotter as the day goes on. There's not too much wind to give anyone any bit of reprieve. So hydration, the biggest one for me, and snacking on food. Just little bites here and there, and then you'll get to lunchtime and need to try and have a bigger meal.
I feel like I eat like a professional athlete, just without the other stuff. But like you said, the reprieve. So all these parents, team managers, umbrellas are up. But most of these tents, the closest tent would be at like 100 or 150 metres away. And this is the part where, even though it might be that little bit further walk, the girls have got to be really aware of ensuring that they're getting to find the shade, getting out of the sun, because it is so taxing. There's a cool breeze there, which is it's nice.
It's nice, but you can see everyone still has their umbrellas up, so it's not a really strong wind. So that's a good gauge. If you see the umbrellas up, that's when you know it's not too bad out there. But yeah, you can see all the parents there with the umbrellas. Some girls choosing to sort of sit and watch under the umbrellas, which is a great idea. They'll have their shirts on to cover themselves up. You don't want to be getting sunburnt on day one. So that's a big thing.
Under the umbrella, did you have a umbrella buddy, or just whoever's around jump in?
Just whoever. We tried to fit a couple of people under there. You can see the girls all huddled under there. Try and not hang your legs out the side of them. No one wants to be sunburnt at all, but on day one, it's not a good idea. That will really zap all of the energy out of the girls. So you can see that they're all just trying to do the best they can there.
So just waiting for our water safety to get reset here for this next under-17 Tremie number 2.
Yeah, we like the Tremies.
So we do. So on screen there, Harper Barlow from Bulli tucked in next to her. Rosita Ortega from Sunshine. Starters hands, Abby Novosel tucked in next to her. Also Martha Chin from Sorrento. Ladies heading south. Just looking for a couple of coaches, trying to find where the mark is. You can see in the background.
Yeah, I reckon
there.
that's Wes Berg there in the red shirt from Sunshine. He does such a great job at coaching athletes and really teaching them surf skills.
Well, that was the word I was going to say, teaching.
Yes, teaching. And he gets out there with them. A lot of the time you'll actually see him be out there in the warm-up with them, which is so awesome. And he's really out there feeling the conditions himself, which is such a different tactic than most other clubs have. So I think Sunshine definitely has that one up on them all. So you can see really strung out, though, the girls. We have one competitor sort of at that northern side, and then a lot up to the south. So we're going to see what pays off, but it is going to depend on what waves come through. So if it's like this and it stays pretty flat and they can sneak out, they shouldn't get drifted too far. So some of the girls might have actually overshot it. So we'll wait and see when we get to that first can. So they are swimming reverse around these cans, just to remind everyone.
Right to left.
Right to left, which is very tricky for athletes to sometimes wrap their head around because you're so used to just going left to right.
Yep.
That's just what you do day in, day out. So the girls really have to stay concentrated. We've got the girl from Sunshine Beach there.
That might be Claire Cameron there. So this is the one. Oh, wow. She is so close to nearly not getting it done. Claire, you've got to dig. Get that kick going. We're pushing you around. Get there. 1.5 meters. Can she get that upper torso around? And the panic has set in, G. The panic has set in.
Oh, go, girl. Oh!
She's done it.
She's done it, but she's stuck almost. Oh, no, and a lot of them have been stuck now. Oh, and they're just on top of each other trying to get around this. So, unfortunately, the girls were actually in a fantastic position to get around this, but they'd spotted the can and decided, we're going to angle straight for it. They haven't accounted for how strong that current is right at those cans. You can see the girls trying to claw their way around that can. And unfortunately, I think some of these girls aren't going to be able to get back around it, especially this pack sort of at the bottom of our screen there. They're also swimming on top of each other, so that is never helpful at all. But you can see those cans just almost going underwater.
So Lisa does. They're just trying to get that arm around to the can, grab something, get around it if we can.
And sneak around. She's just around. But I think for these girls at the back of the pack there, they're going to find it really tough to get it back around. So you can see the IRB is right there to make sure. But, girls, you've just overshot it, unfortunately.
You've got to quit it now. Just send it back in.
Send it back in, unfortunately. You can see the girl from Bulli has decided, we've missed it. We're going to try and turn around. There's one girl trying to claw her way along the string. Oh, that's not good. But we've managed to get a couple around, so just snuck.
Wow. One still trying at the top of the screen, working hard.
Oh, but you can see the confusion here as well. They're not sure what to do. Do they go back in and run back around, or do they keep persisting? So we've got one here from Talabudra. She could be finishing. Yes, so she snuck around the cans, which is great to see.
So for Freya Hutchinson, so was with Cushion Headlands, moved to the tally squad. Wow, that'd be interesting to find out from her what, because she got around quite nicely, but it was just that one cap from Sunshine. The panic set in, the kick come through, and was able to get that top half of the body around. And then who's going to be running through the finish line and who's going to be running south to start again?
So that's going to be a little confusing for us. But, yeah, Burley Heads cap here, Jess Conrad, she managed to sneak around. So she's finishing her race right now. But some of these girls will be running south to then head back out. We had a Sorrento cap there. She was the one that just snuck around.
Yep.
Maroochydore cap. That could be Mary Thompson.
Mary.
Yeah, so some fantastic swimmers in this heat who have nearly come unstuck. So that's really interesting to see. That was Ryan Spence there as well from the North Burleigh cap.
Yeah, Sadie Mack just in earlier. Lily Egan from Cooks Hill.
Wow. The girl from Sorrento potentially going to go again.
So Lisa Durs was the last one to get that upper body around. So she was the last one to get around that string of 9. And I think there might have, 8 or 9 across the line at the moment?
Yeah, potentially only 8 or 9. We're going to get live heats coming through with all the action. But you can see the girls now, they're running. Oh, my goodness. They're going to have to run a long way south. So they're at the finish line right now. So you can see a Trig Island cap there. That's Britta Cutler there with the BMD Northcliffe cap on, another Sunshine cap. So I don't think we have a full field in yet.
No, not even close.
So these girls are still working for positions to try and make it through to the final on Sunday.
The thing I'm trying to wrap my head around is we were watching it. Everyone looked really, really comfortable. We watched the first 2 go around. There was one that was tight that we were watching from Sunshine. Was she going to get there or not? Then all of a sudden, bang, everyone in trouble straight away.
Yeah, so that's because they've spotted the can and realised they're a long way south of it and gone, yep, I'll angle straight at the can. I'm nearly there. Not accounting for the sweep almost gets stronger just about the metre before the can. So they haven't accounted for that, and unfortunately nearly half the field has missed it and had to run back around. So
Sophie Clue's last one across the line there. Yeah, it's just, I was about to say, but, once they get a little bit older, they'll get a little bit more experience. They won't make these errors. Noting 3 races earlier, the whole open...
the whole open race did it.
Isn't it? Oh, wow. And this is why we love surf sports, right? So
we love
many variables.
It's a love-hate relationship with surf sports sometimes.
Well, I get to love it because I don't compete, so I just enjoy all the beauty of it.
Yeah. Oh,
and
gosh. Was that beauty then? I'm not sure.
It's exciting, though.
That was panic. You can see, the girls are heading back out for a second time now. So our current event right now is heat number 2, Tremi final number 2, I might add, under 17 female surf race. We have half the field have made it around the cans. The other half was swept on the other side of the cans and were on a treadmill and couldn't get back around. So they are attempting number 2. So I don't particularly like where this, I believe that's a Newport cap, is headed.
Just get out the back and then figure it out.
Get almost past the cans and then turn left.
So this is what I've been calling the individual surf relay.
Oh, no, she's done it. Oh, gosh, she's giving me a heart attack there.
Yeah, leg number 2, individual surf relay. So 12 across the line. We might be looking at, that probably might be it. The Tremi final, 3 times 2, 36 is possibly enough, maybe 11. Enough. But even with this, these ladies still want to have a sense of achievement, get back around, and even just going back in and then having enough self-belief and fitness to go around the second time, back-to-back. Congratulations to them.
Yeah, absolutely. You love seeing that they've all given it another crack, and I think that's what the Aussies is all about. Sometimes people will come into this event and just want to make it out of a heat, finish a heat. Maybe they want to win the Australian title. There's so many different goals people come in with to the Australian title. So it's great to see that none of the girls have given up. They've all given it another crack, and they're all sneaking around the cans right now. I don't want to put the mocker on them. We've still got 2 to get round. And I believe they have just snuck around that first can, which is great to see. So the rest of the field starting to make their way in now as well. We have 12 currently across the line. We're not entirely sure how many are going through. It could be 12, it could be 13 going through to the finals. So we'll keep you posted on that. But Newport doing a great job of this second pack now trying to cross the line.
Just looking through the live heads, unless Oh, no, this is a Tremi into a semi. So we're going to be
Tremi
taking...
into a semi.
So we're going to be taking even more, so possibly might be even top 20.
Wow, okay. So these girls are fighting for a spot in the semi-final. Wow, okay.
Yeah, so definitely into
Our
a semi.
apologies.
So that's good. So they're actually racing for something here. So 12 across the line. Next 8-ish are going to be the ones to secure their spot. So
I'm guessing that's why all their coaches were giving them the hurry up as they were running back around. So these girls coming into that wave zone now should be safe and should get another race and another attempt at not missing that first can.
now what I'd love to see from Jenny, if at all possible, can possibly guarantee that at least be 3 ladies out there swimming at the moment with tears in their eyes thinking they've actually...
Harold!
Because that's what happens though. They'll be like, I've wrecked my Aussies, I've done all the work and then I've missed a can. But then they're going to come back in and go, actually, wait a minute. I'm still good. I am still good.
Oh, girls, I hope there is no tears in the eyes out there. Mistakes do happen, and unfortunately that is part of our surf sports, and you'll come back better than ever after it, I can guarantee it. Our sport is great at teaching resilience, that's for sure. So, great job. That's Britta Cutler there from BMD Northcliffe on screen now.
Yeah, so this is a sprint for the final spots.
This is the sprint.
But they would have no idea at the moment. So 16 across the line. Oh, keep working, ladies, but great effort. I am thoroughly impressed and tip my hat to them.
Yeah, they've just done 2 surf swims in a row.
The individual surf relay. What?
If that's what you want to call it.
100%
yeah.
I'm calling
I mean,
it
it works. It works. So, girls just coming across the line now. They'll go back and they'll chat to their coaches about this and figure out where they went wrong. But, I mean, I think it would be a great thing for them to actually watch this race back on the live stream so you can see this is the replay. This is the girls trying to sneak around the can. So see here, they've overshot it. They've realised that the can is right there and they've thought, you know what, yep, we're going to get around that. Oh, nope. And this was the moment where they've decided, yep, we're gonna run back around and give it another crack.
The panic had set in.
The relief of the girls that would have gotten around. Oh, that's where you want it to be.
Take 2 and then around. But Freya Hutchison from Talavadra.
It's great to see that the girls actually learned from their mistakes, though, and they didn't do the same thing again. So mistakes are obviously going to happen in our sport, but it's great to see that the girls learn from them. I think that's a big takeaway from this. So we're currently in another surf race. I believe last Tremi final, and then they are going into actual semi-finals. So the girls have run a long way down. You can see the coaches all standing on the water's edge, telling them where to go in and how to approach this race.
Attack that line. Attack the line. Stay strong to it. Trust in your abilities. Trust in yourself. Get out. Like you said, even if it's 10, 15 metres too far out, we're okay.
Yeah, you'd rather be past it than trying to swim back to it. So you can see the girls now really starting to get into their work. They're going under those white waters. We do have an incoming tide still, so that should fatten up a little bit more, those waves. It won't be breaking as much coming through. So, but we have an interview, Jen. We want to hear all about that race. That was so exciting to watch. My gosh, Jen.
Absolutely. It was exciting to watch. I don't know how exciting it was for Talia from Sorrento to be part of that race. Can you talk us through it?
Well, I ran down all the way down where the halo was in the hopes to get out in a good line, and then I saw everyone cutting back across the course and I went, oh my god, we've missed the can. So we all were fighting just to get luckily I was one of the lucky ones who got scraped around. I think about 10 of us got through, and then other girls, we just saw them all running out and doing a second swim. So not too much fun, but thankfully I got around them.
Well, you say lucky, we say well prepared, and we're going to make sure we make it official. Talia from Sorrento is through. Now, a lot of racing already on day 1 of Aussies. That was a Tremi final. You're about to go into a semi. How are you managing your energy to make sure that you are still good to go and to be in those big finals?
I've made sure I've had my gels and water and staying under shade. I'm an endurance athlete myself, so long racing is better, but yeah, just making sure you're well hydrated and prepared.
And Sorrento did so well at the WA State Championships. You must be so proud to be a part of a team that just looks like they're always having the best time ever.
We've got such a great club. Everyone's so welcoming and happy, and they all just want to be a part of the teams. We all get behind each other. So yeah, it was amazing winning our second state flag.
Oh, congratulations. Well, we might get some Sorrento application forms up to the booth after this. It sounds pretty cool. But congratulations, you're through to the next round. Let's keep going. Let's get you to the final.
Thank you, hopefully.
Thank you so much.
Talia Kroom, Sorrento with all the energy.
I love that
the endurance athlete. Good on her.
Endurance athlete.
Own it.
And she's going to need it. It's 5 days. Aussies is an endurance event. It is not a sprint. You do have moments when you do need to sprint, like these girls right now trying to make it through to the semi-finals. So we're in the under-17 female surf race. Heat number 3, well, it's Tremi-final number 3. They then have to make it through to a semi-final.
Yeah, so Bush at the bottom of the screen there. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park leading us out at the moment. Tucked in just on the inside left from her, it's going to be Alexis Sutherland from Swansea Belmont. So the girls are just working hard, making light work of it at the moment, which is what you want to see, because one swim is way, way better than 2 swims.
Yeah, we also have Layla Wiper in there from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, who's doing a fantastic job. We got a Swansea cap in there as well and a Tugan cap. So a North Burleigh cap as well. So all the clubs being represented in this one, which is great to see. We've got girls up the top looking for waves, seeing if they can pull down one. But the girls, you can see that their stroke rate really comes up. Kick, kick, kick. Oh, so close to pulling over that one, but she's managed to pull away now from the rest of the field. So she'll stand up, start dolphin diving, get her legs up, and book her spot into the semi-final a little bit later.
The ladies will be comfortable there. So one up and running for Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. Party way from behind. So the ladies just cutting back. You just want to get up and running and get up and out of the water. Little sprint finish up. I think it's going to be Hoyland from your minor just thereabouts. But Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park comfortable with all their ladies. They're going to make their way through to the next round very, very comfortably. Sprint finish on 20 or so.
Yeah, we had a few Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park caps, Swansea caps. We got a Aston in there from BMD Northcliffe, some Tugan caps as well. So that's great to see. A Mullaloo cap. So from Perth, you can see the girls just getting caught up on the line there, doing everything they can to make it through to the next round, which is a semi-final, which won't be too far away.
No, not at all.
So these girls have to make sure that they're recovering, getting their breath back, potentially going for a little warm-down swim after this as well, and then they'll be straight back on the line pretty much. So the girls have been back-to-back this morning. Lots of racing already on day 1 of the Open Surf Life Saving Australian Championships. So
I'm just looking through, definitely 18 went through from the last one, so I think we're probably going to be looking at that 20. So the ladies will be lining up through their spot, but that was really, really tight. You'd love to see just some nice execution there. So every now and then we've just had that little blunder.
There. So that's what we want to see. We want to see nice, clean races, good course management. And you can see some of the girls opting to sort of stand behind the start line, which is really interesting. So they want to head south as best they possibly can. So you can see some of them actually sort of start a step or two off the start line. So we've got another race in the water right now. I reckon that looks like Naomi Scott running out in front. I'm going to guess that this is the Open female swim race here. That is definitely Naomi Scott. I could pick that from a mile away, Harold. So this is the Open female surf race semi-final number 1. So the girls are into their work now. Beautiful stroke Naomi Scott has there. She actually has won a Australian surf race title back at Maroochydore 2 years ago. So she's she's sort of taken the shorter route. She's not as far to the south as some of our other girls, but we're going to see if it pays off. She has great direction while she swims. So dives deep, pushes off the bottom, and she's put 5 or 10 metres on them already.
So that's what I want to talk about right now, G. Technically, why is she so much better than everyone else?
Well, you actually notice with Naomi Scott, it's interesting. She doesn't kick very much. She did just then to go under the water, but you can see her feet don't splash around very much. She is just so phenomenal in her catch of her swim. So up front, she pulls a lot of water through her hands, and she really manages to lock on as much water as she possibly can. She's doing a fantastic job. Look at that, a 10, 20-metre lead already. And I believe that could be Annalise Kibble from Newport in second position. So some fantastic swimmers in this race, but Naomi Scott just cruising. And you can see the girls are sort of looking for the can. They've overshot it, which is fine. You'd rather that. You can also see Lucy Derbyshire from Surfers Paradise an equal second next to Annalise Kibble. So the girls giving each other a little bit of room too, which is really nice. But Naomi Scott just flying out in front. 2 can lengths in front already.
In a short swim.
In a very short swim. So
is this ominous signs for the weekend?
It is, yes. I think she thrives at Aussies, Naomi Scott. She's I think, one of the only women to have ever won all individual golds at the Australian titles. So she's won a swim race, a board, ski and an iron. So that is just unheard of. So fantastic results for Naomi Scott, and she's starting off her week well. But we're down the beach for an interview with Jen.
Oh, thank you so much, team. Down here on the beach with Sienna from Wanda, who's just through in the next round. You must have been so nervous running up the beach then.
Yeah, I was so nervous. There was a few girls around me, and I was like not sure if I was going to be through or not, but I'm super happy to be through.
And you must be so proud wearing the Wanda cap. You've been a member for how long now?
Since I was like 7 years old, so a long time. Yeah.
Well, she loves the Wanda cap. We love watching her swimming. Congratulations. You're through to the next round. We will be cheering.
Thank you.
And we just saw Naomi Scott actually doing some backstroke. We love to see. She's looking around, trying to find the quickest way in, and she wants a wave. She deserves a wave. You can see she was just stopped there to try and get this wave and put herself in a really nice position, and that she has done. She could just get over this. Oh, beautiful body surfing skills.
Kapow! Is what that was. Over
that
the
was
top.
a kapow.
That was a kapow moment.
Naomi Scott looking fantastic in this open female semi-final #1 of the surf race. So she has booked her spot to Sunday already. So that is great to see, and she'll be one to watch, that's for sure, Harold.
The one to watch.
The one to watch. Look,
yeah.
she's not even puffing.
I'm a little bit lost for words. I saw their first semis earlier. I was Lilio first, Naomi Scott, and then Annalise Kibble. And they could have held a conversation. They could have went for a run. It literally looked like a warm-up run. They looked so comfortable. But, yeah, this is really, really ominous signs for these ladies as we get through. Katie, that next one across the line.
Yeah,
there,
Jazzy Raywood.
Sarah Suzaki.
Lucy, Kyra Bender, Annalise Kibble, Dom Stitt. We've got a few more Northcliffe girls and a Wanda Cap there. So, girls really pushing all the way to the line to try and be on the start line on Sunday in that final.
Talking to Chelsea Jones earlier, Australian lifesaving representative, back first surf racing in a little while. How was that, Chelsea? She's like, I forgot what it was like out there. What a shock to the system. But she's going to book her spot into the final on Sunday as well.
Yeah, so we should be taking 16 through to a 32 final. So that was semi-final #1 of the open female. There was Piper Harrison just crossing the line there. So she's opted to do the swim, which is interesting. Some of our open athletes don't tend to do every individual race because they tend to sometimes focus on the one they like or prefer the best. So
would that come down to not having irons this morning, so at least trying to get some sort of effort through to keep that body ready for tomorrow?
Yeah, potentially they have decided to do that swim just because of this revised program. But so impressed with Naomi Scott. She has actually been living down in Manly at her hometown, and she's doing uni down there, but still racing for BMD Northcliffe, which is great to see. So not even puffed. She's cool, calm and collected, Naomi Scott is. So this will be semi-final #2. You can see all the girls facing south, ready to run. So they'll be off and away in a second. And they're away. So this one is another stacked semi-final. All of our semi-finals at the Australian Championships are going to be really tough to make it through. So ones I'm going to watch in this one, definitely Lana Rogers. We can see Emily Hollyman from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. Jade Slee from Talabudra, also a fantastic swimmer. Piper Asquith has decided to do the Open and under-19. So,
swim specialist may as well.
So she won the under-19 surf race at state titles for Queensland. So she is definitely one to watch. We've got Claudia Rose Slavin, who had the little bit of a mishap in the heat and had to swim back in and then around. So she's back in the water, but we have an interview. Jen's down there with Naomi Scott. Sorry, we're not with Jen yet.
The aura of Naomi Scott has cut the microphones out, but we'll check in a little bit later as we get through. Oh, we're back in. All right.
We're back in with Jen. Hey, Jen.
Now.
Tell Naomi I say hi.
Yeah, okay, so #1, Georgia says hi. #2, you have to turn the microphone on for it to work. But Naomi, we're saying, how good is it? You're the first person, one of the first people to get their name on the start list for Sunday, knowing that whatever happens over the next 5 days, you're racing on Sunday.
Yeah, it's always nice, especially starting with the surf race. It's something I feel very comfortable in. So nice to get one spot booked in for Sunday. Hopefully a couple more through the week and some nice team races. But yeah, really, really looking forward to the rest of the week.
Now, you're known for having a massive program at every single carnival. How are you choosing where to put your energy this Aussies?
have a little bit of a different focus coming into Aussies this year. Having got the individual events and achieving those goals, I have a bit more of a team focus this time. So, yeah, really looking forward to especially the board relay and the mixed double and the female double. They're sort of the ones I have my eyes on for this Aussies, but we'll see how we go. Just taking it race by race and, yeah, enjoying the moment.
Alrighty, hot tip, we're going to bookmark those ones, watching out for Naomi Scott. But for right now, swim, tick. We'll see you Sunday.
Thank you.
I think she's foxing.
We want to see Naomi Scott in every single final. We want her to do all those individuals because she is so incredibly good at them. But, yeah, she's just mentioned that she has a bit more of a team focus, which is great to see as well. So she will have some incredible teams with the BMD Northcliffe girls. But you can see this wave just coming through. So the girl from Currumbin has managed to pick that one up and bring herself back right into sort of that lead group. So we have Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Heads out in front. I believe that could be Lily O'Sullivan and Claudia Rose Slavin and third. So a huge showing from their girls there. We've got a Newport cap in the mix as well.
Lexi Tate working really strong at the bottom there for North Bondi as well, through the middle. Southport ladies working strong through there. Nice
Bella Wansborough from Currumbin.
That was a solid wave.
Yeah, that was the wave she picked up there. So doing a fantastic job. But the girls will have to make sure they account for this sweep. They don't want to run too far back. Another party wave, Harold. Seeing lots of this on this shorey here, so the girls will have to be careful. 16 is our magic number going through to the final on Sunday. So the girls are up and ready. That's Electra Outram there, choosing to do the swim, which is great to see. She's from Sunshine Beach, and she'll be very strong come those board races and irons. So, yeah, here come the girls. That's Lily Finardi there from BMD Northcliffe as well. We've got Piper Asquith, Sarah Locke coming through. That's, Lily O'Sullivan, Claudia Rose Slavin, Gemma Smith-Welsh, Emma McDonald. We've got an Alexandra Headlands cap there. So, Lana Rogers, a little bit further back than normal.
I'm getting confused by all of this. You would have expected her, watching that last race, Naomi Scott's just burned everyone. All right. Mentally, you'd think, I'm going to go and show them where I'm at as well, just so that they know that I'm thereabouts and feeling fit and healthy, ready for Sunday.
I think with semis, the really important thing to remember is that you can't leave anything to chance, and in these conditions. So that is really interesting to see, and I'm going to keep an eye on this live heats to see where Lana Rogers crossed the line, because I can't quite tell if she was going to be in that top 16, which is really surprising to me because she swims so well. Definitely inside, but yeah, I honestly thought she would have been top 3 at worst. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Maybe we missed something, so we'll keep an eye on things. But, yeah, some of the girls just crossing over the line now. Girl from Terrigal there. Because they do say that the semi-final's the hardest one, right? Just to get into that final, because whatever happens after that happens. And the most nerve-wracking, I would say, as well, are those semi-finals. So, and that's Liv Corrin, I believe, crossing the line there too. So she's a phenomenal swimmer. So Fenella Gibbs-Bill. Was there a bit of can action that we missed? Maybe there's a bit of can action we missed, and maybe some accidentally overshot it a little bit. So we'll keep an eye on that, on those results coming through. Heat 1 is all run and done. So, yeah, some very surprising results there in semi-final number 2 of the Open Female Surf Race. So, semi-finals being definitely the most nerve-wracking, but you can see we're going to keep a close eye on this because something doesn't seem right. Yep. No, they're there. They're there. So, maybe some have just run a lot further south or potentially missed that wave. Yes, that's Lana who has missed that party wave. So, and the line too, heading back south, should we just be going along with it, feeling the run and just getting to the north side and sprinting back? It's a really tough one. I haven't been out there to feel what the sweep is like, but you don't want to be fighting it, and running is a lot quicker than swimming. So you would prefer to be running across the sand than trying to swim against that current. So, because I've watched that the last few races, a couple of guys just heading down to that north side, just going with it, but then a few of the guys trying to fight it back, so they're finishing closer to the red finishing flags. And I'm like, I think there's a fine line. You want to be able to sort of turn that final can and cut it nice and close, but it's really strong, that sweep. So we're just waiting for results to come through. Nothing yet. Oh, but the big boys are up on the line. I believe this could be the Open men's surf teams. Potentially our first final of the championships. Potentially. I don't want to speak too soon. It could be a semi, but the boys are looking like they're getting ready.
Yeah, because their finals are all done. Oh, sorry, they're up to final for the
So this
the
is
men's.
it?
Did you see Bailey Armstrong swim this morning?
I did. He walked across the line.
Every single time.
So yeah, he's had a great warm up, and he is such a distance specialist. So this is really going to suit him, because down in the male area, they are actually going out past that back break to the black and white cans. So very, very long swims. I think one swim took over 10 minutes. So I believe we are ready for a final. Harold, how good we get to call a final.
This is medal time.
This is medal time.
First open medals on day one. Weird and wacky Wednesday is what I'm calling it, because the conditions are so odd. So we've got the Burleigh Heads team, Cronulla, the Resurgence, Northcliffe, Burleigh Heads, Newport A and B, Mermaid, Currumbin, Northcliffe B, Wanda.
Yeah, really strong teams there.
Oh, let's go.
Let's go. So just for everyone watching at home, if you're not familiar with the surf teams, each club will have 4 athletes racing, and it is the lowest points that you want to get in a surf team. So I'm also just watching the live heats for that open female surf race semi-final come through. So we had Electra Outram in 1, Lily Finardi in 2, Sarah Locke in 3, Claudia Rose Saban in 4, Lily O'Sullivan in 5, Pabba Asquith in 6, Gemma Smith-Welsh in 7th, Emma McDonald in 8, Holly Holmesby in 9, Jemima Asher 10, Charlotte Cross 11, Lexi Tate 12, Sophia Ferenzi 13, Anya Hocking 14, Bella Wansborough 15, and Daisy Quinn 16. So we have had some huge names miss out on our surf race final in Lana Rogers, Chelsea Wood, Emily Hollyman. But we're ready for finals. So Jen, over to you.
Oh, hello. Yes, the first big gold medal handed out for the Australian Championships. We are ready for a start in the Open Men's Surf Team. 10 teams lining up. Congratulations. Burleigh Heads Team B, Cronulla A, Northcliffe A, Burleigh Heads A, Newport Team B, Mermaid Team A, Newport Team A, Currumbin A, Northcliffe B, and Wanda Team A. They are your finalists here for the Open Men's Surf Team Championship of Australia.
Thank you, Jen, and some amazing teams there lining up. So the boys are looking a little nervous on the start line. You can see some arm swings. You can see some chatting between them all, talking tactics as well. So I'm really interested to see how this one pans out.
4 swimmers per team. The sum of all parts are going to add up to a whole, which means it's going to be 1 gold medal. Lowest points will win.
Yeah, we've got to remember lowest points in this one. So the lower the better. You can see the boys lining up, some choosing to sort of stand off the start line. They will be running a fair way south if it's anything to go by from this morning. So, and they're away in the pink arena, the Open Male Surf Teams final, our first final of the Open Championships here at the Australian Titles at North Kirra Beach. So they're away.
They're all going to head to that far south, all in the similar vicinity there, to try and figure out. A couple going extra further south, but looking through the semi-finals was the Newport A team. 45 points in front of the Northcliffe A team, tied with that Burleigh Heads A team as well. So that was really, really tight. The Wanda team, 16 points in their semi-final.
Wow.
Yeah, so
that's not many points.
No, that's the one to watch for me at this stage. But a nice little spread, little wave coming through on that bank. A couple of guys still porpoising, dolphin diving at the top of the screen there as well. So far south, have they seen something different? Because when you've got that team before, you're obviously going to have your stronger swimmers at the start, but sometimes you have to gamble with your sort of 3rd and 4th swimmers to try and sneak
give
a couple
them an
extra
advantage,
points.
right?
Sneak a couple extra points.
And it is going to be really close. Every point counts in this. You'll see all the boys sprinting to that finish line when they come back around the cans to make sure that they're in the best possible position for their team. But you can see Bailey Armstrong in the middle of the screen there. He's got blue togs on. He's got that BMD Northcliffe cap on. And I just love watching him swim. He is just so aggressive with the water. He really takes it to it, and he's doing a fantastic job for the BMD Northcliffe boys. But that's Callum or Riley. Riley.
Just a bit more girth about him, a bit more size, a bit more power through the water, and just leading this pack at the moment. So.
And you can see Riley Harland has snuck in the middle there. He's trying to sit on Bailey's side wash, so I love that tactic of him there. And we've also got another BMD Northcliffe cap in there. So lots of BMD Northcliffe caps at the moment, but that could really flip on its head once we get out the back break. And they're just going to keep swimming and keep swimming and keep swimming. So some of these races this morning were taking 10 minutes. So that is a long swim. So looking like people like Bailey Armstrong and Ethan Callahan will really come to the forefront in these longer style races.
And watching all this whitewash come through from that outer bank and those water coming through, if you're going to be in that wrong place at the wrong time, this could be diabolical. It could be so unfortunate for your team. So even though it is the best of the best, there is going to be an element of luck of you being at that right place at the right time. A bit of sand coming up through there, so shallow.
White water, isn't it? And that would be so strong that white water would be pushing those boys back really fast. So they'll have to make sure they dive really deep. Unfortunately, it's just shallow is the only thing out there. So they'll grab onto the sand with their hands and almost claw their way along the bottom because that water has to go out the back somehow. So it's going out along the bottom of the water. So diving under yet again, they could just sort of sneak out now. There doesn't look like there's anything on the horizon, but they've got to make sure they find those cans.
Yep, get out past that white water and figure it out from there. But if there's a few guys around you, at least, in this team event, that you're either going to be in the right spot or the wrong spot. But if you're in the wrong spot, at least you've got a couple of buddies there with you from different clubs.
Absolutely. So we can still see BMD Northcliffe out in front there. Two of the boys on that that's the northern side, have managed to sneak out cleanly there. So all the boys really working to get through that white water, but you can see how tough it is.
Relentless waves pounding on the bank, wave after wave after wave. Now, this is where we get the work in, right? Clean, green water. Let's just open up, get into a nice rhythm.
You can see he's doing almost water polo, trying to figure out where those cans are, but he's finally put the foot down. He must have spotted it. But I like the look of Brennan here on this northern side. He may have seen something as well. So he's out in clean water by himself. So we're going to hopefully see the cans in a moment. But look at them. They can't see a thing.
No idea. Left, right,
idea.
where are we going? And then nothing worse than you popping your head up over just a little bump and then you still can't see because there's another bigger one behind. So, again, just zigzagging everywhere. Stopping dead. Where are we going? Where are the cans?
Yeah, no one has been able to spot them, and we're a long way out the back here now, Harold. So I don't know if we've missed some cans or if the boys have gone off track, but I can't imagine the 4 black and whites being out this far. We're a long way off that sandbank now, so...
A long way from home here, Dorothy. Now, in this part of the
we're
race...
in a new postcode.
So, with this type of racing, are you yelling at your mates around you going, can anyone see anything? What is going on? Full overshot.
Yes, we have overshot it, so I'm hoping that these are the right set of cans.
Yep,
the 4 black and whites are all the same in every area,
no,
but
we're
I
good
believe...
because the pink IRB is there.
Oh, Harold, you've spotted it. So, yes, the boys have now spotted the cans, so they have really overshot it, haven't they? They've really been drifted a long way, and it would have been that set that they was sort of stuck with on that bank and had to dolphin dive under. So there's about 4 or 5 of them.
So if you're in this situation, are you communicating with everyone else out there? So
No.
Or you're not even saying, can anyone see anything? No.
Oh, potentially back, 50 metres ago, but not at the moment. They are all just going as fast as they possibly can right now. Now that they have spotted the cans, you can see...
Game on.
Game on. And it's no friends at the cans there. It's vicious, the surf teams. But we have 2 BMD Northcliffe caps out in front with a Wanda cap as well, I believe. So 2 Wanda caps and a Currumbin cap. So points-wise, this is going to be really tight. And I think everything's going to change on the way in as well. So we're going to keep a close eye on these sets coming in.
So tucking in extra on that left-hand side. So what was that? Yeah, Braden Woodford from Newport just trying to find something. But then a little crisscross. A little bit of a...
Oh, that's not what you want to be doing, trying to go across the field to get to that first can. But yeah, the boys, you can see they're heading south to try and counteract that sweep that they sort of got stuck in on the way out. So this is going to be interesting. We can see some lines of sets coming out the back. Out past the duck, you can see those waves really coming in. So it'll be interesting to see, do the boys take these waves? Do they not? Do they hold back?
All right,
what are the tactics?
So let's unpack that then. So the benefit of taking it is you can get a body wave a little bit further through to that next bank, right?
Absolutely.
Worst case scenario, what happens?
You go straight down to the bottom and you're on the sand. So they'll want an almost medium-sized wave. It is so shallow out there, but they will take anything, these boys. They are fearless. So Bailey Armstrong just pushing, doesn't quite get over it, but
That's heavy, isn't it?
It's very heavy. And look at this thing, Harold coming. You can see they've all stopped and they're swimming back out. Bailey's chosen to just keep swimming. Oh, we've had a few go over the falls.
And this is what you want to do, try and chase that white water in over the back, right?
Yes.
Get as close to it.
So Bailey's just chosen to sort of duck under that wave and just keep swimming and hope to get sort of washed in by the next couple. But I like the look of this one. This is going to bring quite a few competitors down. So you can see, I think that was a Newport cap there. Mermaid Wanda. So unfortunately for Bailey Armstrong, our race leader, he's been swallowed up by that one. He's actually back here on the left-hand side of our screen. So,
and this is why we love the swell, G, especially here at North Kirra, because when there is a wave out the back, cat amongst the pigeons.
And I'm seeing a lot of Wanda caps in here, potentially 3, and a North... there's one BMD Northcliffe cap, a Currumbin cap, and a Newport cap. So this has just been turned on its head just from that wave zone.
And this is where the work comes in. 6-speed kick, try and find something. Sweep down to the north. Top of the screen, though. But what is the spread? Who's going to finish on that finish line? We're looking for the pink finishing flag. Wanda out in front at the moment. McCleary trying to lead them through, along with the Steiner boys and Middleton. But what have we got?
We saw a lot of the boys this morning in the heats running almost 200-300 metres back to the finish line. So that's what those boys at the top of the screen are trying to counteract here. So, but it is faster running. So we're going to see what gamble pays off here. And the boys out in front have almost reaching that inner bank there. They'll stand up, get a good look about who's around them, and then they'll head for that finish line.
Yeah, just as we say that, a tiny little bit more shape at the southern end of the arena, so at the top of the screen there, little full wave.
Yeah, they're sort of in dead water there, aren't they? Oh, gosh, we see a few more come down a wave on top of each other, a few of them. So who's going to stand up first, Harold? We've got a few waiting for waves here. Others up trying to run, but look how far back that finish line is. They're all going to have to sprint for this finish line. That's Joel Piper.
Of course it
is.
From
Burleigh. Fletcher Warren from Burleigh as well. Zach Morris. We've got a mermaid cap in there. The boys pushing. Got Callum Brennan in there. Newport.
And
another Currumbin cap.
Oh, this is going to be tight.
Oh, this is tight. So Currumbin crossing in first. Wow.
The Burleigh heads with 3 across the line now, possibly. No, not even.
There's another Burleigh heads and another.
Northcliffe. Wanda.
Wanda.
Geez, this is going to be tight. Mermaid across there. So from start to finish, or probably out to the backhand, it looked like it was Newport's.
Yes.
They were set up nicely, and then just
and you've got to feel for Bailey Armstrong. He hasn't crossed the line yet, and he was our race leader for the majority of that race. So that's surf, right? That's what we say. And here comes Corey Taylor, Wes Gould from BMD Northcliffe as well. So we're going to have to make sure we know what teams they are in as well. So we have a few A and B teams from the same club. So we're going to keep an eye on the points on live heat. So if you're following along, jump on with that. But we've got Jen down the beach for an interview.
Scrolling frantically.
Oh, team, it's not interviews right now. We are still waiting very anxiously to see who has actually made it through. Currumbin, the big 1 and 2. Fantastic swim from Joel Piper, part of the Shore & Partners Iron Series. He's in 3rd position. Fletcher Warren is in there as well. And the great news is that that Fletcher is actually in the B team, not the A team. So that's going to make things really, really tricky. We can see Gus Shivnan, who was the 4th Currumbin competitor. He is just at the start of the 3rd line as well. But probably for me, the big news here is that Northcliffe unlikely to take a win here. But Currumbin, and great swim from Woodford as well, from Bulli, an incredible race. Oh, sorry, no, he's in Newport. So we're just waiting right now to see who is there, who's got the calculator out, who is in the A and who is in the B.
Jenny bringing us all the action down there. And one of my favourite things, especially about officialing at the end of one of these races, just hearing all the boys unpack what actually happened through that last 10 minutes. And this was it. They all headed all the way south, but it wasn't enough.
Oh, and I'm seeing something on a replay that I don't particularly like to see. I think someone's missed a can there. And I have to mention it because it was quite obvious there. So I think we'll be seeing some reviews there. Oh,
that's on the duty boat out the back.
That's on the boat out the back. That's not our job in here, Harold. But yeah, wow, this is going to be tight. And I love seeing as well all the supporters there. They would be having their calculators out. They would be counting along the line, trying to figure it out. But we're lucky up here. We've got live heats to follow along.
Did you have anyone at Northcliffe that was, just a legend that looks at the line and goes, yep, 1, 2 and 3, able to do the quick calculation in the head just from a visual?
Yeah, David Shields, president
he was
of
that one?
BMD Northcliffe, was fantastic at that. So, we'll wait and see, though. We're going to keep you guys all up to date with the points once they all start scanning in live heats.
Yep, Kerry Armstrong was the one for us that would always be like that. The math teacher as well. She'd be able to look through and just give you all the results straight up. And throwing down to Jen for the under 19 male surf teams final.
Yes, 10 teams on the line. 10 teams here for the under 19 men's surf team final. On the line we have Manly A, Wanda A, Sorrento Team A, Maroochydore A, Northcliffe A, Maroochydore Team B, South Maroubra Team A, Mermaid Beach A, Kurrawa Team A, and rounding out the field, Alexandra Headlands Team A.
And we are back live for the under-19 male surf teams final. Our second final of the Australian titles is about to get underway, but drama plenty in that open male surf teams as well. We're still waiting on results, so we're going to keep refreshing our screens on live heats once they start scanning in, but no results as of yet, except for the fact that the Newport B team has been disqualified.
So tight.
That's tough.
Now, let's look at the start of this race. The boys heading further north. Did the opens go far enough north, or did they cut back too early? So we said it a couple of times today. Was it through the conditions, or was it just maybe just getting a little bit lost through that secondary bank because it was so heavy?
I think they did go far enough. It was just unfortunate timing that they copped that set right on the head as they were going out to that back break. So it's all in the timing here. As you can see, they've got a nice sort of little lull before these sets come through. So the boys will be pushing through this green water to try and get out as cleanly as possible. But they really struggled with spotting the cans, which was interesting. So, this one, we'll have to wait and see if they overshoot it or not.
So semi-final number 1 saw the Northcliffe A team 43 points, South Maroubra on 44, Kurrawa 49. Second semi-final, Maroochydore dominant, 23 points only, but 1 to 18, and then Mermaid is what we're looking at. But going out through this lull, what does that mean when we get close to that secondary bank? What's coming then?
Yeah, who knows? It'll be interesting to see kapow. Lots of kapows. So we're going to wait and see. You'll see the boys getting into their work in this green water. It's incredibly spread out. I would say that's 100, 200 metres spread out from north to south, that those competitors are taking different angles and lines to try and get through that surf. And we're going to see which one pays off. So the boys will have watched that open male surf teams final beforehand and come up with a plan, and they would have seen that the boys missed that can and had to swim back onto it. So as I said before, in those open female surf races, you'd rather overshoot it than undershoot it and have to swim back against that current. So we've got a clear leader out in front, though. That could be a Maroochydore cap, I believe.
Josiah Short there. So he was dominant in that first semi-final, the second semi-final. The team only 23 points. So the team, they've got Josiah Short, Byron Diekman, Riley Hale, and Oscar Starr Thomas. So they all finished in the top 10.
Wow.
It's
a strong
strongly
team
here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Pressure's on them, though, and they would have watched that last race. They would have seen what transpired through the last probably 200 to 300 metres as they made their way to shore. And again, some correction. Are we heading further right? And I think that's what's going to happen, because we're getting closer and closer to that secondary bank. The boys making some really good decisions there, getting nice and deep, trying to get as close to the bottom as possible as these waves are starting to roll in on the set now, G.
Yeah, I like this timing, though. This is definitely not as heavy as what we saw in the open male surf teams final 5 minutes ago. They're going to sneak out into this green water quite easily, actually. So they're away now, but now it's just time to spot the cans, and I can't even see them. I don't think they have been drifted as far as our open men. So if I'm going to take a guess, I'm going to guess that the cans are actually to the left, to the north. So, this is tough, isn't it, Harold?
So what goes through your mind here? Are you panicking a little bit, or you just keep swimming and then just take another 5 strokes to have a look?
You have to just keep moving. You have to keep moving, and you don't want that. He's done such a great job to get a lead that you don't want those others to start catching up. But
I'm just looking at the colour of the water there as well. So much sand through there.
So much sand.
On the sets.
On the sets, it would have been breaking there. So they're out into that green water, our leaders there. But we've got some Wanda caps in there as well. There's a Mermaid cap. So They're trying to do the best they can for the team, but you can see our Wonder Caps here together, actually, on this inside. So maybe they've seen something that we haven't, but I believe they're going to start heading further to the north. You can see he's just taken a different line now. Maybe he has spotted it, our leader from Maroochydore.
Yeah, so Maroochydore with the A and the B team in there, and the other white cap we're going to see is that South Maroubra team. So they're going to be looking to fire into that top 3 position if at all possible. So the guys will be working ultra hard. Zoltan Sabo will be the one leading at that team, but Maroochydore looking so strong.
There we go.
And here we have it.
So great course management there by Maroochydore. He has nailed that line. So that is great to see. He's clearly learned from the open men what not to do and what to do. But just in saying that, we don't have any points updates for the open male surf teams final just yet. We will bring that to you as we see it through live heats. So
and just one thing I want to point out as well, so the IRB or the rubber duck on that left-hand side, their job at the start of this race is to be positioned at that first can. So they said visually it's pretty hard for these athletes to see it. Can you be as close to that first can as possible with someone standing up in the middle and they still couldn't even see it?
Yeah, so that just goes to show that these swells are really large, and even if they're not breaking out there, it is still very hard to see. So again, just a reminder, we are going right to left with this sweep we have at North Kirra Beach. We're going right to left, so the boys are going around the opposite way of what they normally would, and we're looking for the lowest point score in this surf team's final. So the boys will be doing everything they possibly can. They have 4 team members per club, and we have a few clubs represented twice. So
nice and polite through there for the under-19 boys. You don't see that too often through there, but I guess that's what happens when you're swimming at least 4 metres out and you're absolutely gassed.
Yeah, it's tough around the cans there.
There's no time for wrestling. We just need to swim.
A lot of these boys would have done 4 or 5 swims this morning already at this distance. So that is a lot of swimming. So they're taking about 10 minutes each swim. That's 40 minutes of swimming. That's nearly half a swimming session. And that is going at pace the whole time and going through waves and running. So the boys have done a lot already on day 1.
And then having to back up tomorrow for the irons.
Yes, and all the other races.
These athletes are truly amazing. They are iconic. They are inspired, and we are all united by this Surf Life Saving Australia badge that we love to wear and represent. But the final stage is here for the 19 male surf race. Again, a couple of guys just treading water, having a look around. Can we find something a little bit full and comfortable? And that's what we've got at the front, but just fattening up a little bit there for our Maroochydore A team. Look at the guys
and
again.
Look at this one coming through. Party wave. Heartbreak for our competitor out in front, but joy for the rest of them. Oh, not too many of them have been able to hold it, though, except for one. So he's done a great job. You can see he's got his head down, kicking. And what a line that is as well. He's going to be really close to that finish line. So that was a Maroochydore cap. We can also see lots of Wonder caps in there, some Mermaid caps as well, and an Alex cap coming through. So that has just turned on its head, that race. So
this is what we want to see.
This is what we want to see. Heartbreak break for the boy from Maroochydore. He was led the whole way, but he's still in the mix there. So doing it for his team.
This sprint finish is going to be electric because every single position matters. If you've got someone next to you, try and pin them. Let's get in front. If someone's gaining on you, don't let them get in front. So you are fighting for each and every position because the lowest score is going to win. And the guys just at the top of the screen might have that best line at the moment, trying to find something. It's the cap there of Alexandria Headlands that had the best of it at the moment. So their team, Cotton Pickering, Byron Elephant, Alex Stewart and Yanni Brown.
That's
what
a great team. So we actually have someone well out in front who might have picked something up earlier that we didn't quite see. So we're going to keep an eye on him, but he's almost back to the beach. So he could be number 1 crossing the line here, but all the teams coming through thick and thin and really working through this North Kirra gutter. It's heartbreaking, this North Kirra gutter sometimes. Sometimes you think you're over one and you're not quite. So another person's managed to pull down that shore break. And here they all come, Harold.
Oh, it is tight. Not too sure if that might be a Mermaid cap out in front. Tommy Ryan had a really nice swim in his semi-final earlier. So one's going to be up comfortable and clean. And it's going to be an absolute frantic finish here for this under-19 male surf team.
And here they come. We can see a BMD Northcliffe cap standing up in that shore break as well. But we're going to wait. It's Mermaid with a win there in front of Maroochydore. So great points there. Well, not many points, which is what you want. So they'll be very happy to have done that for their team. They've done everything they possibly could. And we've got another Alexandra Headlands cap in there and a mermaid. So this is going to be extremely tight. You can see them all pushing all the way through to the line. So
lungs burning, legs burning, everything burning. Get across the line. You want to minimise those points.
There's some more Wanda caps. We've got 3
mermaid.
Wanda, 4 potentially Wanda caps.
South Maroubra, Maroochydore.
Kirra caps coming through as well. So another BMD Northcliffe cap.
I can't even speculate who we think might win.
I'm going to say Mermaid's got a few in there. Oh, no, but there's our Wanda, our 4th Wanda. So, but there's our 4th Mermaid. So,
Jen, you're killing me.
I'm killing you, sorry. Oh, gosh, this is so exciting.
Jen, help us, Wanda. We don't know what's going on.
Oh, I tell you what, there is a lot happening down here at the moment. It looks to be Mermaid Beach were the first to have all of their teams across the line. Remembering that Maroochydore actually has an A and a B team in the mix here. So we're just trying to confirm whether 4 first Maroochydore in the A or were there a few Bs scattered in there as well. But it looks to be between Mermaid and Wanda at the moment. Wanda look pretty comfortable. They're having a little chat on the line at the moment. But as we know, it's all about that 4th place finisher. How far back are they? And again, we give a shout out because often that 4th place swimmer is not a swim specialist. So they've all done an incredible job in some really tough conditions. But it's going to come down to that last finisher. And for some of them, they're in the 3rd and 4th line.
Oh,
Jen, drama plenty out there.
It always seems to come with the surf teams.
Always. We've always got something going on with the surf teams, and it's because they all want to do it for their team. And I actually spoke with Jen about this down the beach on the youth championships when they were doing swim teams. And I think it's the most aggressive event of the carnival, the surf teams. It's vicious. You line up 40 people on the line.
That all care the same because everything matters.
Everything matters. Everything is on the line. They want to do their club proud. They're wearing their club caps there. And they want to do it for their teammates who they're lining up with. So this is going to be really interesting to see. We have no results
and it's going to be high points too. I think we're going to be roughly like high 30s, 40s for a gold medal, which is pretty high.
That is very high. So that just goes to show that that wave zone is really throwing up some challenges there for our athletes. But no points yet as well for the open male surf teams. So we're waiting, we're refreshing live heats, but nothing's come through. So, Jen, can you tell us anything down there?
Oh, I can't tell you too much down here at the moment. I've just pulled Joey Short off the line and he said, Jen, I don't think that we've won, but we don't know for sure just yet. But I did want to have a chat to you, Joey. You've just had an incredible swim out there. Can you talk us through the conditions on that back break?
Rough, to say the least. Yeah, the way out was fine. The way in, though, it's like that surf is like everything didn't go my way, but, you know, it went other people's way, so that's fine, I guess, too.
And it's all about where the rest of your team is. What's it like when you're standing on the beach waiting for everyone else to come in?
Oh, that's the most nerve-wracking bit, definitely. It's like it's either really good or a bit devastating, but that doesn't really matter.
Well, it's all about surf. We're going to get the calculators out, see how you've gone, and the rest of the team as well. And as you said, that is Aussies. It's a big first day. Congratulations being part of one of our first big Aussie finals.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. Yeah, wow.
Joey Short.
Now it's the anxious wait
Bit of
for
nail
points.
biting.
Yeah. He's caught out there, nail biting. But yeah, you can see the judges just going through there, making sure everyone is in their correct position. Because every point is going to count. You can see the spectators there trying to calculate, figure it all out. But
calculate and speculate is what it is.
We need Ty Dowker here for the calculator.
I prefer just to do the speculator.
Oh.
Much easier.
Okay. We'll leave it with that. There's been some fantastic swims this morning. So in the male arena, I believe that will be our last swim race, and they could be starting board races, which is what we want to see as well. So we've got some exciting races still to come today, and we're getting through the program as best we can. So in these really trying conditions, our officials doing a great job, athletes doing a great job as well. So big shout out to everyone down the beach.
The scan is on.
The scan is on for the open mail.
It is updating every moment. And then we're going to bring you the results. I'm going to keep watching that frantically. But the boys, again, no one knows at the moment. A couple of coaches sitting in the background. They'll just wait to see what goes on. And then we're going to have an Australian champion in the space of 2 to 3 minutes.
Oh, nerve-wracking times. See all the boys see. It's great to see. They've got their umbrellas down there, trying to get some shade as well. So we actually have another final coming up shortly. We're going to head down to the under-17s area, which is exciting. So that'll be the under-17 male surf teams final coming to you guys after we get some points going for those two finals that we've just had. So it's great to be down in the under-17s area. They have their own area to the north.
So fun. So much space.
So much space, which is great to see. So they've just been quietly getting through everything down there, and we're ready for a surf teams final, which is great to see the boys all getting lined up there.
Semis, quarters, final, something. We'll see.
Something, potentially a semi, actually.
I'm pumped up anyway, because when it gets to the 17s, I feel these guys, especially the bottom age 17s, their first open state, right?
So it's actually quarters we're hearing that these will be. So lots of teams, which is great to see in our under-17s age group. So lots of depth coming through.
Can you remember your first Aussies as under-17?
I do remember my first Aussies as an under-17. I was racing for Manly Lifesaving Club back then, and I was just pool swimming at that point in my life, and I came up to race a couple of races, just swims. So I actually didn't have enough people to do an under-17 swim teams, but I went up and did the open swim teams with a fantastic team in Naomi Flood, Candice Fowson, and Devon Halligan, and myself. So we just couldn't get the win, though. BMD Northcliffe took that one out. But yeah, so under-17s is such a fun age group to race in.
So when did you hit the craft?
Not until I was 18. I didn't hit the craft. So I had board paddled through Nippers, but then went to the pool to give that a shot and didn't jump on a ski till I was 18.
There's always time. So parents at home, heed these messages.
There is always time.
Enjoy your time with your children on the sand, and then at what point, if you want to make a decision to be the best you can be, then get into it.
Exactly. So there's no right timing. There's no sort of book you can read about this. Everyone's journey is different.
Because most of your guys, it's just, you did all the extra sports and you had all the fun, and then when you decided to lock in, you locked in.
Yeah, once I had decided to lock in, that was 18, 19 years old, so in the under-19s age group. And that was when I decided that I wanted to do surf full-time. So lots of time, though. And learning a ski is really difficult, especially if you're in those southern states. It gets cold over winter. You're going to be in the water quite a lot.
Because I think one of the first times I saw you would have been second year 19s at your minor New South Wales state titles, and you double programmed and dominated. But I could just remember you specifically sort of verbalising how hard it was to have a full double program with double individual events.
Incredibly hard. And we'll see a lot of these under 17 and 19 athletes going up age groups to help fill in teams, or maybe they are just a swimmer and they want to do the open swim. So it's incredibly tough. And with that, not just is the racing tough, but getting from area to area is what I really used to struggle with. So as you can see here at North Kirra Beach, the areas are really strung out, so you'd be running between areas to hopefully make it in time for races. Sometimes they don't hold the races for you, so it's tough to do double age groups, but I think you progress a lot quicker when you are racing up and just having fun and no pressure in those older age groups.
To find out how scary it actually isn't.
Yes, exactly. Well,
initially at the start.
I still remember my first open race, and yes, I was very nervous. So, and we're away for under 17 male surf teams. This is heat number 1, but what a different area this is. You've got that gutter straight away, and then up onto another bank. So the boys really haven't run that far. So we're going to see what pays off, but the boys will just be going around the string of 9 cans. But I believe they've actually added a couple of extra cans on there.
So it's an extra long.
So it's an extra longer back across the cans. So we'll wait and see what pays off there. But it's a very awkward depth at the moment. You can see some boys trying to run, some are trying to dolphin dive, others are trying to swim. So just trying to figure out what is the fastest way to get across this awkward depth sandbank.
So the beauty of this race is we've got the cap of Papamoa from New Zealand along with Christie's Beach. So they are as close to being identical as possible. But the boys are now making their way out. And we haven't seen that much bank action. So in the other arena, the guys, a little bit of waiting and then they were out. But to go through that little gutter and then straight onto the bank and then trying to get into the rhythm was what we're seeing here. And then just on the right-hand side, we can see that long string of heaps of cans, and that's great to see. So the double string, they'll be in through the gutter. First one's not going to overshoot it nicely, and they're just going to head north and then try and minimise their points for their team.
Yeah, I like that angle he's decided to choose there. And he didn't run far south at all, so he's going to sneak around this can now. He's done that very well. He left it pretty close, but got another competitor just sneaking around. And we've just had word, it is a string of 11, so they have added a couple of extra cans to make it a little bit longer for the boys. But, oh my gosh, we've got boys going over the can, around the can. Oh, no.
Over-ish?
Under the can. I don't like the look of this, Harold, at all.
They're getting stuck.
They're getting really stuck, and luckily we have an IRB right there watching, because
the eye in the sky, and the judge boat is watching nicely, and they'll be on the radio going, this cap. So that is also the job. They are there for safety, but they are also as the judge boat as well to ensure that everyone gets around the course that is set from our officials. All bar one or two are around clean. You're there wiping your brow because you're not enjoying some of it.
Gosh.
But it just shows how fast that string of 11 is. Shooting north, they are already past the string of 11, and they'll find their way back to shore. Pick up their little landmarks and then head to shore. Yes, unpack it.
Oh, look, Harold, I am all about trying to get somewhere fast, but, oh, that was messy. I did not like seeing that at all, and seeing them all swimming on top of each other, that's not the way we want to do swim teams. And
17s, they're excited. Bottom age 17s, the big stage,
boys.
we're ready
Calm
to go.
Down. We need to go around those
Testosterone's
cans. That's not what the Aussie titles is about, so this is going to be interesting to see what happens here, but our leader has managed to pull down a nice wave there, so he was out clear. That's what you want to do. Get out clear, get around those clans nice and cleanly, and then the charge of the light brigade is on. So
a bit of light and shade in the kick there, just driving through that last little bit. That's some perfect skill what you want to see. Feel that little lift underneath. Going to get a double up. That's going to be absolutely amazing for a second place swimmer.
yeah, so that's an interesting cap we're seeing there.
Well, it's either Papamoa or Christie's Beach, but if it is Papamoa, that's the brethren.
So I'm just going to do a little side detour. We have had some results come through of the Open male surf teams, and winning our first gold medal of the Open Championships is Currumbin, Team A, on 32 points. In second place was Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, Team A, on 43 points. Third place was Northcliffe Team A on 47 points. Fourth was Wanda Team A on 51 points. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Team B on 64. Northcliffe Team B on 88. Mermaid Team A on 96. Cronulla Team A on 107. And unfortunately, Newport Team A was disqualified. So, wow, very close. So, taking home a gold medal this afternoon will be Callum Brennan, Riley Brennan, Charlie Walker and Gus Shivnan. They have taken out the Open Male Surf Team's final.
But when you read those names, you're not really surprised then, because that is an ultra-strong team.
Not at all. So in second place was Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park with Zach King, Joel Piper, Ethan Callahan and Ben Carberry.
Great result.
And in third position, taking home the bronze, was Northcliffe Team A with Kai Harlan, Bailey Armstrong, Zach Morris and Riley Harlan. Wow, very close points there. Very close. And fourth was Wanda Team A. So
Bailey Armstrong still came out in ninth there as well. So the one for Wanda, the standout. So Jackson McCleary should have been closer to that top. That's
interesting.
Tough,
very
tough
interesting.
Stuff. What a race.
Wow, what a race. Drama of plenty in our surf teams. Wow. So let's check out if we can see some results from the under-19 males. We do have some results from the under-19 males surf teams final as well. So taking home another gold medal is Mermaid Beach Team A on 37 points. So the boys from Mermaid get it done. Kai Hurst will be extremely happy there. We had Wanda Team A in second position on 48 points. And Alexandra Headlands is taking home the bronze on 48 points. So it must have been a count back there. So the Team A from Wanda and Team A from Alexandra Headlands count back.
What about
and
fourth?
Maroochydore in fourth place on 49 points. So that just goes to show how close it was. Wow. No wonder it's taken us a while to see some results. But, yeah, interesting results there.
We need to settle down. We need some hinterland action of a cool, calming brook to settle us down, because
we need to
that
go to the
was,
waterfalls.
Oh, wow.
So that's been really interesting.
Did you say Mermaid? You said Mermaid
so
won it.
Mermaid was, they're taking home the gold in the under-19 male surf teams. 37 points. So they were our clear winners. But second, third and fourth, we had a count back for second and third, with fourth being only 1 point behind that.
Because that goes on, the countback goes on your top place swimmer.
Top place swimmer. So let's check that out, hey? So Wanda's top place swimmer was a 7th. Oh, so maybe that's not the rule, actually. Maybe it's your lowest place. Yeah, so Wanda's lowest place was a 22nd. And Alex Headlands was 26th. So, wow. Interesting results there. But we have crowned some winners of the surf teams on day one.
And then back to the Opens. Northcliffe not winning. First time in how long?
Oh, it's been a while. It has been a while since Northcliffe won, but we have an interview down the beach. Jen.
Papamoa, surely.
Oh, thank you so much, team. Yeah, of course I had to go Papamoa. I've got Luke down here. You've done the Kiwi Championships. You've come over for Aussies. How are you keeping your energy up? How are you still swimming so fast?
Eating a lot of food, been training non-stop since Nationals still, and just like trying my best in just every event, giving it all I have.
That's all we can ask from you. Great to see Papamoa over here. We don't know the results just yet. How do you rate your team's chances in this event?
Oh, pretty high, I'd say. The boys just giving it a go to see how we do.
Quietly confident down here, and tough conditions out there. You've actually got a bit of rope burn happening here. Did you get caught on the cans out there?
Yeah. So I didn't acquaint with a drift and just got caught and just wrapped around while people were swimming past. But, it's racing. It happens.
It's racing. You still got fantastic points. We're going to make sure you get tagged into the system. We'll be keeping our fingers crossed, and hopefully we'll see Papamoa in the semi-finals for the under-17 surf teams. Good luck.
Thank you.
Oh, Papamoa from NZ. Great to see them joining in. So much can action again.
Oh, I'm going to shut my eyes.
Yeah, don't watch, because I'll be able to call it short. You can't even see the can at the moment because the boys are underneath. Where is it?
There
Benefit of the doubt we're going with. But, yeah, you've got to just overshoot it a little bit. Just get a little bit further south.
Just overshoot it and just go further south. You don't need to be stuck on the can there. You'll be getting rope burn as well. So, yeah, interesting to see here. We have heat number 2. It's a quarter, actually, of the under-17 male surf teams. So, all doing everything they can. They're going reverse. They have 11 cans set out there, the under-17 males. So, trying to make the course a little bit longer because they are in the gutter. So, the boys just getting into their work now. It looks like Manly there have a few caps. Potentially their whole team there. I can see about 4 Manly caps. So that just shows the depth they've got there. And just nearing that wave zone now. They'll start to pick up their kick and their stroke rate to try and pull down anything they possibly can.
So this is a short and sharp race. Not too much of an issue for this lead. Probably 15 to 20 athletes get closer and closer to that bank, up and on their feet. And then it's going to be the Northcott team's lead swimmer getting us out of the water at the moment. So this is all about the white caps and green caps in this quarterfinal number 2. We've got the teams from North Burleigh, Northcott, South Maroubra and Trig, and then there's a lot of green of Dicky Beach, Sorrento, Avoca, North Burleigh, and then South Maroubra along with Coogin. But again, just through that middle gutter, Manly up and looking strong. Northcott's going to be there as well. It's going to be really hard to pick all of those up.
It is hard to differentiate those caps, but you can see people are a long way down as well. So Trig crossing the line first there. There's some boys from Manly. That was Henry Whitehead there. We've got a North Burleigh cap in there. Coogin cap as well. An Avoca cap. So lots of great clubs being represented in this quarter-final of the under-17 male surf teams. So you can see the boys just getting a wriggle on, trying to get the least amount of points for their team. Sorrento cap across the line. Trig cap, boys from North Burleigh there. So just trying to be put into line to make sure we get all the results accurate. But yeah, we've got lots of action coming up. Harold will have the female surf teams as well today. And then we're going to hit the boards, which is exciting. I want to see some action out on the boards.
So on a dropping tide, then high tide and getting close to that 1 o'clock, is it going to be a little bit more dumpy, even though it's quite heavy at the back already?
Yes, it will be. It's going to really
get
shallow out the back. So they'll want to try and get some of these board heats away early. But board being one of our sort of...
It's the safest car. It's pretty...
It's safe, yeah, don't get me wrong, but we'll have the most numbers in board. So we're going to see a lot of heats that we'll need to get out and around. So that's going to be interesting to see. And you can see people going out on boards. We must be having a little bit of a board warm-up now. So they missed it this morning. So the officials have given them some time to get out on their boards, which is cool to see. So I'm sure we'll be seeing some guys out there getting some amazing waves on that back break at North Kirra. And we've seen the surf at Snapper as well. Amazing at the moment. So if you're up here on the Gold Coast, head on over to Snapper and have a watch. The pro surfers will be out there, no doubt.
And Jenny's going to be down on the beach, which is really exciting. And I'm hoping someone she's interviewing has the same colour hat on as her, because she's got a lovely white bucket hat on and she's looking sun safe as per usual.
Stop it, team. Stop it. I'm blushing. I'm down here with Northcote. We do love that big white cap. You can pick it from everywhere. We're down here. We don't know how we finish in the surf teams, but boys, how are we feeling day one of Aussies when you've had to come such a long way just to be here?
Yeah, we're super excited. The conditions are absolutely put it on. It's pumping out there. A lot of drift, which makes it a bit challenging, but it's good.
And are these your preferred conditions? Are you liking what you're seeing out there?
Oh, yeah, we're loving it. It's so good.
And the rest of the event, what are we hoping for? What are we chasing this Aussies?
We're looking for this surf teams win. That's what the boys have got our minds focused on. So that's what we're going to try and take out.
Love it. You heard it here right now. A packet of red frogs on Northcote to take out the surf teams. Boys, good luck. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Cheers. Thank you.
Thanks, Jen. But sorry, our red frogs are already opened in the booth here. So it might be a half pack of red frogs on the boys from North Cottesloe taking out the win in the under-17 surf teams. But look at the waves coming through, Harold. Beautiful view down to Surfers Paradise there. What a coastline the Gold Coast is.
Blistering heat. Is that what it looks like usually? It's so hot out there.
It is boiling out there today. So we're hoping everyone's being sun safe and got their sunscreen on, hats on, under their umbrellas, under the tents. So going to keep an eye out on what events we've got coming up, and we're going to throw to a quick ad break.
Dear Alex, where I live, we like to get up and enjoy the snow. What about where you live?
Get up and ride, Alex.
Get up and surf.
Caramel latte for Alex.
But I don't drink coffee.
Yeah, you do.
Ooh. Dear Thorsten, where I live, we get up and Gold Coast. Can we get ice cream?
There's nothing like being out there with the team. It's all about pushing each other to be our best. We work together to win. Teamwork makes the dream work.
when we practice, we're ready for anything. It's about being brave and never giving up.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2026 Australian Surf Life Saving Championships here at the beautiful North Kirra. Harold Marshall here with you in the commentary box for a little bit longer with Georgia Miller, not competing, but first... Oh, sorry, can I say that or not?
Georgia Miller? Who's that?
I don't know, it's some other chick. Georgia Fitzsimmons, sorry, I do apologise. I was on fire. But we're back.
We're
back. And you're not in the water, you're here with us.
I am. I'm up here in the commentary with you, Harold, and we are down in the red area, which is the women's arena, and we've got some surf teams lining up now, so we're going to bring those to you now. But what a thrilling morning we've had, really, with swim all the way through. They've done semi-finals. People have booked their spots into finals day on Sunday, and we've also just had some finals of surf teams. So an unreal morning here at North Kirra Beach. We are underway under our new revised program, so lots of swim action this morning. We are going to get onto the boards soon. We've just seen some boys going out on boards for warm-up, so that's great to see, but girls still just getting through their swim teams.
It's a semi-final number 2 for the under-17s. Some action this morning. Can we go back to the open female surf race? A couple of notables, or the notable?
The notable of that some
the omission.
Some couldn't get round the cans, and we had a swim almost, because
individual swim relay.
Individual swim relay, yes, that's what we're calling it, isn't it? So the girls went out for their swim race, and unfortunately with this North Kirra sweep, missed the first can and were swimming on a treadmill to try and get around it. Unfortunately, they all couldn't get back around it, so they've come into the beach, run further south, and then gone back out to get around the can. So crazy scenes here this morning at North Kirra Beach, but look how far down the girls are running, and you can see all the coaches lining the beach, making sure the girls hit their mark and don't go in too soon.
And the reason being for this, it is the under-17, so they're not as big and strong as the open athletes we saw earlier, but as we get into that bottom tide, I'm assuming the water's going to start ripping even harder. Is that possible?
Yeah, it is possible. With this swell we've got coming through and these tides changing, this sweep is going to get even stronger. So the girls will have to be very careful. I like that they've run a long way south to sort of counteract that sweep. And then it's always better if you're going to swim back onto the can. But the girls are very tight there through this bunch here, trying to get some room and into their stroke. They're in that sort of greenish water, but we're nearing that sort of shallower part of the bank before they head for the cans. So
and the green girls, just all the Evoca girls, just swimming on top of each other there at the moment, just trying to find some sort of space. But then again, just stopping and getting up on the bank, top, just a little bit more white water. Got to get deeper and quicker, girls, is what you need to do. Get those eyes up, have a look around, see what's going on. But this Newport A team, Matilda Young, Amaya Cross, Sophie Clues, Lisa Durs, are going to be looking strong through this semi-final.
That's a great team, and we saw them in their individual swims all making it through. So they're going to be one to watch, that's for sure. We also have Trigg Island Team A, Kurrawa Team A, Mentone Team A, Clifton Beach Team A, Wanda Team A, and Ocean Grove Team A, along with Avoca Beach Team A as well. So lots of great teams out there. You can see them swimming with their heads up, almost like doing water polo.
Yeah, I think there's a few of them just a little bit unsure of where they're currently situated on the beach at the moment. Having a look around left and right, where is the cans? And again, the girls are looking around, they can't see anything.
They really can't, can they? So this is interesting. I think they've overshot it, and they've gone a long way down the beach to that southern side, but we're all gobsmacked at the moment. We can't see anything as well from this drone, so...
Yeah, we're out there. We're looking for the cans. They've literally all stopped.
They've all stopped, so I believe the cans are still further to the left, so they have really gone a long way south. Yeah, here we go. So they've actually gone out past the cans as well, but look at that sweep on that first green and gold can. It's almost dragging it underwater.
Yeah, half of it is underwater. It's really tough for them. But at least everyone is going to get out and around. So they've actually navigated that really nicely for where they've gone in. The sweep hasn't pushed them too far north. So the coaches will look at that, will readjust for the next lot of races that are coming up. But our pack is looking quite strong at the moment. Green water, so the waves are breaking a little bit further on the outside. They'll get to this last can very, very shortly, and they'll be turning and heading for home on this high tide.
Yeah, high tide is approaching now at 1 o'clock, so it is 12:48 local time here in Queensland if you're watching from around Australia. So
it's Wednesday. Yeah.
Yeah, Wednesday.
How good is it?
Wednesday, day 1. So we're bringing you all the action here on our live stream. And just so everyone is aware, if you are watching, tomorrow we will have 3 separate live streams.
3?
3. You count them. 1, 2, 3. We will
3 is the magic number.
3 is the magic number tomorrow. We will have a boats arena live stream. We'll also have a beach arena live stream, and our ocean athletes will have this live stream. So we are covering it all. So the guys on broadcast, behind the lens, all doing a fantastic job of bringing you all the action of the Australian Championships here on North Kirra Beach, and boats being down at Balinga. So we're going into another postcode as well.
Yeah, there we are. So it looks like the Kiara Williams there from Evoca leading us out. Little party way for the rest. Wanda's got enough bodies around at the moment. Good to see Clifton Beach with the black cap with 2 stripes. One's blue, one's white in this there as well. But Kiara Williams from Evoca going to lead this one out. She'll be up the beach in that first position. And then we'll wait for the cavalry to come a-chasing.
And then we start counting heads and seeing where our teammates are. So she's done a fantastic job. That's what you want. You want to be up the top for your team. So she'll take 1 point, which is the best point.
Ocean Grove
coming through.
there.
Newport as well. That's one we were looking out for. Trig Island coming through.
Oh,
wow,
Trig.
3 Trig Island, 4. So the Trig Island have 4 across the line there. So they'll be on very low points. They were all in that first line of results. So that's great to see another Ocean Grove competitor coming across the line too. So some very strong clubs in that one there. That was the under-17 female surf teams, heat number 2. So
the Trig might be taking this one out.
So that was a semi-final. So our top teams will be heading to the final. And I believe it'll be 5 teams progressing through to the final. We have 5 already there. So we have Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park A, Sunshine Beach Team A, Maroochydore Team A, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Team B, and Alexandra Headlands Team A were in our first semi-final. So they've progressed through to the final. We're then going to add the next 5 teams here from this semi-final into that final, which will be coming to us later. We also have under 19 semi-finals, open semi-finals in the females arena for surf teams coming up.
What you didn't say with that first semi-final was actually Burleigh Heads A with 26 points and the B team getting that second place with 35 points. And then it was Daylight for third and fourth, 62 points. So they were probably half the points inside. So that is going to be...
Great showing by Burleigh.
Well, as Tyler said, it's going to be a ding-dong battle between those two for the
we're
finals
quoting
coming
Ty
up.
today, aren't we?
Just
the
once.
Dowker-Later, the ding-dong battle. So lots to unpack here. We've had such an exciting morning on the beach for day 1. No ski paddlers on the beach this morning, but we've got our swimmers, board paddlers. And everyone just giving it a good shot out there. So
Shout out to Clifton on screen. We just saw all their ladies now across the line, the team of Millie Beach.
what a name.
Could that be the best name in surf sports?
It's a pretty good one.
Millie Beach. Izzy Copeland, Izzy Gregg, and Anna Klingeleffer done. So good on the ladies. Clifton Beach. It's hard to say. I like to try and say the hard names.
So we do have some open semi-finals coming up as well, which we'll bring to you. So majority of surf teams are going to be semi-finals and then through to the finals. So we'll just bring you what is next on the line. You can see the girls at that southern end of the beach. These girls are all finished. So
can I talk tactics with you?
Sure, please. Let's talk tactics.
So with your surf teams...
I'll tell you them now because I'm not racing.
Was there like specific people that are like, all right, if you can get out in front, then maybe get a little bit wider and try and slap the people or not? Is that depending on who's in your team?
Yeah, it depends on who's in your team and sort of where you are lining up on the line. So we would how to explain this. We would try and put our strongest swimmers in the worst position on the line, if that makes sense. So you are hoping that your strongest swimmers can sort of swim through the whole field, no matter what position they start in. You'll then put your weaker swimmers in the better position on the line to hopefully give them a bit more help. So that was our tactics. But I mean, I was very, very lucky that our teams were very strong in swim teams, so we could have gone anywhere on the line and been pretty happy. So you just want to make sure you're getting a really good start in the swim teams. You don't want to be caught up with 50 people trying to get around that first can. It can be quite scary sometimes.
Especially when you've got to sweep from south to north as well.
Exactly. So, yeah, we are seeing reverse racing today in these swim heats and swim teams semi-finals. So girls going right to left. And we can see, I believe that's the open girls on the line. So that could be semi-final number 1 lining up. We'll get that up on live heats now. So make sure you're watching on live heats if you are.
So the 19s will be coming up shortly as well. So they've already run their semi-final. So in the final coming up later for the 19s female surf teams, Kirra, Alex, Wanda, Burleigh Head, Swansea, Newport, Anglesey, Redhead, Northcliffe and Sorrento, the top 10 teams. So that'll be up very, very shortly.
Yeah, we've got more finals, Harold. How good. We're going to keep them rolling through, but this looks to be semi-final number 1 on the line now. The girls are just sort of looking around. They're keeping warm. A few jumps up and down, swinging of the arms, chatting to their friends. But yes, I believe this is definitely heat semi-final number 1 of the Open Women's Surf team. So we have Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Team A, Semaphore Team A, Newport Team A, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Team B, Northcliffe Team A, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Team C and Grange Team A. So with some incredibly strong teams there in, especially that Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Team A and Northcliffe Team A. They're going to be ones to watch for sure, along with Newport. So this is going to be interesting. 3 Burleigh teams in one semi-final. So
the A team, Slavin, O'Sullivan, Raywood, Holyman. The B team, Charlotte Hart, Charlotte Cross, Chelsea Wood, and the only person in the team without a C first name is Holly Holmesby. And the A team, Scott, Rogers, Bender, Smith, Welsh.
Wow. That's a good team there from the BMD Northcliffe Club. Maybe I just
I was about to say that. It's only 2 swims.
Oh, I don't think I'd make it out and around. I'd be running all the way down to Coolangatta to get back around those cans with my fitness at the moment. So
why is Georgia waving? Oh, look at that in the background. That is absolutely firing their green mount. Jeez.
What great footage that is. You can see all down the coastline there. You can see beautiful Rainbow Bay up there. And the girls are away, so
they're not running for a surf. They're running for a surf race.
They're running for a surf teams race. So you can see Naomi Scott there, Lana Rogers, Kyra Bender, Gemma Smith-Welsh from the Northcliffe team, and they're just headed to their coach. But Naomi Scott's taken a gamble. She has gone the closest in. So we'll see if this pays off. A lot of the other girls choosing to run even further. So interesting tactics there.
So did she make her own decision there, or would it have been a quick discussion with coach going, I don't think I need to go as far. I'm comfortable to go in a little bit earlier?
Oh, well, I could see that there was one of the BMD Northcliffe coaches down there. I believe it was Jake Nicholson standing there where they were meant to run in, but Naomi Scott's obviously seen something and gone, you know what, I think I'm a strong enough swimmer and I can counteract that sweep. So she is a long way away, though, from the rest of the pack.
20 metres?
20 metres, yeah. So we just hope she doesn't get caught on that first swim can that we've been seeing quite a lot this morning. So she'll duck under this one. Yeah, semi-final. So every point here counts, but she's doing a fantastic job, and she is swimming so well. We saw her absolutely smash her individual swim semi. So
she went kapow.
She went kapow to the competitors, and yeah, we're going to wait and see if we can see this first turning can. But a lot of the girls are seeing her now and sort of starting to come over to Naomi Scott here on this northern side. So
don't do it. Stick with your line. Stick with your line.
Oh, we're going to wait and see what's paid off. But
so the bubble there?
Yeah, so Naomi Scott has great sense of direction, and she has nailed that. Oh, why did we ever doubt her?
What a legend.
Not that we ever would doubt her, but yeah, she has nailed that. So fantastic course management by Naomi Scott, and you could always trust her when she was out leading. You knew she was going in the right direction. But unfortunately, at that first cairn, we've seen more girls.
They've done it again.
Miss that cairn, and they're swimming back against it.
Oh, it's the Britney Spears.
No. Oops, I've done it again.
Oh,
wow.
no.
So girls not learning from those swim heats this morning. Look, still trying. We've got a Newport cap there. Two Burley caps. Wow,
the Grange, the whole Grange team.
Oh, no, this is not what we want to see. So they've overshot it. They've seen Naomi Scott go around it cleanly and gone, okay,
I said that.
Yes, hold your line, girls. So, this could really shake things up. And look, they're just getting dragged further and further back away from those cairns. So, girls starting to pull down some waves now, but Naomi Scott out in front. She's going to get this nice little one here and ride it all the way to the beach. Textbook by Naomi Scott. That's what you want to see. Head down. She breathes to the side. That is wonderful body surfing there by her. She deserves it. She was out in front leading, so that is always nice to see. But we've got a few Burley caps coming through as well. Another Northcliffe cap. So, yeah, there's the team from Burley. We'll have to be careful. We do have 3 Burley teams in this semi-final, so they could be part of the A, B or C team. So keep you posted. Wow. Mistakes. Unfortunately, at the Australian Championships, you can't be making those mistakes. It can be really costly. So it will be top 5 teams heading through to the final, which shouldn't be too far away either, Harold. So these are semi-finals here. We've got a Newport cap there. That could be Lizzie Wellborn there running out. Another Burley competitor.
How much better is Naomi Scott than everyone else at the moment? That was ridiculous. To hold that line.
She's a long way in front, isn't she?
Far out.
Great signs for Naomi Scott leading into the next couple of days of racing. So great to see. She works so hard and she's had such great success for a long time. She came through the youth at Manly, made the move up to B&D Northcliffe a couple of years ago and absolutely thrived at BMD Northcliffe as well.
It's funny you say that. I can specifically remember the moment when I saw her and I was like, what the hell? What did you do in the off-season? So we all used to go to the Foster weekend to surf. So when I was with your mine, a big contingent to go there. And then North Bondi crew was there, so Lizzie would rock up. And then this one year, I think it might have been her second year 17s, where she just must have flicked the switch in the off-season. Everyone was like, what the hell is this young lady doing? And she was paddling immensely fast. And we're like, wow. Like, she's on. She's it.
Yeah, she's an incredible athlete.
19 years ago
so
now.
great for our sport. She's a great role model to all the girls out there. So you can see her just having a laugh down the beach, not even looking puffed. Cool, calm and collected. She's down there. We can also see Jazzy Raywood there. So this is it, Harold. This is what we're going to watch. So Naomi Scott really just decided to do her own thing there. She went past the cairn and then turned. So I love to see that. But then look here. The Burley girls just getting caught up around it. A textbook. You can see she actually opened her arms up there, almost like a little mini butterfly stroke to make sure she sort of slowed herself down and didn't get thrown to the bottom of the wave there and onto the sand. So Jazzy Raywood there on screen too. I can't wait to watch her in action on the skis later as well, later in the program. Lana Rogers as well. So fantastic open competitors on our screen right now, which is great to see. And I love seeing the post-race debrief between them all as well.
My neck is sore just from shaking my head, so it looks like they've pulled a few out. So I think it's the Semaphore girls and the Grange girls from South Australia.
One of the Burley girls as well, so I wonder who that is. Look, are they going to get to run around again?
Yeah, they're sending them.
Yeah,
so
they're sending them out again. So, yeah, they're going to get another opportunity to try and get out around those cans. They'll have to make sure they really run further south, even further.
So, and this is the tough thing too. So the ladies from Semaphore and the Grange, like, the only times they'll get into conditions like this is now.
Is right now, yeah. They're not used to these conditions at all where they train. So great job by the girls getting out there, giving it a crack. We love to see it. So we love to see it. So the girls, you can still see they're running further south.
Well, and it's funny, like all morning we're watching all of these races go through and my neck is just so sore just from going. I just can't believe what is going on. So
it's been race after race after race. Surprise, drama. We have seen it all this morning.
The surf teams, yes, everyone is getting into it. So what's going to transpire over the next one? So we've got the individual swim relay going on again. So the girls are going to have to go one more time for the surf teams. Then we get into semi-final number 2.
Semi-final number 2 of the Open Women's Surf Team, and then we have 3 finals coming up. And our under-17 female surf teams, our under-19 female surf teams, and our Open female surf team. So we still have another 3 finals coming up, which is so exciting. And the boys will be hitting the water on board soon too, so we'll keep you posted on that. We can see lots of movement down in the men's arena. We can see heats lining up of boards, so we'll bring you some of that action soon. And yeah, look at Tent City. Look at all of our clubs being represented here at the 2026 Australian titles.
So when you got into a bit of, like, I guess, team support / coaching, did you have to carry any tents this year?
I did carry a couple of tents. Yeah, I don't mind carrying the tents and helping set up. It's just one of those jobs you've got to get in and help do. If you're going to sit under the tent, you've got to help carry it and pack it down as well. That's my motto. So, yeah, hopefully we see some athletes helping out with that too. But a lot of clubs are very lucky that they have such great support and team managers and helpers in parents that come down early on, I believe it's potentially the Thursday.
Oh, yeah, I was here Thursday.
Yeah,
I think
Thursday before it kicks
I got to
off.
carry it. It was good. It was a nice, fun, enjoyable experience for my family and I. And speaking of family, we're going to cross down to our legendary commentator Jenny with some legends on the beach.
I believe we've got Pooley actually.
Not just
Jen.
yet.
Sorry,
5 more
Jen.
minutes, guys. Savour the moment. But I do have Sarah Locke down here having a lovely time. How good is it just to do once around the Cairns for a surf teams?
Yeah, it's very nice. Obviously, we hopefully got the final coming up, but yeah, it's good to get that first hit out and get around the Cairns.
And I asked you earlier, is it getting any easier out there now that you have been around the Cairns a few times? And the answer was...
Definitely not. I keep miscalculating it. It's very tricky out there. You never know where the speed's going to take you, and you've got to just wait till you get past the Cairns before you turn.
And how did it feel being part of the Gold Coast City titles down here as well? There's 3 Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park teams, Northcliffe in the mix as well. Did you feel a little bit like a stranger in a strange land?
Yeah, definitely. There's so many good, strong Gold Coast teams and clubs, so it's good that Newport are giving them a good shake and representing New South Wales.
Well, that is what we're here for. This is why we're having a chat. Stoked to hopefully see you in the next round as well. Good luck for all your races this event.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jen. Yeah, down there with Sarah. She's such a fantastic swimmer. We saw her leading out last year's Open Female Surf Race final. So I'm looking for big things for her this year.
Yeah, just needs to piece it together. Hasn't had that perfect race yet, but when she does, look out.
Yeah, she has phenomenal top-end speed. It's just hanging in there, sort of, that she needs to work on. So I'm sure she would have worked over that over the off-season and now in this season. But we're seeing some board action. Open male board races. Look at this. We are being treated here, Harold. So we're going to pull up what heat this one is and bring to you who we've got out there in the ocean right now. But
it's a long, heavy paddle, though.
It's a long paddle, isn't it?
And again, just quite spread, so the guys are just trying to find just that right line to get out through the break. And I believe we're still going to be going from right to left. The bank is still so heavy out there. Now, the good thing about the board is the guys will be able to have a look around. They'll be able to know where that top 8 is. So visually, they'll be counting them the whole way through, finding out where the rest of the squad is. A young man from Janjuk just coming off that knee pop there. Bit of a Mount Longanui.
Yeah, they'll be able to spot the cans a lot easier as well on board. So that's great to know. And look at these walls of white water coming towards them. This is just evened out. And you can see they're just relentless, these waves, and really strong. So the boys are really struggling to stay in that position where they are popping. So, and we've got more coming. Oh, just getting crunched on that back break. So we could potentially be going left to right, or we could be doing reverse. We're going to wait and see what these boys are doing. This is our first heat of boards that we're seeing across our screens. So
and the key
that
here,
is
right, is
solid, that set coming through right now. Wow.
Pounding through. So the guys want to get as close to comfortable for these pops through there, because once that door opens up, you need to go. But look at this. It just keeps everyone in that straight line again. So it looks like just the race has started again.
Yeah, so we have no one that's snuck out just yet, but you can see how powerful these waves are. The boys just getting dragged back, really struggling to keep their position there. And getting pushed further and further to the north with this sweep as well. So the more waves you pop, you're going to see the sweep really start to take them to the north. And we can see 2 races nearly almost coming together because of this sweep. But the boys are trying to make the dash now, ducking under a last few there. Some are managing to sneak out. So this is heat number 4 of the open male board race. And let's check out how many board heats we do have in numbers. So we have 14 open male board heats, which is just unreal numbers to see. And what a healthy place Surf Life Saving is in right now to have 14 heats of a board race.
Because everyone wants to be out in this action right now.
Absolutely.
So 14 heats. They're going to be long races, so it's going to be a heavy afternoon. The guys are just, and again, with both of those arenas, so much work to try and get through that double bank. Now they're out into their work past the break. They'll be going around the 3 cans, shooting for home and then across. So top 8 will be that number for this, heat number 4, you say?
Yes, I believe this is heat number 4. So the boys are going to have to try and conserve as much energy as they possibly can because we have so many rounds to get through today. So this will be heats. We then look like we will have quarterfinals and semi-finals. So we are going left to right, so we're back to normal. So that's a big adjustment that the boys will have to remember if they've done those swim races this morning, which were reversed. So we've had a breakaway pack of about 8 managed to sneak out, but then we have 2 on the cuffs there that we're going to watch. But with these sets coming through, anything could change very, very quickly. And these boards will pick up any wave.
Yeah, because they do move them quick, don't they?
They do move them very quick, but it looks...
Sean Riley up at the moment, so he's just leading this one through on his pink board, looking comfortable. It's good to see, again, Alan Legall from Mount Maunganui Lifeguard Service. So he was just working so strong through that bank, but it's going to be Riley leading us through at the moment, and then the rest of the boys will be changing. Now, swell period. Could change up. So
it could change up. We've now seen that high tide, so we're going to a lower tide now. But you can see the boys all up on their knees now, pushing. They want to try and get down these waves, and I think they're going to pull down this for sure. So we could have potentially 5 on it, or maybe only 4.
Otherwise, you're getting the next one on your head.
Otherwise, you're getting the next one, but we're going to have 4 pull down that, and that's a beautiful wave. But look at this coming through. Wow, that is unreal. So that's 5 going to pull down this next wave. We've had one pull off, and I don't blame him. Look at that thing. We actually just saw one board fly up in the air on that back wave. So,
but home and hose at the start, their top 4 are looking really comfortable and clean as this swell is jacking up at the moment for the open male board race. Heat 4 of how many?
Of 14. Heat 4 of 14 open male board races. So we're in for the long haul here this afternoon in these board rounds, and you just want to make sure you're sneaking through your rounds. You want to be comfortable. But yeah, we can see Sean Riley on the pink board there. He's going to take this one out. So he's done a fantastic job. Led that one from start to finish. So rewarded there with a heat win.
Pulling off that secondary wave, that was absolutely ginormous, and great work from the Big Voice Media Group, because those scenes were absolutely epic. 4 and 5 and 6 just now out of the water. It's going to be 7 and 8 on that secondary wave in shot, making their way through to the next round.
And a Barilla Bag point cap.
Big Tyler McEwen, the big man, through and out. So one line is what it's going to be. Unbelievable stuff. So good. Wow. So that's 4. We've still got 10 more. 10 to go. Which is exciting. We'll be racking, we'll be stacking, getting through it here. Again, if you are watching at home, it is all thanks to our sponsors here, because we are united, we are inspired, and this is the most iconic event you can attend in Australia. It is about the red and yellow. It is about the best lifesavers in the nation, and this is what we're showcasing.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's great to see our open men now in the water for board races. So they'll be spread out across 2 areas. So we will start to see some movement here. We'll start to get through things quite a bit quicker, but they are really long board races. And we saw in that one, the boys getting held up at that back break and just having to pop and pop and pop over those waves. So depending on what conditions you're served up, you've just got to deal with it.
So on that, decision-making, is the first thought in your mind usually the correct one?
Yes, I would say your first thought is the one you go with. When in doubt, roll. If not, hold on.
Yeah. As I said to the kids, if you think you need to pop, you probably don't. Just flip it over.
Just flip it over.
Yep.
When in doubt, roll. Absolutely. And in these conditions, I think that's going to be crucial, is the decision making. And you're going to need to make decisions quickly because those waves are really powerful and pounding on that back break. But we can see the redhead girls here having a bit of fun on camera. That's what we like to see. They could be getting ready for a swim team's final, I believe. So,
yeah, 100% they will be.
Yeah, we have under 17, under 19 and open female surf teams finals coming up really soon, actually. They look like they're lining up now. So more medals on offer here.
So it's the 19s female surf teams, because on screen that was the redhead team of the legends of Eddie Whitsett, Bronte Bowker, India Davidson and Tully Elliott. So the semi-finals, we saw the Wanda team, Northcliffe A, Swansea Belmont A team looking strong along with the redhead team. And then it was Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park A team along with Alex, Karawa and Newport through to the final. And that was the one where we saw a few of the ladies miss that can, had to go back around. And we want to shout out to the Noosa team and the Clifton Beach team for making their way back around into complete that race. So 19s.
So yeah, here we're seeing the start list final of the under 19 female surf team. So we have Karawa Team A, Alexandra Headlands Team A, Wanda Team A, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, Swansea Belmont Team A. First 5 teams there for our final. Some really strong teams there. We also have
strong names as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Newport Team A, Anglesea Team A, Redhead Team A, Northcliffe Team A, Sorrento Team A. And this is our final of the Open. Under 19, female surf teams. So medals on offer here for the girls. We're getting ready for a start. Just receiving some information from the officials down there, getting ready to go.
And the motto for this arena has been, if we're going right, we are all right. Supposedly.
Yeah, you just got to sneak around that can. So
was it? I don't think there was any sneaking though. It was full, powerful precision to get around. And it was Naomi Scott that's been doing it the best of everyone today by a long, long shot.
Yeah, we've been very impressed by her, haven't we? So we'll keep an eye on her over the next few days.
You can't have favourites, but she's been my favourite today.
Harold.
I can, no, I can do whatever I want. I'm in the commentary box.
You can.
And as the wedding singer
and
says,
I'll say it too.
I have the microphone.
So she is one of my favourites too. But don't tell anyone. But yeah, the girls here just getting lined up. We can see the girl from Northcliffe. That's Riley Meyer there. Fantastic board paddler, but also in the swim teams, which is great to see. So you'll see some of the girls maybe not as comfortable in the swim, but jumping in to make sure that they fill up their teams. So the girls are just starting to line up now. So getting ready for a start in this under 19 female surf teams final championship of Australia. Medals up for grabs. Who's going to take the gold?
So a couple of swimmers to watch are going to be Waverley Martinez from Wanda 18. She was really, really strong. But to get some more conditions update, let's head down to Matt Poole on... Scratch that, I'm not. I'm delirious. I'm delirious. I do like the guy, but sometimes, sorry, Waverley Martinez from Wanda going to be really strong. Katie Reese, that's kind of a given, right? But what can the rest of the team do behind her?
I'm excited to see Katie Reese swim. I haven't seen her this morning out there, so that's going to be an awesome one. So we are going to head down to Matt Poole on the beach now.
Yeah, guys, we're about to get underway here. Very exciting. This is the first of our finals here, the under-19 female surf race. The girls are looking a little bit nervous as they adjust the goggles, shake out the arms and get ready to grip and rip. Katie Rees has that look of determination. She wants gold medals. She'll be trying to do her best for that Swansea Belmont team. Kirra was also in there looking very strong as well. So, guys, it's anyone's. Medals about to be handed out in the final of our under-19 females surf teams Australian Championships.
And we're away with the final of the under-19 female surf teams. I am now joined with Sam Jordan as well in commentary. So the girls are heading further south. They're going to get down to their coaches and then head into the water. So you can see the girls just getting to their coaches there. They're flagging them in, and then they'll get into their work as best they can. Dolphin diving and then into their swimming.
Yeah, good afternoon, Georgia. I've come in at the right time for an Australian title to be decided. It is extraordinary racing down there on the beach today. I've just spent the last couple of hours in the Open Men's Arena, and those surf team finals were absolutely thrilling. I cannot wait to see what we have in store here, not only because of the athletes that are on offer, but because of also the different tactics as well. This start line is way more spread out than I expected. I thought that they would have been in a really tight pack, all hitting the same spot on the beach as they run out, but having a look at what we're seeing at the moment, Georgia, there's some really different lines being taken.
Yeah, it's been incredibly interesting to watch the girls over the last couple of races in these surf teams. So some choosing to run further south than others. Some of our strongest swimmers looking at going in earlier. So it's been really interesting, but you don't really know what's paying off until we can see those cans. So the girls are doing a great job now. They've just navigated their way through that shore break, and they're getting into that green water. You just don't want to overshoot it, Sam. We've seen some really unfortunate things where girls have sort of turned to see the can, and they've actually missed it and had to swim back onto it. So we don't want to see any of that now, but Swansea, Belmont and Burleigh doing a fantastic job, along with Newport and Wanda as well. So some really strong clubs there out in the lead.
Yeah, really tight at the moment. And if you look another 100 metres to the south, you still have some of the competitors that are opting to go much further out. But look at that. That is a 90-degree turn around that string of 9. And it was those on the northern side of the line who maybe took a little bit more of a risk. They've been rewarded.
Yeah, you can see there just at that first can, some girls just sneaking around it, managing to just not get clipped by it, but the girls out in front have done a great job navigating the course there. They actually swam past the cans and then turned left, which was really interesting to see. So they've been watching the races before. So it's Burleigh Heads out in front with Newport in second, and it looks to be is that a trig cap potentially?
We could have had the cap slip back ever so slightly as well. That could be a Swansea Belmont that I did see in the mix there. But then after that, it is a really tight race as well. There's a couple more Burleigh Head Mowbray Parks. There's a couple of Newports. I saw a few Redhead in there too, and plenty of Wonders. So they're not only making their way back to the beach at the moment, but it looks as though some of them are actually swimming against the sweep as well.
Yeah, which is really tough to do. So you want to just get your hands on the sand as quickly as you possibly can. So a lot trying to swim against it. I like the look of what Burleigh Heads is doing at the northern end here. She's just trying to get to the beach as quickly as she can, and she'll run quicker than she can swim.
And that is an incredible drone shot when you see where the red and yellow can is in the background and just how far they've swept already back to the beach. It is extraordinary conditions out there.
And it looks like there's also been a little bit of a flash rip pop up as well. The girls are actually being sucked back out to sea. So Burleigh Head's just trying to push over that one. Unfortunately, couldn't get her fingers over it, but she's gotten a great lift from that. But it could be party wave time, Sam.
Yeah, and there's some small waves now starting to stand up as well. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park not waiting for those. That was very well body surfed, that little wave that is going to take her right back to the beach. In second, we have Newport, and we believe that's Swansea Belmont as well, with the cap that's come off the back of the head. So yes, it is Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park in 1, Swansea Belmont in 2. Little bit of confusion of the finishing flags before they start to sprint back down the beach. It goes to show just how far they've been swept as well, but that is a clear top 3 in this under-19 female surf team's final.
Yeah, so that's Bianca Raywood there. We see Katie Rees crossing the line for Swansea, and in third place, I believe it was Pippi Tapania for Newport. So those 3 girls have done a fantastic job there. That's Liv Clues on screen there for Newport. So that's 2 Newport across the line there. So that's fantastic results. We want to remember that in this surf teams, you want the lowest points for your team. So Burleigh Heads coming through as well. That's our first Alexandra Headlands cap, another Burleigh Heads cap. So they've had a lot come across the line now, which is interesting to see.
Very tight finish there on the line as well between Sorrento, Burleigh, Curra, Wanda. Now all of those caps are starting to flood through as well. First of Redhead across the line too, Swansea, Belmont, Northcliffe. There's another Newport cap as well. So it is going to be very tight at the front of this race to see exactly how it pans out. You did have to think that certainly Newport had a few caps across the line early, but then we had a really big influx of Burleigh Head Mowbray Park competitors.
Yeah, they're going to be tough to beat, I think, Sam, but we're going to have to wait. This is the anticipation now of everyone scanning into live heats, and then the points will be added up. So We'll have people down there for sure trying to do it manually, but we will wait for live heats to get those results to you. But Bianca Raywood with a fantastic swim there for Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park.
And it was all set up by the tactics as well. With the assistance of the coaches and the team, they absolutely nailed the line they had to take in order to get right onto that first turning Ken as well. So we will head down to the beach with Matt Poole as we wait for an official result. But Paulie, it was tight racing.
Yeah, thank you, guys. I'm down here on the beach with Swansea Belmont superstar Katie Rees. Second across the line then. We're having a little bit of a glance along the numbers. Do you reckon you guys have done enough to get it done?
I don't know. There's some pretty good teams in here. I think Burleigh's could have this one tied up in a bag, but hopefully with a bit of luck, but I don't know.
First final of the championships. How much would it mean for Swansea Belmont to get a win and kickstart the campaign?
Oh, it means so much. Swansea Belmont really prides themselves on coming forward in teams and stuff so to come away at the start with a medal would be really special, but hopefully we'll see.
Last year you blew us all away. You took a win in the swimboard and iron as a 17. A little bit harder this year, a first year 19. Have you still got the goals set as high?
Oh, to be honest, no. I know last year was absolutely incredible. I don't think that's going to be done again for me, but I'll try my best. This is an absolutely red-hot age group. There's 10 absolutely phenomenal girls that we go around with, so it's going to be a bit of luck in the conditions like this. Who knows?
What's your thoughts on that race? Would you have preferred to see the back four swim can, or are you happy with it being a nice, short, sharp, fast race?
Oh, I'm a nice, short, sharp, fast race, that's for sure.
Well, absolutely. There we go. Fantastic result. We can't wait to watch you in the rest of the championships. Good luck.
Thanks heaps, Paulie.
Thank you very much, Matt Poole, and thank you to Caitlin Rees. We are just standing by to start getting those official results coming through. Of course, they will be calculated through liveheats.com. And we will bring you those results as soon as we do get them as well. But for now, we are heading back to the start line in what is the under-17 female surf team's final of Australia.
I'm looking forward to this one, Sam. We have so many strong teams here. So we have Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Team A, Sunshine Beach Team A, Maroochydore Team A, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Team B. So they have two teams in this, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Newport Team A, Ocean Grove Team A, Avoca Beach Team A, who are very strong in their semi-final, Trig Island Team A, Wanda Team A, and Alexandra Headlands Team A. So a fantastic showing of all clubs from across Australia in this under-17 female surf teams final.
And that's exactly it as well, Jay. It's great to see so many clubs represented too. Ocean Grove, of course, from Victoria there. It is great to see them in an Australian final, and so too Trig Island as well, the powerhouse of Western Australia that have been for so long. Are certainly on the line here and will be right in the mix too. So it will be interesting to see just the decisions that are made at the start of that last race. So many of the teams, the athletes in that under-19 surf teams final got it perfect in terms of getting right onto the can as well.
We saw some nail it, but we saw some that were very close to missing it. So it's been very interesting to see. So the girls will have spoken to their coaches. They will have watched that race beforehand, and they'll know exactly where they need to head into the water to head out to those cans. So we are going reverse for this under-17 female surf teams. We're going right to left around the swim cans. So the girls have got to remember that too, because they will be used to going left to right.
And as you can see, there's already a squeeze on that southern end of the line as well, because it is going to be a long run down the beach too. So let's head down to Matthew Poole, who is on the beach, to introduce the under-17 female surf teams final.
This is the under-17 female surf teams championship finals of Australia. Position 1, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Team A, Sunshine Beach Team A. Position 3, Maroochydore Team A. Position 4, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Team B. Position 5, Newport Team A. In position 6, Ocean Grove Team A. 7 is Avoca Beach Team A. And in 8th, Trig Island Team A. Position 9, Wanda Team A. And rounding out the final of the under-17 female surf teams in position 10, Alexandra Headlands Team A.
And that is our under-17 female surf teams championship of Australia that is about to hit the water as well. They are on the start line and they are ready to run. You can see on the right-hand side of the screen, that is the northern end of the line as well, the way that the start line flares backwards to further back, meters back from that start line, and that is because they want a bit of clear sand in order to begin their run down the beach, because Going off what we saw in that under-19 final just moments ago, that is where the race is going to be run. There were plenty of athletes who played it conservative. They played it safe by running down even further, but by the time they got out the back, that made a difference of about 100 metres, and that is a huge difference as well. So there is a huge risk element involved in this race, but when there's Australian titles on the line, that is exactly what you have to do, Georgia.
Absolutely, you've got to risk it to get the biscuit, Sam, or risk it to get the gold medal, as they say. So you can see the girls, some have stepped back from the start line, which is a really interesting tactic. They want to get headed south as quickly as they possibly can. And we've actually had a bit of a rule change in the last couple of months where you don't have to cross the start line before you head south. So that's very interesting to see. So they have to stay in their position that they were lined up in, but they can start behind that start line now. So that's a little bit of an interesting one that we've been seeing this morning, especially in the surf races and the surf team finals. So the girls are getting ready now. We've seen a little bit of an arm swing here and there. Some will be very nervous. This will be their first Australian final of the championships right now. So we're going to give out a gold medal in a second, which is super exciting.
A little bit of last minute jostling, checking of the line as well.
I love the goggle checks and the is everything perfect. So,
and have a look at the left-hand side of the line too. That is an extraordinary sight. You do not often see that in surf sports racing, that they are 6 deep at the start there of that start line, and that is because of how far they are going to run south. There are very few races that you see something like this. As we see Newport step onto the line, and now they are away and racing in the under-17 female surf teams championship of Australia. And beginning with a very long run down the beach. It is almost like a run, swim, run in its nature. A unique course as we start to see them turn and head into the water.
Yeah, you could almost get it mixed up for the 2K beach run, that's for sure. But the girls are, they've turned into the water. They're starting to dolphin dive through this sort of awkward depth at the moment. We have had high tide come and go, so it is going to start to push a bit lower, but Burleigh Head's already really strong start there on that northern side.
And very interesting to note that there is a cluster of Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park competitors together. So they found each other on that turn. They all hit the line together. Of course, we have 2 teams from Burleigh in this final, but right there at the bottom of the screen, you can see 5 of their caps swimming side by side as well. So a very clear tactic in exactly where they were going to turn and enter the water. It is dramatically further north than the rest of the field.
Yeah, what we're going to have to watch here, Sam, is that they've had to duck under a fair few white waters there. So that will make the sweep really tough. So you hope they haven't overshot it, and you want to make sure you get around that, and they'll be popping their head up, trying to look for the can. You can see some people just doing almost water polo strokes to sight that can. Maroochydore looks like she spotted it out there on that left-hand side of screen, but almost slowing down to make sure she's going the right way.
I look back to the right to see the rest of the competitors. It is Maroochydore in 1, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park in 2, 3, 4 and 5, but those places at the moment are not quite the most important thing. It is all going to be about when you turn and start to go with it. And look at that. They have overshot that green and gold can by a very long way, Georgia.
Yeah, wow, that's Mary Thompson out in front there from Marucci, and she's doing a fantastic job. She's navigated that so well. She's almost got a can length in front, and you can see as they turn and head north, look how fast they are going, Sam.
Absolutely moving, and we're certainly going to see that when they turn the can and make their way back into the beach as well. So being a surf team's final, it is all about getting your team across the line. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park decided to roll the dice together. They stuck together as a team. They all entered the water in the same spot, despite where they started on the line. And you would have to say that at this point of the race, they certainly are in control. So it is Maroochydore out in front in 1. Then it is Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park in 2nd, 3rd and 4th as well, with another cat there that seems to have just slid back.
Yeah,
that's right. And then more Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park caps behind. There's a Newport and an Alexandra Headland skull cap in that lead pack as well. But we will wait and see exactly where they do enter back into the sand. Of course, the sweep will push them further to the north of the finish line. We saw that in the last race too, but is that flash rip still hanging around? That will also play a big role in the finish of this race.
Yeah, you can see the sandy water there that the girls are just trying to get through. It's a really tough spot to swim. You can see their stroke rate comes up, kicking comes up, and they're doing everything they possibly can just to get back on that sandbank, which will make things a lot easier. But look down to the south. We've got some waves breaking down there. Could we see some girls come from the back of the field there?
That is a big opportunity, and one athlete has picked it up as well. That is extraordinary body surfing from one of the competitors from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. 4 more on the wave as well. 5 more on the wave. We're looking at about 6 or 7 in total as they start to make their way into the sand. A couple pop back behind, but there are still some athletes out in front. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park and Alexandra Headland make their way up to the finish line.
Yeah, wow, Sam. We saw that really turn on its head there. The girl from Alex was nowhere to be seen in that front pack, but she's managed to get the win for her team here. So we've also got Mary Thompson there from Marucci and a swarm of Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park caps. So they actually have 2 teams in this. So we're going to have to make sure who's in the A, who's in the B, who's getting points for what team.
And that's a great point, Georgia, because they just had 5 run across the line. In fact, we can make that 6 now across the finish line as well as we see the rest of the field try and catch up. So regardless of who is in what team, they are certainly in a dominant position to not only look to win this race, but they're now eyeing off a 1-2 lockout as well, given the strength of what we have just seen. Another Burleigh cap goes across the line. That is Trig Island on screen there, followed by Newport, Avoca, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park once again. Very similar caps between Avoca and Burleigh, now making their way back in. That was a really impressive display of surf skills across the line because it was Burleigh who rolled the dice. They took a risk in terms of how far they pushed down the line, but also that showing of body surfing as well. We'd love to find out which swimmer from Burleigh that was because that was very impressive.
Yeah, she would have been practicing that at training for sure. But I've had some results come through, Sam, from the under-19 female surf team's final that we just saw prior to this race. So the gold medal will be going home with Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Team A on 27 points. So the girls doing a fantastic job there. That was the team of Sienna Bush, Bianca Raywood, Olivia Dotty and Hannah Stevenson. In second position was Alexandra Headland's Team A on 47 points, and third, Newport Team A on 56 points. But we're down the beach for an interview after our under-17 female surf teams with Paulie. Paulie, who you got down there?
Hey guys, I've actually got the whole team here. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Team A. I don't know, you're all Team A, girls, yes? There was 6 girls, Burleigh Head and Mowbray Park, in a flurry across that line there. Now, talk me through that race. Sometimes they say less is more, but with that sweep out there, more is more. You've got to give it plenty of room, don't you?
Definitely. Just like the 200-metre run's killing me though. But yeah, long swim, not really long, but like short swim, and then you fly across the string and line and then hope for a wave on the way in.
Now, somebody who probably doesn't mind the longer runs, Jess, are you liking that sort of longer run down the beach?
No, I haven't run all year, so this is a bit of a struggle actually.
Well, girls, we're going to have to wait to see for the results to come in, but I'm going to say that you guys have more than likely got it with that fantastic result. So you've opened your campaign with a gold medal here, Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Under-17s Female Surf Race Champions. That's not official, guys, let's not cheer, but unofficially, you're looking pretty good. How do you feel about that?
It was a good race, especially around the cans when all I could see was a swarm of Burleighs around there. So I was like, oh, so the A and B are out here. We're going good, so yeah.
All right, well, fingers crossed for Teams A and Team B for Burleigh getting on the medals there. Certainly looking that way at the moment, guys. We'll have to wait until the final numbers crunch, but it's looking pretty good for Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park.
Thank you very much, Paulie. I appreciate you getting on the calculator to work that one out as well. I think it is a pretty safe guess at this point in time. They were certainly dominant in terms of how many athletes they had over the line. It was 6 in the first 8. I think Matt quoted just then. Extraordinary. We are seeing it on screen. And a really impressive showing of body surfing too. That is as good as it gets from that swimmer from Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. Picking up that wave right out the back in that rip and surfing it to the sand, where she was joined by 7 other competitors. Alexandra Headland first across the line, Maroochydore in second, and then came the sea of Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park caps. So we will bring you those results as soon as they are made official. It is Sam Jordan joining you for the afternoon shift here in commentary. Georgia Miller has left for the day. Georgia Fitzsimmons, I should say. That's muscle memory. And I'm now sitting alongside the great Jenny Parry. Jen, great to have you up in the booth.
Oh, hello. So good to be here. I've been down on the beach all morning across a few different arenas, and to be up here now to see the drone footage, it is an entirely new carnival. We're seeing how far the competitors are running down. We're seeing them trying to get around the cans, but we lose them. Like, they get to a certain point out the back, and then it's It's with anyone. We'll see what happens, but being able to see the drones, being able to see these sort of behind the scenes and the strategy is just fantastic. And the fact that we're coming in now for surf teams is so good. And now to bring us the start line is Matt Poole.
Alrighty, and on the start line here for the Open Female Surf Teams Championship of Australia. Position 1, Newport, Team A. Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Team C. Northcliffe, Team C. Kirra, Team A. Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Team A. Northcliffe, Team A. Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, Team B. North Burleigh, Team A. Northcliffe, Team B, and rounding out our Open Female Surf Team finalists, North Bondi, Team A.
They are our finalists in the Open Female Surf Teams Championship of Australia, already set for a start. And it looks as though they are about to be away, and they are right now. So an Australian title is now on the line as the field make their way down to the south of the beach. Now, Jenny, we have seen in the 19s and 17s swim teams final that if you want to take a risk, there is the opportunity to cut it fine, like we're seeing some of the competitors do now. So that was a Northcliffe cap that was first to turn and head into the water, a Burleigh cap not too far behind, but this is a much more condensed field than what we saw in our junior swim teams finals, so it is going to be very tight as they make their way out and then along the back of that string of 9.
Absolutely. Very excited to see this race, and I think that looks to be Naomi Scott, who's been the first to enter the water there. She's on the bottom end of your screen. She's got that distinctive stroke, and you've got to think if you're in a Northcliffe team, this is yours to lose. They have won 19 of the past 25 Open Surf Team Championships. It's insane. Their dominance in this event, unparalleled.
That is an extraordinary stat, Jenny, across all of the details here in what is an historic event at the Australian Surf Life Saving Championships. And Northcliffe at this point in time have the early running as well. So as you can see on the bottom of your screen, that is now the left of screen and the northern side of the start line. It was Naomi Scott from Northcliffe who decided to go in early. The field is starting to compress as they make their way towards the green and gold can. Of course, it is a reverse course. Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park with competitors in second and third. Northcliffe in fourth, Newport in fifth. And Northcliffe again have 4 spread out across that next line as well. They have 3 teams in this final, so it is hard to pick out who is where at the moment. We do know that is the distinctive style of Naomi Scott out in front. But where is that can? There it is. There is a 90-degree turn, and the swimmers are now swimming directly to the north as they look for that green and gold.
Oh, it looks like they nearly saw that orange marker can and then took a left turn there. But here they are. This is how far down they were.
A long way past the can as well, Jen. They swam about 10 to 15 metres further out to sea than they needed to.
Yeah, that's an incredible swim. And I guess in conditions like this, you're happy to do a little bit extra if it means that you're swimming with the ocean as they make their way through. You can see Lily O'Sullivan. She's starting to force her way up on the inside here next to Naomi Scott. There's a lot of Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, a lot of Northcliffe, as you would expect, but the challenge is going to be when they cross the line, who's in Team A, who's in Team B. I can see Sarah Dazaki probably in about 8th at the moment. She's in the B team.
In some really tight swimming as well. As a wave starts to wash over the cans, we can see that all of the field were clear of that can. That's something we've been keeping an eye on today as well. But it's given the back markers a little bit of a chance to move up to the front too. Look at the way the sweep has moved them down the beach. You can see some competitors who have just turned around the corner have decided to swim further to the south because we saw in the 19s that there are an opportunity to catch a wave.
Absolutely, and that's the advantage of going a little later in the day. You get to see as the conditions change, you're getting to see different people in the water. Where are they going? What's working? What's worked in the last 10 minutes? Because it could change in the next 10, but this is where we get nervous. This is where we get excited. Naomi Scott has done so much work. We can see Claudia Rose Slavin and Lily O'Sullivan from Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park, both in the A team, looking around, looking back, wondering what's coming next.
A little lift, but no waves for our leaders at the moment. It is Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park in 1 and 2, but waves are starting to build out the back, so we will wait and see whether there is an opportunity for those a little bit further behind to pick them up, and we can see bodies coming down the wave. Our leaders have been swallowed by a wave, and there is about 10 athletes body surfing into the sand.
And it's not just Northcliffe and Burleigh Heads, Mowbray Park. I can see some Newport in the mix now, and this is where it could make things very very, very interesting. The southern end of the field looks to have the best run where they have the double up. They've got the least amount of distance to run. Go, girls, go!
So now they are moving. It does look as though it will be Northcliffe. No, it is Kirra across the line. Northcliffe, a Newport, a couple of Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park caps, but not as many as we saw leading the way in the water. It is going to be a very tight race. We thought that Northcliffe had a stranglehold alongside Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, but in the blink of an eye, a wave came through to bring the majority of the pack back towards the lead.
Absolutely. It was actually Piper Asquith of Karawa who took the win there. She's had a phenomenal morning. She's been doing a lot of her age group and the opens as well. I don't know if they've quite got their team strength to bring it home for Karawa. However, amazing points, doing everything that she can. This is where we need to find out who's in the A and who's in the B.
And now comes the nervous wait as well for the Open Female Surf Teams final, because I think this one is going to be very close on points. Of course, it is made more difficult by the fact that Burleigh has 3 teams in this final. Northcliffe has 3 teams in this final. So determining just who is in what team is going to be what the officials are going through at the moment.
So who we're looking for in Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park is Claudia Rose Slavin, Leo Sullivan, Jasmine Raywood and Emily Holliman, who's a recent convert over there. So that's who we need to find out. Have a look at that, Sam. We look at the screen right now and it is absolutely jam-packed. It looks like a Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park party down there. A fantastic swim for Locke as well from Newport. But again, where's swimmer number 3? Where's swimmer number 4? Pippi Tapani had a great swim for the crew, but Northcliffe Team A, that is the nervous wait for them right now. Naomi Scott, Lana Rogers, Kyra Bender and Gemma Smith-Welsh. Who do you like? Where are they? I tell you what, every team manager is frantically doing points on the back of an envelope right now.
Yeah, that's right. So we are still waiting for official results in this Open Female Surf Teams. The results are now official in the Under-17 Female Surf Team Championship of Australia. And after their dominance in having 6 across the line in the front 8, it is Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Team A who has taken that race out. In second, it was Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park Team B. So it is gold and silver in the Under-17 Female Surf Team final, and Maroochydore has taken the bronze medal. Trig Island in 4th, Newport in 5th, and for all of those results you can head to liveheats.com. So that was a very successful afternoon for Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, and now we are waiting to see whether they can win the Open Female Surf Teams Championship of Australia. And although it is a bit of a wait for our athletes, I'm sure they won't mind as well. That slogan sums it up best: from where you would rather be, the beautiful Gold Coast. The surf is absolutely firing here at North Kirra Beach. We've been loving every second, and so have the athletes. Some of them are standing by. Matt Poole.
Yeah, guys, I'm down here with Kyra Bender. She was in Team A of BMD Northcliffe now. Bit of a nervous wait, so whilst we crunch the numbers, how do you think you guys have gone?
I think we've done pretty well. I mean, we have 3 Northcliffe teams in the final, which honestly is just such a feat in itself. So we'll wait and see. It's a bit difficult to see with the A, B and C team, but yeah.
A little bit of a wrestle, not only with Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park, but even in amongst the Northcliffe teams, as you said, A, B and C. So first across the line was it C, C, and then yourself and Lana were A, A?
Yeah.
How do you think it's going to play out?
I honestly have no idea, just as much as me, Paulie, so I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Now, to talk me through the race out there, in the heats we saw a couple of girls sort of missing it and having to swim back, and it was just big consequences. It looked like you girls gave yourself plenty of room out there. Did you guys, was that a part of a strategy to take it a little bit wider?
Yeah, the strategy was definitely to try and keep it safe. I mean, you don't want to miss that can. It's a horrible swim in. So we definitely tried to run it down as fast as we can, especially focus on a fast start to get in front of everybody.
And being the power sprint athlete, is there anyone out there happier than you that it's inside the gutter for that string of 9?
Definitely not.
There we go, guys. There's Kyra Bender, Team A, with a nervous wait to see how the results drop, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paulie. We think our officials will have a little bit longer to wait for that one as well. Very tight for all of our athletes across the line. Let's relive this Open Female Surf Team Championship of Australia. Jenny, a very close pack that ran down the beach. A very close pack in the water as well. There was not much width at all, yet still they managed to swim past that first can.
Absolutely. It was a fantastic decision there. Naomi Scott really great on the on the directions here, but here, this was the moment that made the difference. This is what broke the race wide open. Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park absolutely swamping the field as they made their way through, and Piper Asquith, the big winner as well as they made their way through. So a nervous wait now for the team for the Opens, but Sam, just before you did talk about the under-17 women's surf teams, it was Burleigh Heads 1 and 2. That's actually the first time ever in the history of Aussies that they have taken out the under-17 women's surf teams. They've never won that race before.
Wow, that is an extraordinary achievement for Burleigh Heads Mowbray Park. Jenny, across all the details, not only did they take it out, they win the silver medal as well. So that is a big result for Burleigh. We are still waiting to see these results of the Open Female Surf Teams Championship of Australia. But we have had a change to the program this afternoon. Racing here at North Kirra has now come to an end as well. The officials deciding to end the day's racing after getting through those events too. You can see all the results of the Open Female Surf Teams when they are made official on liveheats.com. And for more this afternoon from North Kirra Beach, of course, we will have afternoons at the Aussies. That will be at 5 p.m. on Surf Life Saving Australia's YouTube channel. That is 5 o'clock Queensland local time to break down everything in what has been an exciting, it has been a dramatic, and it has certainly been a thrilling way to begin the Opens competition here at the Aussies for 2026. Thank you so much for joining us. Of course, you can see more a little bit later this afternoon, but for now, we say goodbye, and we will see you back here for day 2 of the Open Championships tomorrow.